lose ourselves in the spirit of things. We lose our sight when we put our trust in things of this material world, of things that fade away. Let me keep coming back, 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 keep coming back. Of things we know. We are dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. Search but you stay lost. We are reaching for the stars, but we're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Mysterious, that's the
Hello, hello, hello. Welcome back to the Royal SEA Challenge. We've got Boom Esports versus Sharper. We just saw Splits, one of Boom's least favourite maps, gets very, very sharp indeed. They pummeled their opponents in what was a brutal and savage first map. We're now moving to our second map of Fracture, a really hybrid pick to see, and I'm interested to see if Boom are going to be able to deliver onto Sharper the beating that they just received.
Avast me, arties. Join the ship, for we sail for uncharted waters.
We do.
There is no data available for either of these teams when it comes to Fracture, as with many teams, especially considering that a lot of the previous matches that these teams have had have been in regional VCTs, like the Singapore-Malaysia VCT. And it means that we haven't seen Fracture. Like yesterday, there was a Fracture map, and it was kind of a novelty. It happened at the home ground, but was happening over in EMEA. It was 10-star versus Vodafone Giants, and classically, people consider Fracture to be a very attacker-sided map, but for both of those teams, it was actually curiously defender-sided, which is something that maybe we'll see again. And one of the things I'm really looking forward to here, which I think might bode very poorly for the Indonesian Boom side, is that Breach seems almost mandatory. And Pinocchio's loves playing Breach. They have 100% pick rate on Breach on Split. They have 66% pick rate of Breach on Haven. These guys love to play Breach wherever they can.
Yeah, it's scary. Like, this is a really good veto for Sharper, isn't it? I mean,
it's the best they could hope for, honestly.
It literally couldn't be better. And I worry, Boom, I just don't know what the thought process was for doing the veto, because they went into this with a extremely effective Ascent, Icebox, Breeze, all of which maps that they dominate on. The fact they're now here and we just don't see those maps is insane to me. I seriously suspect, and actually, as the more I think about it, the more likely it is. I think that Boom, they're actually playing unorthodox maps for their opening games. Bear in mind that every other team in their group, every other team in their opposing group is going to be watching this game. Maybe they have some strats on those three maps that they don't really want to reveal to us just yet, and they're saving them for more contentious matches. For instance, a game against Todak, or a game against Kingsman, for instance.
And maybe they feel like saving some strats could be the play. Like, you know, people do say all the time, the results of this tournament doesn't matter. People are saving strats. Yeah. But you've got to think about the context here. We're not saying that they're saving strats tournament-wide. We have a long run, 5 days of group play in this group. They're going to round robin against every other team, a best of 2 against all of them. So there's plenty of time. Just keep some things in the back pocket for when maybe you might need to get yourself a little bit of better seeding for that playoff bracket that's going to occur in, I believe, about 10 days' time. This is a long event, guys. Follow the channel. Make sure that you're up to date, because we're going to be here from today, the 8th, all the way through to the 20th of November, bringing you huge amounts of high-caliber Southeast Asian Valorant action.
While we are talking to the chat, I know we're going to break the fourth wall here. I know we're not like other girls. We'll read what you say. if there is audio issues, do let me know. I'm the guy who controls them, and so I know we had some at the start of last round. Hopefully they're fixed now. I don't think they're too bad, but just let us know. We'll be fine. Like that's all we have to do. Because
that's why Kramer has help at the bottom of his screen.
Yeah,
he needs your help, chat. Kramer needs your help to help him save the world of Valorant.
Whoever did notice it, you're an absolute hero, man. We were like thinking about it before. There's no way people noticed it in the first day. Some guy recognized it in the first map. What a hero! Those are actually the hotkeys I play on, by the way. So
that's the observational skill of a Radiant player. You know?
It absolutely is. There are some players who are considerably better than we are in the chat.
Welcome to Fracture, guys.
Welcome to Fracture. Yeah, this is a new one, of course, a place where Breach is mandatory. Vipers are also fairly common on this map, and I think the choice between Breach or Viper is really what a lot of teams make. We're seeing some fairly...
What?
This is...
What?
Oh,
Pinocchio's has left Breach on the map where everyone plays Breach.
Harry, this is a new one.
What? Question marks in the chat. This is interesting. Cool. Double duelist on the side of Sharper.
information. It's out the window. This really changes the dynamic. Playing double duelist as well. Yeah, they're gonna really struggle on any attack that doesn't revolve around just pure unadulterated aim.
Well, at the moment, you're feeling pretty good if you are Frostmind. Playing the Killjoy, a lot of people love the Killjoy on this map, but in EMEA, she's starting to fall a little bit out of favor because she can get outclassed pretty heavily and countered by Breach. But playing a Killjoy here and not going up against the Breach, Frostmind's having a pretty good time, I think it's fair to say. And remember, guys, Breach, some people would say it's quite attacker-sided. You can come in from so many different angles, and you can get pinches onto whatever site you desire. So you can basically guarantee a numbers advantage on a rush if you want it.
I love how many ghosts we're going to see here. This is going to be a really aim-oriented pistol round.
For now, Frostmind moving up, looking towards that ultimate orb. But for now, they just have to try and deal with these duelists. Moving up through this dish, but they're still pinching in from the other side as well. Bottle's going to be keen to maybe throw out this flash, but already they've lost Bursa. And now they're all alone with a spike in hand. They could be hunted down, and if that's the case, things are going to get very difficult very fast. Spikes on the floor, it's in the hands of Niffy. And the pistol round has been flawlessly claimed by Sharper.
Dare I say it, Harry, if we see Sharper get into this rhythm that we saw exactly happen on this previous map, I suspect that we may end up seeing a stomp similar to how Split sort of went 9-3 first half, and then from there on out, Boom were just on the back foot. Loads of Spectres come out for the bonus, and there's 2 ghosts. Now that is ballsy.
There.
Must be feeling pretty good about this so far. We've won a lot of these weaponry duels. Interesting that at the moment, Frostmind is currently in a bit of a rogue position. Sometimes we see Cyphers on this kind of angle, or maybe even a Viper. The lurk from a Killjoy is at least going to make sure that when contact is made by Pinocchios and Beta, it is going to be quickly realized. They're just outside of the area of effect, and they can smoke it as well. Oh, no. This is going to go so poorly for Frostmind if they get the pace on. If they can find the timing, Crema, Frostmind is going to have no idea that they're approaching. The angle of that turret just was not good enough. Frostmind is going to be caught moving up into the air. It's a free kill. The spike is still over in attacker's spawn. And it's 3 versus 4 now.
It's all down to Niffy. As, his whole team's rotated. Niffy, from how on earth is he alive, Harry? What?
Magical. Mystic. Just Spectre magic, baby. Got themselves another duel going up against the Classic. It's more important that I survive, decides Niffy. Play for my life. Try and make sure I can potentially intercept this plant. It's going to be Flipside who's going to lay that one on down. The peak is going to be forthcoming, but the bullet's not so. Blaze, though, says no chance, mate. Sends out a Classic headshot. Pinocchio is fully blinded now and is going to send out a little bit of near-sighting of their own. Valia is put through, so too are the bullets from the Spectres, but it's not a flawless anti-eco like we've seen so many times on Split. A couple of casualties sustained.
I mean, yeah, it's not flawless, but remember, there were 2 ghosts. So, actually, they keep all the SMGs alive. That really was a bonus, actually. And
the old Spectre juggle.
Yeah, they've done the old Spectre juggle, the old, Spectre shuffle, and now they've got 2 Phantoms to add to the mix, and honestly, it actually makes quite a scary buy. Bear in mind that Breeze has, Fracture. We're on the wrong map, Harry. That's how little we see this map. Fracture has a lot of close angles to abuse as well. So Spectres, they are quite a formidable weapon here.
By no means a incredibly weak buy. Oh, poor dog. Don't shoot the dog. Pinocchio's here. Going to be taking the first contact, but so many members of Sharper just fall on down. Niffy going to be spotted out here by this turret. I think that was penetration to hit 2 people. Good job, Timmy. Plenty of damage done. And yeah, it's kind of awkward right now. If you are alert, could be... Oh my goodness, how did the bottle fall there as well? 3 versus 2. The spike is in the sewers. Beta's fallen. It's come down to a 2 versus 2. This is not ideal for the full buy here of Boom.
Slow and almost silence around the map at the moment. They're able to bring that spike back to the site, but took a while to get there. Alert through the smoke actually getting his squid, so that'll give him a bit of unperturbed information. If you do the same thing though, at a very high angle for the Epulze plant.
Remember, this box is penetrable. Flipsider all alone. Needs to win the 1 versus 2. Can't quite deliver the blind, but SP can deliver the bullets. The Phantom finds its mark. And on their bonus, or at least half bonus, they managed to maintain the rifles here. This is huge for Sharper.
Really, really solid stuff from them. More importantly, you look at the ult circulation. Alert, he's going to bring his ult up as well. Pinocchio already ready with the Empress. And for Boom, a lot of them quite far away from these abilities. It's going to be 1 or 2 rounds before they can actually try and throw ults back in the face of Sharper. So I seriously suspect that we see Pinocchio go for very early usage of that Empress. We may see him just try and plow through these Spectres.
Move through as quickly as possible. Speed might be the name of the game when it comes to this. An interesting placement for that turret just to check on the flank as Boom approach the A site. A gauntlet of utility is going to be in their way. Look at where Alert is right now. Playing in this corner. They just spray on through. That's 3. That's 4. Can you make it an 8? You bet that you can. Sound the alarm. Sound the alert. Because the Killjoy is here to slay.
This is not how you want your game to start, is it? Your mirror map down. You've gone 4 rounds down and you've just been wiped by Alerts. I think you almost did that at an entire mag as well. Flipside, I mean, sure, he was able to do a bit of damage in response. I mean, sure, he's one of the only players that have been able to make it off 1 kill or even kill on the side of Boom because right now they're being run amok. We see Sharper, for the most part, go for the same default where they just have that 1 jet sort of floating between either sites. Boom, trying the old reliable, which is the split to B.
Good turn away from the bottle. Remember, top fragger of Boom on our previous map, definitely showing themselves worthy of this team. But Niffy, nice little cheeky angle behind this box. It's going to be forced out now by the breach utility, but it's covered by the flash. They can get 1, but they're traded out. Frostmind grabs 2 and takes himself off that non-starting 0 frag line. And now Pinocchio thinks that they found their timing. They could be seen by this turret, though. They are going to manage to avoid it for now. That's going to be critical because now this is an unchecked area. Still, though, they reveal their position by pumping out some damage with that Vandal. Out come the Leers, and so too will the Alarm Bot be tripped. Good post-plant positions here from Boom. Could secure them their first round. A Nano Swarm already used. Frostmind moves into the crosser of Pinocchio. It's a labored spray, but it finds its mark eventually. Bursers forced to throw themselves into this hallway up here, but Pinocchio will not allow them to stay. The rent is just too damn high. And down comes a smoke. Maybe an attempt at a defuse rather soon. Pinocchio's needs to try and clear this one out, but they're going to lose out the duel to Flipsider. Alert needs to move forward. The ace won't be the same this time around. Time simply is not on their side, and they're looking in the wrong direction as they disengage. Damage done to the economy. And Boom grab their first point.
Incredible round from this side, and honestly, that was just what Boom needed. A back and forth, they trade effectively, really, really strong positioning from Blaze there to not be caught by the aggressing members, and every single player of Boom is going to have an ult. If not this round, then by short for next. Now, sure, there is the lockdown, there's Empress, there's knives ready to come out on Niffy as well, but as we mentioned, SEA teams, they really don't seem to favour dropping these ults the second they get them. They prefer to use them in set strategies rather than using them sort of dynamically.
Niffy, goodbye to bottle. It's been hit. And Niffy's keen to take away those flashes, those stuns. However, it is going to be traded back. Goodbye, Pinocchio. This is a brutal lockdown right here. Such a good position. There's nowhere for Niffy to run, but the lockdown is going to be destroyed. There is going to be a fight potentially going on in sewers rather soon. And it's going to be Beatty who comes out on top there for a moment before Burster claims yet another frag for themselves. Niffy now in a 2 versus 2 scenario. There's going to be a big flank. Alert gets 2. Patience is the Warrior's greatest weapon, and Alert has it in spades.
Harry, I think we found the hero player for Sharper, and that is Alert. He's been having a solid performance so far. And now, look how many ults are ready to be used. I mean, now Boom finally have a kind of pistol round. They've got to fall back on their utility to get them space, to get them kills. I suspect we'll see them dropped here. If not, then I don't really know when they would look to use them, because they're dying before they even get to a site. So playing for an after plant is kind of out of the question at this point.
getting more and more difficult. The Spike's actually moving on the ropes at the moment towards Dish. It's been a while since we've seen any presence on Dish from the side of Boom. It's going to be a little bit more viable now. But it's not a huge buy from them. They're hoping that Burst is going to be the one to make things happen, but they're instantly taken out. That's the only person you couldn't lose. Beta will be traded, granted, but now there isn't the hero capacity that you'd usually expect from a Bladestorm.
A bit of a default now when, while they should be able to get to the site, they're not going to be able to do so unscathed. More damage coming from Alert. Oh, look at that, Harry.
It's brutal. Can Niffy find Blaze? They've got a good idea of where they are. And damn, they're right. Sharper here. The Thai representative. They've been playing the bridesmaid to the lovely couple of Full Sense and X10 for so long, but recently... Yep. It feels like they've been joining that party, you know? They're some of the main characters at the Thai wedding. They've been starting to outpace X10. And while they might not be full senses level yet, Sharper, they, at this tournament, can make a real case for being not only a top team in Thailand, but a top team in SEA.
You're absolutely right. And here's my criticism, Harry. Look how many ults are ready to be used. We haven't seen them dropped. Berserk, sure, he brought out the knives last round, but that was it.
I know that Berserk can explode. I want to see it. I want this to be close. I want Boom to be a real competitor here. A-site basically abandoned at the moment. It's going to be down to Pinocchio's to try and retake this, but oh, the squid just rolls on by. No dramas, boys. I ain't eating my greens, no chance. It's a free plant here for the side of Boom. Pinocchio's still is alone, and there is going to be significant presence in mid here. Will anyone move to intercept them? For now, the Seekers are just going to be taking a little bit of damage, and will contacts be made by Ascetics? Out goes the blind. It's straight onto Frostmind. Ascetics has got done what they want to, and the defender Killjoy will put down their ultimate. The lockdown is in place, and this is going to clear out so many of these angles. You can see multiple members of Boom are caught out in that hallway. Pinocchio's taps the bomb, hoping to make some peaks happen. An alert has been taken down. Time is not on their side. Spamming on through. Flipsider grabs themselves too. And Boom have come back alive. But is it going to be enough?
At long last, they get around. I mean, sure, but they were getting kind of rounds here or there over on Split as well. The problem they had was converting them and then finding those rounds consistently. They're going to attempt to do so again now, and I mean, sure, they won that round, but look how bad their economy is. They lose this round, then Frostbite, he's down to 0 already. Flipside into Bottle won't be able to invest either. I mean, Predator may be able to drop, say, Sheriffs or Ghosts, but that's not the round you want to see. And more importantly, for this side of Boom, they are really going to have to struggle against what seems like quite an ambitious Sharper.
Ambitious, ready to make their name on an international stage. Niffy, they can hear the rush right here. They can play in from the top. Will they be able to beat out the Bottle? You bet that they will not. Fast on the trigger is the breach. They need to pick up the slack that was left by Frostmind. You bet that they're going to do it. The Bottle now could go up against 2, but the timing could not be worse at the moment. And so Alert finds them sleeping. A hostage on the site right now is Flipsider. Needs to look away from the flash, and they're able to do so. Fastening down the hatches, waiting for the coming storm that's going to come from a C6 and Alert. So many angles that need to be checked, and they will not find a C6. It's come down to a 1 versus 1. Alert versus Blaze. The turret goes down first, and then so does Alert. Kill after kill for the Astra. And Boom maintain themselves some momentum, but not without significant economic loss.
Absolutely right. They're taking a pummeling in every single round they fight, and at least they're staying alive. They're kind of holding on by their fingernails. They're gripping this sledge as hard as they can, and while they are able to reinvest, we won't see the op on them. And Boom, we haven't really seen an op on them all series, to be honest. I mean, Niffy, he's been more than happy to bring it out. I mean, Berserk, he may have picked it up once, but for the most part, this seems to be a rifle-oriented team.
Loving the rifle for now. Nice flash, pushed out. Niffy's going to be forced off that angle, but will double down here with the help of Pinocchio. Peeking off Aaliyah, no one shoots it, so no additional presence is betrayed. But elsewhere, they need to worry about this movement. Going through sewers. Potentially a pinch that could come on through. And so it has drawn over additional resources from the defending team. Bursa is noticed. Out comes the Rolling Thunder. Stuns are delivered. Nifty needs to win this close-up fight, but Predator, the Blaze, is blazing fast instead. Ascetics in the hallway. They need to beat out Bursa, but they are not able to do so. It's come down to a 2 versus 2, and Alert is on this same cheeky flank again that last time around grabbed a double, Kremer.
Might not be needed.
Bursa has won this. It comes down to a 1v1. Alert still has basically all their health. They will have the turret soon as well. And those stars are not worth anything anymore. They see Bursa. They line up the headshot. It's just that easy, folks. Alert keeps it tight. And that is going to be a 7th round.
An incredible game Alert's having at the moment. 17-4 he now sits, and a lot of it is just off the back of pure positioning. This man, he seems to know when to attack and how to attack, and a lot of his opponents just don't even know where he is. For the most part, we are going to see another ult cycle come in now. Alert will have his lockdown if he's able to fight for an orb, which seems to be the sort of strategy that Sharper are going for. On the flip side, you do have Blaze ready for the World's Divide, as well as the knives available for Berserks. Flipsider and Frostmine, they can bring up some of their own, but unfortunately you're going to have to commit the orb to one of them. I suspect it will be Frostmine because we saw them expend the lockdown earlier. Let's go for another very fast hit.
Nifty. Pop in hand. That will ring out in the hallway. The blind is going to be turned away from, and they somehow incidentally got Bursa in the midst of all of that. Full blind once again forces them to take cover, and Beta's going to be left alone without any cover for themselves. Out come the Seekers. Nifty might have to divert their attention to take that one out. They know that the op is on this angle when everyone is still going to just be leaving away from this area. Flipsider was for sacrifice, but it has allowed for a mostly unencumbered push from Boom towards B.
This is going to be a really easy side take for them, especially when they commit the divide. Do we see people dive through it? Ascetics, not quite yet. Instead, very close angle here.
Ascetics brings out the bird. 3 full blinds are delivered, but they can't quite connect the shots in the aftermath. Where will the spike be planted? At the moment, it's the hands of the bottle. It's going to be in the back of sight. Good cover that can be given from the hallway. And down comes a pair of lockdowns. Will it send everyone scattering? Is the question. Is there a way to destroy it? You bet that it is. The bottle was dealt with this one before. You can't pull a fast one on me, mate. I'm a breach master. Alert, once again, the last line of defense. 1 versus 2, 4 seconds away from that turret. They might be moving in here at the wrong angle. They check it, but the bottle is just faster. Lovely stuff there from Boom. This could be a rescuable half yet.
Really strong round from Boom, actually, and in the end of that after plan, they play it beautifully. They all just split up, they wait, and more importantly, Alert, you know, moving on to a side like that, there are just too many angles to clear, and he's forced into just swinging on kind of half-assed, kind of haphazardly peeking these angles, and it meant that he just gets punished by the bottle. We move into a very strong round from this side of Boom. There's hardly any money at all on Sharper. In fact, I would have been surprised if they'd ecoed. Instead, we see this sort of shoddy, Vandal, shorty, Marshall buy. This is a unique one, let's be honest.
I just got to use every single credit you have. There's no pockets in the grave, Kremer. And everyone's going to be meeting that as we end our 12th round here. A very north-heavy defensive roam here from Sharper. That'll give up A site a little bit. He comes for blind. But what can be done by Bursa when it comes to opening up this site? They've got themselves the high ground, an overwatch potentially. They need to avoid Beta and this Marshall. A one-shot is certainly not in their favor. And now Nifty will have to use the shorty to try and take out... Oh, no, don't worry. We've got reinforcements to take out the turret, boys. No dramas. In the meantime, I'm concerned about Pinocchio. The hero rifle. The Vandal on deck. What can be done here? Nifty's opened it up on the other side. Maybe we'll divert other people's crosshairs. Pinocchio moves on in. But blind has been given over, but the bottle still hits what they need to. Nifty, can they get it done? It's headshot after headshot when it comes to the knives. There are just too many bodies between Nifty and success. And so Boom will make this rescuable as a half. 5-7.
Really effective half, actually, that's been developing for Boom. They've really slammed the brakes on this momentum for Sharper, and more importantly, I mean, forced their opponents into a kind of bitter way to end the half. I mean, if they take the pistol round, they're fine and dandy to equalise and maybe even fight for the map. At least a draw in the series would give you a bit more confidence for the rest of the tournament. For the time being, though, Sharper, 4 ghosts come out on either side. Another really aim-oriented round, and from the looks of it, we're about to see a massive cascade to the safe site.
Frostmine. This is quite aggressive as far as positioning goes. Won't be contact off turret. Instead, looking to see what they can manage off the back of this smoke here. The Trailblazer will check the corner. It's instantly taken out by Blaze. This covers Frostmine's position. And Blaze just trying to bait them in here with a bunch of spam. Will they check the corner? You bet they will. Lovely little double peek there from Sharper. Removes the Killjoy. And Pinocchio's just pinched in from the other side, only to find that the site's empty, boys. That one's pretty good. But Flipsider, always a worry. You can never discount this Sky. In a 1 versus 2, though, when it comes to this site, could make things a touch more difficult.
Ooh.
A C6 falls down, but Niffy is just as precise. And that leaves the bottle all alone.
Really, really solid round that kind of got established there for a moment. It's a bottle, though.
Niffy hasn't even taken a shot yet. Full health, and it will remain so. Precision from the Jet.
What would have been perfect for Boom there was the aggression. It was well placed. I mean, the theory crafting was there to flash the turret, run past it, and then use the kind of false positive to just kill the Killjoy. Unfortunately, turret starts shooting. That's a bit of an alert sort of given to your opposition, and it really sets Sharper up now to try and put a fair bit of distance between them and their opponents. Over to this side of Boom, they go for the eco. I actually love the fact they're ecoing here rather than falling into the sort of force buy trap that a lot of teams fall into. They want to go for the eco, go for the force buy afterwards, and then put the brakes on from there.
Shenanigans afoot, Flipsider moving forward, and Pinocchio instantly punishes it. No chance, mate. I ain't here for that. Still, Bursa finds one, and everyone's dead. Alert with the ghost. No dramas, mate. Easy clap. Cross mind. No point in saving a classic. What can you get done with some guerrilla warfare? Oh, at this range, it ain't going to be great. Takes off a little bit of armor, at least. Forces potentially a re-up there from Beta. And only one of the Spectres is going to be denied.
Alert's having a solid game right now, Harry. 22-6. He is really, really delivering. And, you know, you mentioned last game, you know, we sort of looked at the score sheet at the end of the match. Alert, I mean, sure, he was doing well, but, like, he wasn't doing kind of head and shoulders above everyone else, which is what we're seeing here. An incredible way to end your map, and I would also last hurrah, but yeah, this one's definitely going out with some fireworks as we see a bonus from Sharper here as Boom pull out their rifles.
It's one of the premier teams in this event. Boom do not want to be starting their first match 0-2. A C6 here might be the one to lead the charge. However, Bursa, oh, nasty little angle. Takes out Beta. No more smokes are now available, Kramer. That's going to complicate matters.
Boy, very slow round from Sharper right now, just methodically getting their map control. There's Alert sort of playing a bit of a lurking role for his team as he just sits to the northernmost side of the map, and as he just rotates back to this ace or to this B site. His job may just end up becoming selling a fake as Sharper almost seem a bit lost actually as what to do.
Healing given over. The edge of that AoE will, of course, reveal the position of the Sky if it was noted by Blaze, who right now is going in for a couple of duels. They've done well with the Phantom. Will they spray away and get any more? The Sheriff proves too much for Frostbind, and the bottle coming in from the side. Oh, that's a quick triple. Ooh, baby. That's some lovely stuff there. The breach keeps it clean, keeps it contained, and keeps it narrow. 9-6.
Really, really strong round, actually. And more importantly, we look over to Bottle as a sort of herald for Boom. And, I mean, last game, a lot of his kills came on the kind of post-round save. But nonetheless, he was still proving to be a nuisance to the economy of Sharper. It's kind of like a white hat, kind of white hat crime, isn't it? White collar crime, that's it, isn't it? He's just constantly, like, shaving out of their savings. As, oh, well, in this case, we're going to see him have a bit more impact. And while his kills are kind of level with his team, it's the impact of them. They're round deciding, which is just what you want to see.
This frag could determine the pace of the round. Pinocchio's versus Flipsider, but elsewhere the duelists have clashed and Bursa has come out worse for wear. And that was on the entrance to A as well. Still evening it up. Flipside, the backbone. The old reliable, one of the most ancient members of this team, which feels weird considering they mostly rebranded or rebuilt in the last 3 months or so after VCT and again after LCQ. But right now, guess who's all alone? Frostmine versus the world, baby. 1 versus 4. You've got this, mate.
He's got an angle to do it. He's going to hear them all coming. Oh, he must be a bit scared seeing all those stars get thrown out.
Reinforcements. That'll be fine. A bit of cover given over by their friend. They can play within the smoke if they so desire. Alert at the moment is going to be leading the charge. If they can get rid of Alert early, that's it. That's a beautiful start right there. Blaze comes in from the other side with the Phantom, sprays on through and gets themselves 2. And now all alone is Niffy. And despite winning out the Jet duel earlier, as unable to win against the tide of Boom's defense.
A really, really solid round from... That was kind of all on Frostmine to just survive. He sits back, he allows his teammates to make the rotation, and then just plays the crossfire. Those Astra Stars, they're not going to last forever. They could just sit back and bide his time. A solid, solid round from Boom. And this is the Boom we were expecting to see, Harry. A really, really confident team that play off their crossfires, that use their teamwork to get the upper hand over their opponents. At 9-7, this could go either way.
Niffy, Bladestorm in hand. Big stack behind them as well to reinforce should they be missing anything. Bursa takes the contact. The stun comes through, and that's going to be a block as well on the tailwind, meaning that Niffy is going to be concussed for the moment. Opening up the doors allows for a couple of stray shots from Tobottle to come on in. And at the moment, kennelled up like dogs are Sharper. They're going to burst out with Valia, but Tobottle for now playing the patient predator in the smoke. When it dissipates, this could spell doom. Bursa grabs Niffy after that one, and Tobottle, that smoke dropped, and it was easy clap for the breach. Flipsider falls, Bursa grabs another, and I can't believe I'm gonna say it, Kremer. Ooh, we're almost tied on up.
For a moment, I thought we were going to have a really, really quick game. I was worried we would have a really quick game. But oh no, Harry, my god, am I wrong. This is really turning into a bloodbath. And while we move into a full buy from either team, the ult management does not reflect that. 4 ults ready to be used from Boom. Over to a C6. He's going to have his up if he can get the orb control. More importantly, though, the rifles are level pegging. We've seen how often Nifty brings out the op. In this case, it's just not an option for him. He needs every penny he can have, just in case they aren't able to follow it up.
Eyes on a C6. Can they make a play for the orb control here? A Trailblazer comes out first and will clear the angles, and Pinocchio is going to reinforce that space. Oh my goodness, though. Alert opens it up so strongly. The entry Killjoy, I don't know, man. They're just built different. That's 3 for Alert now. They're literally smurfing on this lobby. It's the all-female roster with the Rain of a Sky, the Jet, the Killjoy, and the Astra. And you know what? It's the 3 tenets, boys. Gaslight, Gatekeep, Girl Boss.
It's working, isn't it? As right now, we have got Frostmine alone in a 1v5. What has happened, Harry? It's turned on a dime.
While Alert is alive, I will never doubt Sharper. But Frostmine, hello, for 1 versus 5. Could it be? They need to check this angle, though. The 50-50 looks the wrong way, and Alert picks up their 4th. Another multi-kill for the Killjoy. And certainly the fun of Boom is being stung by Alert.
This is a really, really strong round from Sharper, and that's just what they needed. Having lost the last 3, they needed that confidence injection just to feel like, okay, maybe we can close it out. Bear in mind, they're only 2 away from match point, 3 away from the victory. It's definitely doable. It's like just on the horizon, and with 3 ults ready to use, you're against a fully equipped Boom who have that AWP out on Berserks. More importantly, they've got every ultimate ability they can imagine. And honestly, to go against that, you need some very, very big balls.
Bursa, at the moment, no one's going to be moving into their sight line, but that smoke there does threaten presence, even if it is actually floating over towards a site. For now, just hide at the door.
Fairly slow round on both these sides now. Niffy, he may be this first point of contact with the Phantom.
Pinocchio. Oh my goodness. Blaze is in such a perilous position. They could be taken out so easily by a pinch from Pinocchio and Niffy together. They're forced to move away. A barrage of utility rings out over the course of A side, but still no one has lost their life. The defending lockdown, it looks like they set a trap and it was fallen for. And guess who's all alone by themselves? It's Bursa with the op, who needs to bring out the Blade Storm now. Going up against Alert, that's a good first frag. They need to get a touch more than this. They run out of knives and it's back over to the Operator. But the Cloudburst falls on down, and so too does Beta. An op on the floor, but this isn't as bad as it could have been. Pinocchios will pick up the slack that was left, and now Flipsider needs to frag on out on this defense. Time is beginning to become an issue, but so too are numbers. At this point, Niffy, they may want to just try and grab the op and run, but instead they're feeling a touch brave. But when faced with a Predator, you've got to be judicious.
Really, really strong round from Boom there. And honestly, that was all down to Berserks. Getting that first kill, I mean, that's great with the Blade Storm. It gives you an option to get out of there. I don't know what Beta was doing, not clearing that angle, and particularly because that Cloudburst had a gap in it. Niffy could see that Berserks hadn't fallen back, especially with the change in altitude as well. That made it a very, very doable call and an easy shutdown onto Berserks. Instead, the lack of kill means you shut down Beta. The spike being dropped buys you even more time. Bear in mind, there's only about 30 seconds left, and from there, it's just a matter of allowing your teammates to rotate in, and then just abuse from there on out.
Berserks holds the angle again. Oh, what a flick! I can't believe my eyes! Niffy just got absolutely domed. That was a headshot as well. He's just built different.
Just built different. He's eating his greens, he has.
He shot his way through a couple gamer cabbages. Big surround here, though. On A. Huddled up for warmth and safety are Predator and Frostmind. Down goes the Nano Swarm. In comes the Gravity Well. Frostmind desperately trying to strafe out of the way, but only affects their aim poorly. To Bottle, though, playing from this doorway, grabs themselves 3. They're always the backbone. I can't believe that the Bottle, as one of the newer members of Boom, has proven themselves so instrumental to the efficacy of this team.
I love how Blaze, he was in position to win that round single-handedly. He springs his lurk, and it doesn't matter. Everyone's dead already. That's oh. Well, it's kind of useless to bottle kills everyone.
Guys, what does that mean?
Yeah, and, yeah, exactly. What I really like as well, actually, is that everyone on Boom's pulling their weight. You know, top fragger 16, bottom fragger with 10, only a 6-round separation is, yeah, that's great. Over on Sharper, you know, 26 and 8. There is a massive differential, and you sort of end up in a stage where you kill Alert, you kill Niffy. There's no real firepower to back that up, and I think Boom seem to have found that niche, which right now, that kind of chink in the armor, they are working beautifully.
Op versus Op right now, and Bursa forced to give up that angle after being flashed over. Question is, what can Niffy find? Look at the barrage of stars, by the way, that's currently on A main. Or rather, B main.
Good luck getting through that.
That is a warning right there. The first is popped. It's a smoke. Moving through it first might well be a Beta. But it's going to be Pinocchios who strikes the first blood here, and now surrounded is Frostmind. Coming in from so many different angles. Can they trade out? The answer's no when you're faced with Beta. In comes the Rolling Thunder. Concussions for everybody, the Bottle says, but can only pick up 1 frag before they're taken out. Niffy keeps it clean, takes out the opposing Operator. And now Flipside is left in a 1 versus 4, and the aim simply isn't there, Kremer. That's a bad miss.
Really strong round from Sharper, to be honest. That wasn't necessarily down to Boom's lack of performance. More so that Sharper, they put their utility in just the easiest places. Quick shutdown means that for the members of Boom, they're sort of faced in this tough prospects where they have, I mean, there's an investment, but if we see Sharper hit match point while simultaneously resetting their opponents, it's going to be a really easy way to end the series, and a very decisive way to do so as well. On the flip side, they lose this, it goes 11-11, both teams have an investment, and it could still go either way. Boom, they desperately need this round.
Berserks and Flipsider, they want to get aggressive. This combo of duelist and faux duelist right here could open up the backside, but do they expect that it's going to be Pinocchio's who's here as well? Both Alert and Pinocchio's, two of the top duelists for two gun players on the side of Sharper. They are going to lose out on Alert, and that is a huge nerf to all of the Sharper plans, considering how instrumental Alert has been smurfing in this lobby.
Pinocchio's got a bit of a flank, though. Oh, he might be able to catch out these members. Oh, they just walk past one another. Oh, no.
Passing through, Pinocchio's taken out easily, and Berserk's is going to catch the sight contact now. Moving up against Beta, a C6 as well. They don't need to turn away from a flash that passes them on by. They just move into the smoke. Hey, bro, how's it going? Thanks for the op delivery. That's real nice of you. Same day delivery, they would say. Full blind, given over, but it doesn't matter when the bottle shoots like this. Oh, boom. I'm starting to understand why you picked Fracture. Even with no Viper, they are performing admirably, especially considering that they were kind of embarrassed on split.
Yeah, a kind of Viperless Fracture at that, and it's from both teams, to be honest, and it really shows the SEA meta differentiates massively from the EMEA Fracture, where we see kind of Viper and Breach as sort of mandatory characters. But in this case, it's going to be a bit of a garage buy from Sharper, and what looks like a big rush away.
Out comes the Blade Storm. Niffy knows that there's a rifle heading down that area, doesn't want to step within the gravity well. And there's going to be plenty of obfuscating presence from this to try and bring Niffy forward. They can't connect the first. Now they're under the duress of a turret that needs to be taken out by their co-conspirator. And Blaze alone on the site. The bottle's getting aggressive. Frostmine delivers a headshot, and the bottle keeps it going, baby. Frostmine falls to a frenzy, but it's all boom in the kill feed. Green on red on green on red. And 12 now. Match point, but we're so close to overtime.
Yeah, a really, really solid performance from them. And right now we have got a almost choked Sharper who can pull out a buy, sure, but I don't know what the investment was and the thought process was behind the investment last round. This round sure, there's the op on Niffy, but that's it. They need him to go for a hero play with this. I mean, Pinocchio brings out a Guardian. We rarely see that, but you need to remember as well, this op is glass cannon. There's no armor behind it, Harry. Boomer in a perfect position to close out this map here.
Still or die, baby. Out comes the op. They're trying to drag in Flipside while they were piloting the dog as well. They will get out of that just in time. And it looks like there's going to be a little bit of a listing over towards B here. Coming up main with that operator still in hand. I've got my eyes on Niffy here. They could look for a wallbang if they suspect the positioning behind the Radianite boxes. But for now, oh, they've seen the bottle. They've missed that, though. Here's the movement from Flipside when it takes out the op. It's taken out the primary weapon, the primary threat. And guess what? Even more has been identified. It's all going wrong as Berserk has seen where everyone else is at. The jig is certainly up. And there's been a mass rotation over towards B. The spike could leave Kremer, but time is starting to dwindle.
This is really worrisome for Sharper. The Reyna is so low on HP, and they are really running out of utility. Alert's going to try and make a bit of presence here, but what really can he do off the back of it? That Aftershock's going to leave him out of position, and at that point, once his turret goes, he's going to have no other warning but him using himself as a bit of a meat shield.
30 seconds left.
The Empress has expired. This needs to be a hit from Pinocchio, and it will be. And that's going to be a little bit of additional health, a little bit of breathing room. A touch of forgiveness, potentially. Out they come with the Guardian again. They're doing it with a subpar rifle, semi-automatic, but fully dangerous, I can guarantee. Movement onto the B site now, and the rotation comes through from elsewhere. The operator's been picked up by Pinocchio, so they'll look for a dismiss. And a C6 is getting it done with the Sheriff. And the law around here, son. There's no need to look elsewhere because justice is being dispensed. Frostmine gets outflanked by Pinocchio's, and by God, they've done it. Sharper, bring us to overtime.
How on earth have they been able to do it? I mean, that was as bad as a buy as you get. But Pinocchio's, the Guardian, as you mentioned, subpar, fully deadly, and right now, not even requiring a 3-round burst because this has been a solid performance from him. And, I mean, what a time for him to step up. But the most of the game has been down to Alert and Niffy. Pinocchio's kind of has his hallmark round now. Once Beta and a C6 both get their grips on their opponents, moments, we may see a very, very different end to this map. But on the flip side, you've got Flipsider, who has also been a star player for Boom, who hasn't quite had his moment in stardom just yet. And if he can rise in overtime, this could go either way. Rifles come out, no ops in sight. We'll have to see how this hit to B works.
My soul is a firecrammer. What a great way to start the Royal SEA Challenge. An overtime on Fracture of all things. Frostamind remains unperturbed here.
Uh-oh.
Thanks to some... Oh no. Oh, no. That ain't good. That was a whole team DC, it would appear.
That is not good at all. That
Yikey.
is really worrisome.
We can... While they figure that out, let's have a look at this. Let's have a look at this scoreboard. Alert hasn't got a kill in a while. They have been so close to this 30 bomb since they got that 4K on B site, but it feels like Alert has definitely been checked considerably in the last few rounds. It's really allowed Boom a little bit more room to operate with.
Yeah.
Oh, hello.
We'll bring it back on screen.
Hi, my ugly mug on your face again for just a second.
Hopefully we can fix things momentarily. Looks like we have had a bit of a rollback. We'll go straight into this. Once the freeze time ends, and we can go from there. Looks like we're all good, though.
I think it rolled back a round too fast. So
yeah, while they fix that, we can stay on camera. We can talk amongst ourselves. Yeah, a really, really solid game so far from both sides. My worry for Boom is that a lot of their effectiveness came off the back of their ult usage. The fact they're unable to use that now, the fact that they're having to rely on now abilities and aim. Their crossfires are good, their teamwork is considerably better than Sharper's, but Sharper's raw aim is where they have the advantage, and on their defender's side, that can be really hard to overcome. Oh, he go back and get it.
Alright. Back to it, boys. And once again, it is Sharper on the defense now. Boom on the offense. No operators, no glass cannons in sight, Kramer.
My worry right now is that while the glass cannon operator was sort of considered by Niffy, it just didn't work. And I think Boom saw that, and so I suspect that their thought process is that if Boom, if it doesn't work for them, it probably won't work for us. These teams are so evenly matched that they may not have to test strategies because it's not needed. For Sharper, I want to see Alert used a bit more as a lurker. He does it very well on his defending side, and that's what got him such a high kill count. But on the attacking side, he's been kind of used to spearhead
the entry killjoy.
Yeah, the entry killjoy, and it really hasn't worked out for the most part. For now, though, as it looks like Boom are just going to dance around a bit, we'll hopefully be able to sort out the DC.
Just making sure that everyone's good to go. The last thing we want is for anyone to be at a disadvantage when these teams are playing it so damn close here on Fracture. We've got such limited exposure to this map in professional settings. It's very new, of course. I don't know if it was in the map pool for LCQ. I think it might have been, but very few teams opted into it, obviously. Everyone wants to play the games that they've scrimmed more, and they've been scrimming Haven, Bind, and Split since the release of the game, so they're much more likely to consider them some of their top maps. But one of the interesting things about our veto system is that this was a guaranteed pick. Well, both teams got themselves a ban, and then both teams got themselves a pick, and Boom said, you know what? We're going to go to the newest map. We're going to go to Fracture. And I thought coming into this tournament, but it might be the underdogs who try to take the more experienced teams to Fracture, where potentially they can just pull out some surprise strats that haven't been seen before.
You're absolutely right. Of course, you need to remember, this isn't our running game today. We've got Kingsman versus Division X and Todak versus Louvre to look forward to in the coming hours as well. So we really do have an action-packed day, Harry. And dare I say it, a game this close, I suspect this is just the start.
Yeah, I thought that this would be potentially a close game that would go the way of Boom. Maybe they'd win out both maps. I didn't anticipate that we'd end up going to Split, though. But our other matches could be pretty damn close. Especially Todak versus Louvre. Because Todak at the moment, completely unknown. They haven't played an official game since August.
Yeah, it's going to be really
They've been in the hyperbolic time chamber, you know?
Yeah, but in stasis. However, we're back into the game, though, and for now, it's going to be slow but methodical control from Boom as they just try to encroach their way to this B site.
Flip side of here. No one to trade them. One-man army. on A. 3 players currently here, including one going very far north on Dish, but they will be checked if they rotate around by the turret of Frostmind. However, the entry from Bursa is waylaid slightly. That's going to be one frag already. Can Flipside get any more? No. Pinocchio's wrapped in behind. Gives him a little bullet cuddle. And a C6 is added to the Butcher's bill. Bursa hasn't been able to make many inroads into this site. And they're losing players all this time without being able to pinch in. And they're looking in the wrong direction. Alert on the lurk. It's suddenly a 1 versus 3. Blaze is all by themselves, and while they try to plant, a C6 picks that one up. 3 there for the Sky, winning duel after duel. And I would have liked to have seen something a little bit more affirmative from Bursa. A timeout. Is this the first one we've seen?
First timeout today. I love the fact we're seeing a timeout, though. We rarely see timeouts come through, especially in overtime. The fact that we see Sharper call theirs is just to break any momentum, to remove any consideration from their opponents, to come up with something fancy. And when you call timeouts like this, usually the response would be either very slow take or execution. And what we see quite commonly, actually, is after a timeout to go for a rush. Just the idea of thinking that you catch your opponents off guard, you make him suspect that this is going to be what would have been a methodical, kind of well-executed take, instead turns out to be a rush. Now, Sharper, their rush hasn't really worked out for them. For the most part, their rounds have been won off the back of getting a man advantage, and then using that to sort of press a site. Rushes seem to be counteracted very easily by what has been some very well-placed Astra Orbs from Blaze.
I've got to give a lot of credit to Acetix. Very on the ball.
Yeah.
When it came to seeing their friends drop on A, they still held B fastidiously, knowing that that could be a lurk. There wasn't a report of secondary gunfire at that duel. But now, this team, Sharper, underdogs from Thailand, the second best team in Thailand, some would say. After Full Sense, maybe ahead of X10. They stand 1 round away from beating out Boom.
So aggressive. So aggressive into attacking
Look at the
spawn right now.
movement. Oh, Versus fallen on down, and Flipside is going to be traded. There were just too many members still in the attacker spawn. And now it's down to 3-3. Blaze has evened it up by winning their duel. But guess who's all alone? The Bottle. The newer member. The new recruit. I belong on Boom. The Bottle needs to let that ring out with the echoes of the bullets they will puncture through. They're up against Alert. So dangerous. They're up against Niffy. They hear the plant. Will they walk the smoke to try and stop this? Alert is staring it on down. A Nano Swarm could be instantly pushed out their way. And now the turret is available. And look at a wide angle here as well from the Astra. Niffy could be pushed out of this area, but no, they just about managed to pixel dodge. And there we go. Beta is identified. Alert, are they going to take the swing onto this? Out comes the flash. It fully blinds Niffy. Bottle, get it done. The newer member's going to dart at least to the Nano Swarm, and Alert's just playing guerrilla warfare now. Out comes the turret, and there is going to be the delivery. Frostmind gets it done. And that's going to be double overtime, baby. 13-13.
These teams look inseparable right now. We have another timeout get called by Sharper. And right now, this is looking very, very scary for them. That was their round to lose. And boom, they had a very clean retake. Having already thrown the Nano Swarm from Frostmind, they register the fact that it could still have a player who's pixel dodged it. Hard clearing Niffy means that they were just able to take 1 duel at a time. They cascade onto the site, and as you mentioned, while Alert is good, unfortunately being overwhelmed makes it, well, very difficult to win. We have a 29-17 Killjoy though, and that is something you very rarely see, especially at a pro level. Alert having a solid game.
Alert? 30 bomb? Question mark? PogChamp? Yes, I speak Twitch. I'm quite fluent, actually.
Yes. I'm not used to hearing you speak Twitch at all. It makes my hair stand up on end. So,
How do you do, fellow Zoomers? It is I, a denizen of twitch.tv/Epulze Gaming. Only the best of streams here at the Royal SEA Challenge. And we just have ourselves a quick tech pause. You guys probably saw the chat. Something going wrong with, I believe, Beta's sound. And now they're good. so we can get back into our second overtime.
The second, it's the Castle Discuss. The second we go, it's okay, we'll have an extended break. No, that means we're not having an extended break. The second we go, this will be quick, it's not quick. And in this case, it certainly wasn't. We're back into this game now. Sharper on the defense once more. We got Boom ready for the attack. Once again, no ops come out. There's rifles round the board. All the utility in the world. And I mean, I would love to see an ult get achieved, but it doesn't look likely, does it?
Boom back on the attack. Seems like thus far, the overtime has been defender-sided out of the data set of 2. Admittedly, not a huge data set, but still 100% success rate on the defense. Fracture, I imagine, over the next few weeks and months is going to be rethought as a map. Is it attacker-sided? Is it defender-sided? Often you see an augmentation that, hey, it can be much harder to hold these sites because you can be so easily surrounded, and people sort of break off into, like, defender death squads, like you see Beta and Nithy doing at the moment, moving out around this area to try and gain control of Dish, and of course that ultimate orb as well if they need it.
For now, a very, very slow round from Boom, just tiptoeing their way to this A site, but the jigs afoot. Here comes the attack. Pinocchio, he's going to be called to action.
Oh my goodness, it almost sucked into that, but that's a spike on the floor. They've traded out for one, and that seems to be good enough for now. From high ground, Beta, what more can they do? They can get 2 for themselves. That's absolutely plenty, mate. Sharper are looking sharp as hell with their aim. They've confirmed Bursa's presence with the ringing caw of the bird. And now it's just going to come down to potentially a Jet versus Jet duel. They don't want to give away a 1 versus 4. And Alert's not going to do so. That's a 30 bomb, baby. Clap, clap, clap.
I'm glad we see it. I mean, Alert, this is more of a statement to make to all your other teams, isn't it? To almost say to everyone else in the group, go on, try. Just try.
Give it a go.
Yeah, go on, have a crack at it. As right now we have got a Boom who... they're on the back foot, frankly. I mean, despite having a really well-recovered second half, they just haven't been able to take the lead in the nick of time. We see a Sharper who, last round, Boom, their defending side was just a complete push. Unfiltered attack. This time around, yeah, that gimmick only works once.
Indonesian Pride, vaguely on the line. Still early days here of a Royal SCA Challenge, but you always want to start off with your best foot forward. Speaking of forward, look at the positioning here. From the Boom defense, they seem pretty happy with trying to claim a huge amount of space. Frostmind moves away for now, but hearing that door shut, they know that Frostmind has at least been present for a while.
A few smokes get deployed to try and shut them down. Nothing too wild just yet, though, was... Sharper, they haven't really left their spawn, have they, Harry? Really running down this clock now and hoping that a member of Boom overextend, which is sort of how they were able to get the man advantage on the defender's side. Unfortunately, they won't be able to have the same success on their attacking one as the Astra Stars get thrown to this beast site. They seem to have betrayed their intentions. Will they be stopped, though?
You wanted Alert to be a lurker, and a lurker they are. They haven't moved in about a minute now. Not a single muscle in their body. Flipsider. They take themselves a peek. They've seen plenty. Out goes the blind, but Pinocchio's has maintained eyesight. The second bird, and now Flipsider has to make a decision. Bursa is able to relieve a little bit of the pressure, getting themselves a 2K, but Beta strikes on back. And that's going to be more trades. 3Ks for either side. Heroes are rising on both sides of this, but now Frostmind needs to go big. With a plant down and the Cosmic Divide on top of that, Beta could have secured this now for Sharper, and I've got my eyes on this Astra to remain a hero. They need to be placed first, and they're unable to do so. A 2 versus 1, not enough health is left on a C6, and baby, we're going down again.
Harry,
triple overtime.
Do you like your voice?
Occasionally.
These guys don't. So I hope you're not used to having it, because this is still Series 1. The action is definitely not going to stop. And I mean, hey, we're at a stage now where both teams, if they could walk away with a win, they would walk away with a win, because this has been an incredible way to start both the tournament and, well, today. A very, very solid game from either side, and once again they're sort of mimicking this by Phantoms, Vandals in the mix, rifles only, no glass cannon ops, but more importantly we're going to see Boom now with a massive stack to the northernmost side of these gates.
By the 20th I'm going to be casting this in Morse code, Kremer. There will not be a single muscle fiber left in my throat. Blaze will they be disturbed by this Trailblazer? Seems like they're going to get some kind of eye contact here, but it does not betray the presence of both Bursa and Flipsider, who are clearing out and will gain control of this orb. Go for the Seekers? No. Okay, interesting.
Really, really slow attack from Boom right now. They're trying to catch these players off guard, and they seem to have done so beautifully. Beta and Pinocchio, they've heard nothing. They've heard the odd start. That's it. Here comes the attack. See what they can do.
Stars come on in. Pinocchio, they could wrap around the back. They'll hear the door opening, though, and they're going to have to beat the bottle here. And beating the bottle has been consistently a difficult task to achieve. Bottle takes the peak. Pinocchio gets it done. But Devour gives some extra health, but it's not enough to try and duel with Frostmind. Nifty's going to be able to roll around the back right now, but the plants come on through. And remember, we're in overtime. You don't have to worry about dying to a spike. You can play it close and tight if you so desire. Frostmind falls on down, but still on Overwatch right now is Blaze. Down is Alert. 2 versus 2. High ground is gained, and up comes the smoke on top of that. A C6 pushes on through, and Blaze is able to this. Boom could get themselves in the lead, and you bet that they will. Blaze from the high ground, playing on Overwatch. Slam it like it's the snooze button. 15-14.
We finally, at long last, see Boom win their attacking side. It's been so difficult for both sides, actually, to convert them. We're finally at a stage now where this could be Boom's chance to close out the map and the series. It was a long, hard slog to get here, but you need to remember that this has been a real clash of titans, and considering how in overtime every single round has been won on the defender's side, the fact Boom have finally converted it makes me think that this could be the start of the end for Sharper.
Getting that attacking round so damn important. Sharper return to the attack, and there is going to be an exchange of gunfire. Down A main for now. 3 players are waiting there. If this gravity well comes on through in time, Predator could be caught, but no, Blaze is going to be able to get away from that. With some well-timed retreats, they'll cede away the space, but crucially keep their life.
Oh, mate, he's almost inviting Flipsider to peek into him, isn't he? Flipsider, is he going to bite? Oh, he is, but no player draws blood. Instead, it is just more of an acknowledgement. Ah, you're here? Yeah, I'm here. All right. We'll just ignore each other for now. Yeah, as looks like the A site has... Right now, the gaze has been set on A site by Sharper, but in terms of actually getting there, that appears to be their biggest problem.
I've got my eyes on alert right now. The pinch is coming through. They will, of course, be tripping the alarm bot here, and the smoke's already been used. So now it's down to Pinocchio to try and make this entry happen. They know potentially where Blaze is playing. They've seen the outgoing damage. They're trying their best to bang on through the boxes, but Predator's just too damn good at that. A C6 needs to rescue this for Sharper. They can't allow it to slip through their fingers now. It's down to a 2 versus 2, but Burst is still alive. Burst is still kicking. Out comes the flash. And now, who's all alone but Beta? 1 versus 2. Forthcoming have been the heals. They need to plant because time's not their ally, but they get it done. They get the first, and they get the second. They don't know where Bursa is, but Bursa's got a really good idea where this Astra has placed it down. They have the ultimate, but dare they go into the cosmic form? It could be too much of a risk. There's no updraft here. Bursa, they might have spotted the ponytail. Just that. Betraying bit of hair. The keratin is too much. Bursa grabs the frag. They put the GG in the chat. They need to go and find the spike. It's up top, mate. Should be an easy defuse. And boom. They will be able to draw up this series 1-1.
It was a long, hard slog, but boom, they're able to do it off a wonderful clutch from Berserks. Both Berserks and Alert, some incredible games. 31 kills on Alert, 27 on Berserks. The newcomer to the roster of Boom has absolutely proven himself. An incredible game from him, and what a way to finish our first series of the day. A CSGO-esque scoreline, some would say, but nonetheless, an absolutely formidable side.
Yeah, we say what a way to finish, but it's also a way to begin, Kramer. The Royal SEA Challenge has only just started. Match number 1 of literally dozens that are going to be occurring on this channel from November 8th through to November 20th. So make sure that you're following and you find all the ways to interact with the tournament over the coming almost 2 weeks.
You're absolutely right. That is going to be the end of our first series of the day. Next up, we have got another incredible match you do not want to miss. We have got I believe it's Kingsman versus Division X. It should be that. Anyway, we'll have to wait and see. So, we'll be back in about 5-10 minutes or so when the action will continue. Don't go anywhere, trust me, it's going to be just as good as this one.
Fill me out with your smile. Let the sunshine breeze the light. Fill me out with a flame. I will let you in this game. Take me out when I'm down. 'Cause with you I'm safe and sound. 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 I'm safe and sound.
Hello, hello, hello. Welcome back. We have got another killer game ahead. We've got Kingsman versus Division X. This is going to be another Clash of Titans, another incredible game, really, to kickstart our second game in Group A.
Thank you very much for joining us, everybody. Whether you are in Southeast Asia, you're staying up late in North America and avoiding those Zeds, or you've just woken up to a classic Monday morning over in Europe. If you're wondering what our teams are representing in terms of geographies, Kingsman represent Malaysia, and they're coming into this definitely as a favorite, whereas Division X, or DXG as they might be referred to, are from Vietnam.
This is going to be an interesting one. We've got Haven and Bind being kind of by far the best maps for Kingsman. So the fact we have Haven being our opening map, Kingsman, they're going to be very damn happy with that. For Division X, I'm interested to see if they're able to kind of keep it close, keep it contentious, and more importantly, try and use it as an opportunity to sort of shake Kingsman a bit, try and instill their confidence a bit, and try and make sure that when they go to our second map, they're not as confident as they would be having just won the first.
Interesting to note that the bind was expended by Kingsman on Fracture. So potentially don't want to go over to the newest map and would rather the evil that they know, because they have actually decided not to ban Split. And both of these teams, let's just set the stage, they don't like Split. They really don't like Split. Both of these teams since June 2021 have only played Split twice each. On the side of DXG, they've won it once. And Kingsman, they haven't won it at all. Which means that we're going to Split as our second map. DXG have decided, you know what? 50% win rate is good enough, bruv. We'll see if we can throw Kingsman through a loop on that. Like, if they're not going to ban it, then we'll see if we can exploit it.
We'll hit our head against the wall hard enough, and eventually it will shatter, right?
Compound concussions.
That is how they're planning on starting this. And I mean, hey, it could work out for them. We go straight into our pistol round. Once again, we seem to see very, very aim-oriented pistol rounds come out from a lot of these teams. You know, DXG, 4 ghosts come out from them. This is really, really kind of unusual to see. I mean, sure, Frenzy's coming out, maybe alternating from Nizzy, can't quite decide which one to go for, but we're so used to seeing a pistol round which will involve classics and just utility. The aim here is really what makes the SEA Asian very flashy indeed. And for now, as we see KGM get ready to go into their default, let's see if they're able to draw that first blood.
I believe the Asian
name
script,
we can't read.
I believe that's Yes I Can. If
that's a cool name.
If my process of elimination is correct, but we may just refer to them as Sova in the heat of the moment. Attacker 1 has already fallen. The Docs are here. A very interesting character as we look into this matchup. They were previously on Todak, another group mate, and some would say that when they left Todak, they upgraded onto a team that's fairly higher in the VLR rankings. I know that they're somewhat experimental and not entirely reliable when it comes to how good a team is, but the Doctor has been pretty successful since then.
You're absolutely right. We've got Yes I Can on the shoulder peak on B. I think he's going to hear this garage control be established. Nizzy's definitely going to call that. And while it's the hits B, it certainly means that Heisen's going to be under a lot of pressure.
Nizzy, a newer member of DXG, looking to prove themselves. They're previously on Ego, one of the top teams in Vietnam. Will only get one before Nom Phu takes them on down. And now Jin and Yes I Can will look and try and make a pincer maneuver happen. The Doctor's going to be the first point of contact. Ghost versus Ghost. And, well, the Doctor is in and Jin is out.
Just what the Doctor ordered. We've got Yes I Can. I need to almost...
We're going to have a lot of fun with that name, aren't we?
We're going to love it, aren't we? Yes. The dog going for the Jingle Peak as well. That's a new one, isn't it?
Brizza, just going to back off for now. Left at 18 HP. Don't want to tussle with the devil. Yes, I can. Can't survive. Nom Phu will grab their third, and Kingsman here are going to walk over the first round. For those of you who need the overview, Kingsman are heavy favorites moving into this compared to DXG.
Yeah, I think Kingsman, this, dare I say it, may be a one-sided affair. At least this map. I think this series as a whole may end in a tie, but this map...
Split's going to be mad, bro.
Yeah, in particular, this is going to be close. For now, Spectre's out across the board. I mean, no reason to worry about anything else. DXG, with hardly any kills, they don't have the money to go for sort of heavy utility rounds here.
Going to try and keep an eye here on Nom Phu. Oh, we're going to meet Jin here. Unfortunately, unable to get that first frag. Damage may be done, but Yes I Can is going to be able to take out. Oh my goodness, close contact right there. They're playing in the smokes, boys. They're coming from the trees. And Yes I Can will fall on down. Nomfu has eyes over towards Heisey, reveals their location with the classic. And unfortunately, left all alone now is Attacker 1 with a classic to their name and no friends.
You know, Attacker 1, I thought you were giving him like a generic name. No, he's called Attacker 1. It's
the fifth defender on our UI, ironically.
Yeah, maybe that's why he's called Attacker 1. However, DXG, I mean, hey, a kill here would be great. Maybe save your Spectre, but I think that recon dart, that's soul crushing, isn't it? That's a very big kind of alert to the rest of the team. Nomfu shuts it down. It's 4 Spectres stay alive, 1 full Zeke. I think he'll be happy with that regardless. For DXG, in terms of equipment going into this round, the Phantoms come out, sure. We should see a fair bit of utility to be used as well. But the only man who's going to really come close to bringing up their role is going to be either Nomfu or Dizzy, both of which within about spitting distance of it. But the Jet ult, it's very reactionary ults. They're not very ults that you'd expect to see used in a setup or in an execution. So for the most part, it should be all down to aim these next couple of rounds unless we see something really groovy come out from what looks like a very heavy mid presence from Kingsman.
Look at this A long push right here. That's a lot to secure that orb. And Jin might be able to pick that one up. Nizzy taking away a huge amount of space here, but they will be checked by both a Cypher Cage and a Tripwire here as a foray down mid gains a good amount of space.
All quiet for now though, as Ivan looks to lead this charge. A duel with Jin about to be achieved, and it's damage to either player.
Jin backs off for now, takes a new angle with the Vandal, but is unable to defeat Nomfu, who thus far has been an absolutely over-the-top duelist on this Jet. 30 HP remains. But you know what they say, Jets can't be cowed by a lack of health. They run on stupid. They run on risk. And Yes I Can knows that Nomfu is waiting on the other side of this. Turns on a dime, a 90-degree into a headshot. That's sussy if you ask me. Attackers grab themselves 2 headshot after headshot with the Phantom. But the post-plant position here is still pretty good for the Doctor. Ideally, admittedly, the Spectre is not ideal at this range. And going up against 3 rifles is not going to be easy. Yes I Can is the first to meet them, delivers the headshot with the Vandal, and the defuse will be forthcoming. DXG pick up their first round.
I know you're wondering, Harry, can he do it? Yes, I can, as he's able to deliver that first round to DXG. That ult comes out on Attacker 1 as well. The Cypher kind of ping can be very, very effective when trying to differentiate between a lurker and the kind of foreshadowing of an execution, as both teams bring out their full rifles. Bear in mind that was a bonus to Kingsman. Being able to get the spike plant as well means that they still get the cash injection, regardless of the fact they lost the round. For the time being, though, DXG spread around the map. Gonna have to try and fend off what looks like another very heavy stack outside A.
Question is, do they make the play for the ultimate orb here? Ult orb control is pretty interesting. On Haven in particular, because they're at these extremities and one's a little bit more easily controllable for the attackers, one more so for the defenders. The spray isn't quite what Nizzy wants, and Riz is going to be the one to put that in the grave. Quite low right now is Nomfu, so they're going to be healed up by the sky. And here you go, a little bit of an advantage, and 4 defenders is not much to spread across 3 sites.
Absolutely right, and for the time being, this sort of quiet before the storm, it feels like, yes I Can, just going for a quick peek when he can. No kill drawn out yet, though.
Alright, there's for recon. Nomfu, undetected thus far. The drone finds the opposing server. Yes I Can is pinged, but look at that reaction speed. It's so good, and Jin plays from hell. Still, Yes I Can will fall, and Acer is going to be seeded over at least until Attacker 1 sees this smoke dissipate. The Doctor never saw it coming, and despite a labored spray, Attacker 1 gets their man. Out goes the neural theft. The Cypher is uploading the virus, and I'm afraid you're going to need more than that to fix this one, son. Heisey goes big, grabs themselves 2. And you know what? DXG, keep it tied up.
I mean, sure, they keep it tied up, but he wasn't even meaning to kill the second player. He didn't even see the first. I think he was happy to get 1. To getting 2 is just... Wait, what was that? as well. That's definitely a way to bring up your World's Divide as well on the Astra. I mean, ults on either side, the Hunter's Fury as well is going to be particularly interesting to watch out for, especially in Afterplants. But for the most part, DXG keeping this even is going to be fairly worrisome for Kingsman, bearing in mind that they went on to Haven being kind of knowing full well that Split is going to be a really, really tough map for them. They want this to be as one-sided as possible, just so they can save the confidence and hope that gives them their chance to pull ahead on Split.
Non-Fu, big boy moments. However, the gauntlet of stars that stands before them, an astral gauntlet, a cosmic worry. They could be sucked in by the gravity well. 4 HP already. That is so worrying. Sky! I need a heal.
I fell off my bike. I got a bruise.
Could you use it better?
Yeah, his boo-boo's been sorted though. He's ready to go fight another player.
For now, just holding back. They don't want to take unnecessary duels. They just want to hold their angles with these rifles. They know that the economy right now for Kingsman is not great. That's a huge ping, though. How do they drop the ball on killing that dart? 2 people fall on down, but the Doctor knows exactly where you're at. The Doctor does remain, and the Doctor will fall.
Doctor?
Losing one isn't too bad, and you know what? DXG get themselves the lead.
Yeah, that is a really, really strong round. I mean, Doctor Who, you know, he's gone in Stardust, he's down the map. Yeah, Doctor Who, I suppose if you're being a true scholar.
English degree intensifies grammar.
We've got a lot of ults ready to be used on DXG. 4 ults ready. I mean, Dizzy expended his last round, but it shouldn't matter too much. I mean, he's got the op anyway, so he's playing at quite a range, quite a distance, and I actually fully expect to see a fair few of them dumped it, because if they can reset the KGM economy, then DXG are going to go to a massive lead.
Jin playing it on the lower rather than the upper meant that Non-Fu just could not adjust their crosshair in time. Great positioning. And somewhat neutering the attack of Kingsman, and that's going to do even more. Nizzy's brought out the operator. Playing from on high, playing from atop this metal box. That is going to leave the attack undermanned, and Jin's going to meet multiple here. Can they get them? No, that's a 3K for Jin. I haven't seen alcohol this dangerous since I went to an absinthe bar in Portugal.
An absinthe bar in Portugal, that is... Remember, the Southeast Asian audience will know absinthe bars in Portugal, Harry.
But they understand how dangerous that sounds, and it is as dangerous as it sounds.
They've had Indonesian firewalls, so it's it's always a worry about. But once again, as you on the topic of kind of strong alcohol content, there are still 4 ults ready to be used from DXG, and right now they have really held on to them quite masterfully. When you see ults used and held onto like this, it's usually when you're expecting an economic collapse. For KGM, they've got 2 to use now that they are down to pistols. I suspect they'll use them to get to a site. For DXG, are they just waiting to play reaction to how KGM used theirs? I mean, either way, it's going to be a slow wait for them.
Questions about Riz's ultimate here. Do you use it in a post plant to try and take people off of a defuse? When you're not dealing with a killjoy, you're a lot more free as a Sova to be kind of laissez-faire with this ult, especially if you can get a ping off the back of a recon drone, but that's already been expended. So maybe Rizza will hold on to this for now as everyone just rolls over towards A site. It is a lone Cypher with their camera, but they're playing in a pretty safe position, so they can just note how many people are in, get themselves a quick bit of recon. They don't have to take contact, but they might decide to.
For the most part, sick, that's an opening.
What a great ping as well, to know exactly where that gravity well would suck them to. That is an unrecoverable rifle, however, up on the high ground. Nizzy entering here with the operator. Gonna be pretty difficult around this collection of 90-degree angles. And there we go. The Hunter's Fury comes on out. Will Rizza be able to connect it? They grab one. It's an exchange of Hunter's Furies, but it seems like for now Rizza is on top of this. Jin get absolutely blasted by Ivan. Ivan the Terrible in this case, just domineering. For now, yes I can, is regarded. And Nizzy's ran out of bullets. Hello, actually, bullets for everybody. Share out, enjoy. Everyone dies. No pockets in the grave, and so it's a full economic reset. And Nizzy has to rebind to the op.
Well, Doctor, give me the news. I've got a bad case for Astra Blues, because that was a really, really well-reacted Worlds Divider. Putting the splits down means that you're locked out your own site. That secondary split gave your teammates somewhere to hide. It gave you a crossfire. That meant you could just play off each other's reaction there, and it worked beautifully. They just sprung the trap the second the bomb was pinged. They shut down their opponents, and for what should have been an eco, that was a really, really strong shutdown from these players. And more importantly for DXG, that was a massive dump of ultimate abilities in expense for what was only 2 well-placed abilities from KGM.
Shots after shots rings out as Nizzy plays from B. Does anyone dare peek this wall again? Remember, that wall, very penetrable to the high caliber of the op. It is a dangerous peak, and so it will be seeded away, forgone in this case, as elsewhere skirmishes are being made up through the sewers.
Jin has got such a strong angle here. He's got such a strong angle, and I mean, sure, he may not have sewers control, but right now he's got a perfect flank. But oh no, the squids! Those damn squids, Harry!
The squids reveal it all. Nomfu has grabbed Yes I Can, and that
Look at this rotation.
That'll bring everyone over to Aish. Oh, wait. They smell. Something's in the air. Something's afoot, boys. There's something fishy going on here, and I would have got away with it too if it wasn't for that Cypher and his meddling tripwires. Out goes the neural spike, and that's going to reveal all the locations. Rizza knows they're safe to plant and then take the swing in the aftermath. The dismiss of Jin removes them from the danger zone, but now they're onto the site through this barrage of shock darts, which Rizza is using to slow down the advance, and Ivan comes through from the alternate end. No one's going to be looking this way, surely. Jin knows that the jig is up, realizes someone's on the backside right now, and delivers a concussion via the dog. That's the operator down, and the operator of Nomfu's got his man as well. Jin looking to try and win the duel, but Ivan simply is too astute. 4-4, but oh my gosh, Kremer. These guys are playing a lot closer than I anticipated.
Really, really effective round, actually, from KGM. More importantly, the fact that they're able to sell that fake purely off the back of a single op shot from Nomfu worked beautifully. I mean, sure, Attacker 1, he realized what had happened, but he was already too far gone. He was already too far rotated before he was able to really consider what to do next. For the most part, for KGM, this is going to be a round of recovery more than a round of kind of establishing your lead. It's going to be interesting to see how they play this default with another very, very heavy commitment in mid.
Re-up on the op, and now Nizzy's taking it down A long. We're yet to see the op in this location, at least from Nizzy. We've seen it a little bit from the opposing Jets. But right now, the other op's playing on C. The second that smoke drops, it could be a trouble for Heisey. They need to have internalized this timer very effectively. Otherwise, Nomfu could make a fool of them. And yeah, there we go. Good cover. They discover the operators there. Will that bring over any reinforcements, or will it just mean a re-upping of the smoke? For replacement of the stars means that they at least don't want to fight that directly. But Jin, they're all about the fights right now, Kremer. They've grabbed themselves 2 before being traded out, and Yes I Can is next in the relay race when it comes to defending B.
There's a flank as well from Nizzy. He doesn't want to go through the tripwire, but he's got such a close angle held that A is just off limits right now, Harry. They're going to run back into him anyway, though. Oh, for Nizzy, this could be his chance for a hero play, but luckily, by the skin of their teeth, KGM, instead they're fighting a more preferable opponent of an Astra with just a mere Phantom to hold C-Long.
Super effective tripwire here as well. Especially considering that it can't be destroyed from inside of A. There you go. Get a nice bit of wall penetration. We're going to roll around the back here. C-site is going to be where the battle happens, but it's only Ivan here with the operator. Op versus op. They're faster than Nizzy, and now they're just going to try and deny that being looted. Time not on their side, so they might have to give away the space in this case, especially knowing that there's going to be a Cypher can in garage. And so it's just a quick sprint from Attacker 1. Pick that one up. And DXG, they keep it pretty solid here on the defense.
You're absolutely right. We've got another sort of shaky buy ready to come out from KGM. I mean, sure, they can buy, but there's like the holes that are starting to show. For instance, that Spectre over on Rizza, that sort of every now and then you might see a player who doesn't quite have full utility. Like, it is, the strain's starting to be felt, and while it isn't going to show this round, if they lose it, it'll absolutely be shown next.
So for next round, you're worrying about. Jin has already gone huge. Nomfu's down. One of the most dangerous members of Kingsman. And I tell you what, Jin has really impressed me over the course of this. Drop the op. I disallow its presence. Nizzy is the only opper here. The spikes doesn't be regarded, thankfully. Behind a couple of walls.
That's nuts.
No. Fuse, Kremmer, I refuse. Kick this man.
That was so clean.
One enemy remaining.
I don't really know what KGM can do off the back of this. Harry, they went into this as heavy favourites. They're being run amok right now.
Oh, stop peeking, Nizzy!
This is Nizzy's. He'll take that any day of the week. He's over the moon.
They just keep coming.
Yeah. It's like, oh, another. Yeah, I love kills. I love kills.
One after another, and they don't peek together. It was just one at a time, one after the other. At the same time, guys, or when you hear that op, elsewhere, I don't know. What do I know? I'm a play-by-play caster, Kremmer. No brainy.
That's right. You're a word monkey. That's how.
Exactly.
You're a word monkey. I'm a stat monkey. and as everyone knows, Harry, apes together strong.
Have browser load VLR.gg. Stat monkey. No big numbers.
I open VLR. You open a thesaurus, and here we are.
Yes, I am very photosynthesis.
Timeout comes through. Something to highlight actually is the ult usage for DXG. I mean, even though they're winning rounds, they still seem to find themselves at an ability advantage pretty much throughout this. And sure, it has come at the expense of the fact that they've just not really been investing abilities that often. They've not really been dropping ults. Attacker, he's held on to his Cypher ult for quite a while now. Same for the Empress and Jin. But it doesn't matter because they're playing it reactionary to how KGM are using theirs. So for KGM, Sheriff's out, they really need to rely on Nomfu with his knives here.
Last time it didn't go great. They instantly got that shot through a Radianite box and were left with 4 HP. Huge amount of space already, though. They've used their dash. They've used one of their updrafts. And moving through that Cypher cage is going to be so difficult because they know that there's a tripwire there at least. They should expect it. The drone here is going to scout through sewers, but it's for wrong of the 2 choices to have made. Sewers, no information there. And Nomfu remains undiscovered at the moment.
Jin almost hiding on C right now. I think he suspects that they may turn their attention back to this site, and because of that, it's going to be a very, very slow round being established for KGM right now. We see their money as well. It doesn't really matter the outcome here. They're full by next round. This is all about damage, as they are really slow with this take in mid. Dare I say it, Nizzy might be called to action once again.
I think they're avoiding that sightline like the plague. They know that it's going to be very difficult to win that duel with classics. Better to try and go for something close range, like a duel out in garage. But when you have to exit garage, that's when you have to deal with these longer sight lines. And now they're going to edit their pathing. Oh, they're going to avoid Nizzy. Luckily for them. And guess what? Nomfu's already down. That break point that was going to be the ultimate is gone. Attacker 1 will be called to action. They've already grabbed themselves 1. They don't want to lose themselves. Oh, it's easy for Attacker 1. Get yourself another one, bro. More and more pings. Easier and easier. The Doctor is going to grab themselves maybe an upgraded pistol right here, as there's going to be an entry onto the site. I think Nizzy might have accidentally caught that headshot from RZA. Just like placed their temple up against the weapon. Recovery of the operator. A defuse of the spike. And that's going to be 7-4 as we come towards the climax of our first half.
I mean, is it going to end on a bang or a fizzle? Because right now, KGM, they look really quite shaken. We've got RZA. He'll be able to bring out the Hunter's Fury fairly soon. But last time we saw it expended, it didn't really gain much traction. For the most part, DXG, they seem to just shut it down instantly with a Hunter's Fury of their own. They exchanged it on that A's site, and while they're kind of 3 away from bringing it over on Yes I Am, the worry is that it may not matter because, well, as you can see, Harry, they're currently good 3 rounds in the lead. It may not matter if KGM are able to recover the half.
Who knows, Kremmer? Right now, A site locked down by the Cypher. Huge defensive prowess, and here we go. Nizzy going to be popping that Blade Storm, but we don't have to worry about them for now. All eyes on Nomfu. Can they make the entry happen? Sticking at Attacker 1 is a great start. And there's Yes I Can falling down as well. Nomfu finally returned from the promised land. And it seems they've been training with the Shaolin monks. I learned the styles of the air, I learned the styles of the water, and so I shall flow onto A site with grace and poise. They find themselves in a tiny little cubby, surrounded out here from 3 angles, but there's no need to worry about dying to a spike. There's no pockets between these rounds. This is the be-all and end-all of the half. Jin and Heisey, they start off well. Nomfu's trying their best to remain disciplined here, and they need to take out multiple people, but Jin is still alive. Zeke's all by themselves, but Jin, what a fragger, unchecked, unburdened, unbroken, and unbent. 8-4 off the back of a massive Reina.
Jin, he just drops that Empress and he tears through those opponents there. Even on the players he doesn't kill, he's got Liz thrown out at all times to do even more damage. Moreover, he's got that just constant hellfire of bullets, and every time he drops an ability, that's an audio clue that's just getting closer and closer to those hiding in these corners, hoping to just dig in and buy time. An incredible round on his part, and more importantly, it gives DXG a massive statement to KGM that actually they're not going to get away with this. 5 ghosts.
We will not be bullied.
5 ghosts, Harry, on DXG. This is such an aim way of playing.
We're aiming today, boys. Let's try and take advantage. DXG. Color me impressed. This is one of the best performances they've had in a while. And for me, it's eyes on Jin. An absolute superstar thus far. But they've already lost out on Attacker 1. That's going to be a little bit less flank control, a little bit less info gather. The Doctor shies away from this duel. 2 duelists are currently pummeling their way over towards B. Dare the Doctor take this peek? The crosshair placement is good, but Nizzy doesn't know the exact position of this Astra, and now they're going to get the drop on them. They look the wrong way to begin with, and Jin's already taken their life before they can connect. However, RZA around the back has gotten rid of the main villain. Jin has fallen, but their minion's still alive.
We just unorthodox, but they found this C site in the process.
C site has been incidentally grabbed, and DXG, they're feeling pretty good thus far. A nicely placed shock dart will interrupt that first attempt at a plant, but Yes I Can. We'll give it another go in the default. Nomfu has not been regarded yet on long. This could be the timing that Nomfu needs, but Nizzy's going to check it once again. They take out Yes I Can, and RZA has got them looking the wrong way. A 3K for the Sova off the back of that. And Kingsman, well, they're bowing towards the throne, and the throne says that your tenure is not yet done. Your duty will not be derelicted upon.
A really, really strong round from them, and honestly, that's exactly what they needed. It gives them, it opens the door ajar to let them back into this game. They've still got a hill to climb, not a mountain yet, we're not talking Everest, but it's still the Alps. As they prepare,
Peekaboo.
yeah, exactly. They still prepare for what is going to be a somewhat shaky investment from DXG. It's not a force buy, but there are still weapons coming out. There are marshals, there's sheriffs. It's enough to kill, which is something they have to be very wary of.
So to throw out everything you thought you knew about Southeast Asian Valorant. Boom, getting a draw against Sharper.
Oh, that's
DXG in the lead. That's a big old dart right there. Won't deal too much damage to that one, though.
Just a matter of waiting for the time being. Slow control out from Nizzy, and for RZA, this is a really strong angle. He jump spots, doesn't give a single audio cue in the process. Really effective place to hold from, but well, from now on, it's all information gathering.
The drone's going to spot the second now, and that's going to be a second recon bot as well. That'll reveal the Sheriff in it, but Jin's going to be one of the primary threats. For Shock Dart does plenty of damage to multiple people, leaving them all so weak. The Astra's basically holding on by a thread. Nomfu's waiting for Jin. Your entry has been denied, good sir. And the Marshal's got no room to work with. Nomfu and RZA just tear through flesh and bone like a lion at a carcass. Inside that smoke is a pretty conveniently timed Sonic Arrow, and so Heisey remains undisturbed and undiscovered for the moment.
I mean, like, they've still got credits, so their way of going about this round was entirely to do some damage. It's not the end of the world, you're investing next round anyway. for Heisey. Getting a kill would be nice. Is the Doctor
No
the man to fool?
Question mark? I can vibe with it. Oh, never mind. Just wasn't enough health. The second that any trigger was pulled, they just evaporated. And that's going to be the second 3k for Rizza in 2 rounds. So, nice.
He's a man to watch out for now. He's getting that confidence. And while he isn't quite on the levels of Jin, he's certainly catching up. Only a couple of kills separate the two of them. And while Jin has been the star player for DXG, he's been the one who's been bringing them round after round. Right now, he's only one man. Nonfu and Rizza, they're 2. And 2 beats 1. I'm good with numbers like that. And as Jin is going to have to work a bit harder, we'll see where DXG proves to attack with this investment. Against the bonus, shall I say, of KGM.
I'm only one man, father. Oh, the Marshal. Warning shots. Down C long. Heisey risks going for this yet again, but look at this. Yes, I can. Very close to meeting the Jet here. And this could be troublesome. There's a crossfire here from Jet and Sova. Nonfu and Rizza. Don't want to meet them in a dark alley, especially as a duo. In the meantime, Nizzy has penetrated deep up through the gardens and is close to being able to enter B now.
Man to stop him is going to be Rizza, but he needs to be so damn careful. If he falls, that B site, it's going to be an instant bomb plant anyway. It looks like we may see the plant, and with Rizza being the only man with an ult to use it, he really needs to try and stay alive.
Is using the updraft, hoping that they could make some crosshairs be pushed upwards. Heisey's already been taken out from Nonfu, who went on a big flank around mid. And now they're popping out the Bladestorm. They want to stop this momentum in its tracks. They refuse to allow DXG to get much off these rifles. 31 HP remains, but that's more than enough for Nonfu. Oh my goodness, could it be the ace? Nonfu only needs to deal now with Jin. And Jin is by no means an easy frag. The dismiss puts them in a treacherous area. The movement could come through. Nonfu will be denied the ace by the Doctor. But hey, a 4K is nothing to be ashamed of, son.
Yeah, absolutely right. That was a solid round from Nonfu. And just like that, he and Jin, they're all tied up. Jin, while he has been having a great game, there's just no follow-up. He's the only one really giving the star fragging power. And as you saw just there, Nonfu, all he has to do is get him from the flank. Blink and you miss it. He's got a 4K. And more importantly, he's just given them a very important round, forcing DXG back down to pistols. And, well, DXG are a side that don't go for the force buys. They go for ecos and then hope that their full investments have a bit more beef behind them. I suspect you may see an op come out on Nizzy next round.
Eyes on Nonfu's op for now, but it isn't going to be meeting anybody. It's instead going to be Rizzo who takes the first contact. Sheriff versus Vandal, and a touch of damage done just puts Rizzo on notice and makes him a little bit more perturbed about checking these angles, knowing that now they could easily be one shot at any range by a headshot from a Sheriff.
Have to be very, very damn careful, attacker. He's going to have to take this duel with Zeke, and while Zeke, for the most part, is just go for him for anything. Hasn't quite seen anyone yet.
Peek me. I dare you. There's the first. It's easy clap. The second's crossed on over, but Nonfu is unable to connect at this moment. Dare they leave the safety of heaven? Dare they allow gravity to become their cruel mistress? They've lost out on Zeke, so they might need to try and augment this push, or at least augment the defense. Waiting right now for the smoke to drop. It's going to be re-smoked up by the Jet. The Cloudburst will continue to obfuscate Nonfu. Have they left? The answer's no. Attacker 1 found that out the hard way. And now it's going to be the third. Nizzy falls on down. It's through the Radianite box. The drop with a shorty, baby. And not martial arts going to walk away with an ace.
What a round from Nonfu, just taking fight after fight. And if that wasn't enough, Harry, dropping down, death from above at the business end of a shorty. He gives KGM their equalizer. DXG, they go for a timeout. They're shaken. They're scared. How do they beat Nonfu when he is frankly on fire?
Damn. Damn, man.
That's a round.
I mean, admittedly, it was an operator versus a bunch of pistols.
That doesn't matter.
The composure and the mental damage when you get riggedy wrecked by one guy with a big old sniper and a short old shotgun. That drop right there. Oh, that took some serious cojones.
Absolutely did. And honestly, for KGM, that is a statement to DXG. Come try. See if you can take this off. See if you can
Give
do
it
it.
a go.
Yeah, I mean, we thought that we saw some hero plays from Alert last game, but no, Nomfu, he too is really rising up now, going 24-9. We may see our second 30 bomb today, especially if this goes the distance. As the full buy comes out, Nizzy, as suspected, does have that off out to try and duel with Nomfu. And honestly, this battle between both Orpus is going to be really interesting to see who's able to come out on top.
Both of them have been impressive. But Nizzy right now, decisions after this tactical pause. They might decide to just stick to the Phantom with a mini shield. Nomfu's got themselves a pretty reassuring bank, and it's worth noting that yet to drop a defensive round are Kingsman. Seems like this is really where their bread gets buttered on Haven.
Damage trying to be done. They've really slow default from the XG right now. Methodical take into mid, but they just don't want to risk running into Nomfu. And look how scared it's made them.
Cowed away in fear. Submitted to the throne that Nomfu projects. The Kingsmen are legion. And Jin right now. They can use the Lear to take a safer peek right here if they so desire. And they are going to be hit by that recon bolt as well, which means Nomfu has to give away this base. And that gives a little bit of movement for Jin to roll on up towards that perch that they know so well.
And now, silence from both sides. And it looks like they're leaving mid now and turning their attention to this C position. You need to remember as well, they actually currently have an ult advantage. The Empress and the Divide are both going to be very, very crucial in taking this C site and making their lives easy as they do so. For now, I mean, sure, Nomfu might be able to bring out Bladestorm, but that doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things, especially when you're using the open shorty anyway. We'll have to see just what can be done now as the attack comes in.
Nizzy moving on in. Unperturbed by the gauntlet of utility that sits before them. They see the Astra, but they're looking in the wrong direction because Zeke has come around on the other area. The Operator gets itself a singular kill, and on top of that, the Shock Dart is even more dangerous. However, Jin is all by themselves, but if anyone can do it in a 1 versus 3, Jin could. Time, though, makes fools of us all.
Yeah,
especially me.
Cruel mistress, isn't she? Waiting for no one, some would say. As we have got a really, really kind of uncomfortable position from DXG. They're around down. They have money, but limited money at that. I mean, Jin saving that weapon means that it almost gives them bias fallacy, where they think, if they have the Vander, we might as well force this round, and it's done just that. A bit of an over-investment from Heisey, actually, as he sits down at 1k, as well as Nizzy here. They really need to make this round work.
The Ops rotated, it's now on A long, and no one's going to be meeting them there. I've got my eyes on Jin here. The hero that DXG needs. But one man. But one unit. Some might say. The Doctor moves through the smoke, put down by the enemy. Could the rifle be witnessed here? They've been pinged, and Jin's going to get that one easily. That could be an upgraded weapon potentially, and you can see that the jet is already diving in. Jin takes out the tracking dart and then moves to try and take the door here against Zeke. They're able to take out Zeke, but not before damage is done to their teammates. The dismiss gives Jin a little bit of additional life, and Attacker is able to pick up the slack when it comes to the Gundles. Out comes Valia, but Jin needs to be so careful. Only 37 HP remains, and they still do have the Devour granted, but they haven't had the chance to put it onto anyone. They will get pinged to... No, they're just out of range. So lucky for Jin. This cubby could be... unbreakable! Nomfu grabs Attacker 1, but that brings the trap, and Admiral Akbar could not be more proud.
A wonderful back and forth, actually. Heisey and Jin, great teamwork to swing in absolute unison there to bring that knight. But their positions were suspected. I mean, we saw the shock darts get thrown. We saw, more importantly, to see the that angle held, despite the fact Heisey was able to swing through it, get that kill, give the equalizer, and at 9-9, Harry, I suspect we may be seeing an overtime here again, because this looks like both teams are inseparable almost.
Group A. It's looking mighty close, Kramer.
Yeah, my God.
It's looking mighty close.
Still with an ult advantage, though, over on DXG, but that may not stop them from deploying them, as right now, Zeke, I mean, sure, the Cypher information can help, but if no one dies, what can you really do with it?
Nomfu hasn't opted to go up to heaven, interestingly. They've been able to get some good purchase with the operator from there previously, but they still do have an updraft if they want to get a little bit technical. For now, playing it low, they're going to be going up against the Owl Drone. Here comes the drone. Nomfu instantly shoots it down. Now they know that the operator's on this angle. Out comes the Hunter's Fury. Nomfu's lined it up so well, but now just needs to randomly throw some shots into the dark. Riz is trying to keep it locked down and will succeed in that until they're taken out by Attacker 1. Still, the overwhelming force of Nizzy, and yes, I can, floods onto the A site, and the plant will be forthcoming. Zeke is all alone. Full health, 1 cyber cage, and a phantom. What can you do against Yes I Can and Nizzy?
I love their call as well. Look at them. They push straight to CT. They know exactly what Zeke is doing here. Zeke, you may be able to get it halfway done. The information off the back of his ult may help as well. It's just got to clear so many angles at once here. Just dancing outside
as well. Shock darts in the hands of Yes I Can make this very difficult to try and defuse, and that means that the Jack can just stay a little bit further away. Here comes the recon. It's on the wrong side there. Oh my goodness, that is very ballsy. And Nizzy's there to clean it on up. The dive from Yes I Can. Go admire it sometimes.
I mean, the stars align, don't they? I mean, there's a world where he wins that, right?
I'm going in, boy.
Yes. Go big or go home. But in this case, it'll be neither. We have a very limited investment from Kingsman. They've got that off out on Nomfu. It'll be fair enough. He's been incredible with it all game. But the follow-up, really, you know, we've got Guardians on the docks. And unfortunately, the news he's bringing, it ain't pretty.
Wasting ammo. SMH. For the moment, non-committal positions from the attacking Vietnamese side. They have themselves an advantage, and they're not keen to squander it.
Aggression. Mid. Zeke. Really well-placed cam here. He's going to have all the information in the world as to who's coming, but not really to worry about just yet. Ballerina, who is just making a bit of noise.
Warnings. A declaration of presence is drawn over a second here. The Doctor going to be in reserve. A reinforcement. And a shot, I believe, rang out there from potentially... Yeah, it was only Nomfu as the operator ready now. Just playing down A long. And look how reservedly Attacker 1 is currently positioned. Any rotations coming through their territory are going to be instantly punished. But speaking of roaming ciphers, you've got to worry about Zeke as well, who might try and exit this area. It's an all-out gunfight on the entrance of B, but it feels like they're not shooting people as much as they're shooting the environment.
They're shooting the metaphor. They're shooting a thought. It's only 5 seconds left. They're gunning it away, Harry.
Oh, they've got to move in quickly, but we've got so many doors that they have to take. Instantly, they're eviscerated. Ivan's grabbed 2. Nomfu 2 to their own name as well. It's moved into the crossfire. I smelled that trickery from a mile away. The oldest trick in the book.
You know what it reeks of, Harry? It reeks of a 30 bomb from Nomfu. Yeah, he is on fire right now. While DXG, they have been a bit more consistent. Kind of everyone a bit more close to the herd. It doesn't matter. It's Nomfu. He's Nomfu. What you do to beat him?
It's going to be damn difficult, man.
What I do like, actually, from this side is that both teams have been dropping their ults fairly frequently. It means that we are seeing a bit more of a higher octane and a higher tempo of play. On topic of higher tempo, is Nomfu going to go for a pick here?
Eyes on Nizzy. Blade Storm out. Otherwise, only the classic. They need to connect themselves a headshot, get themselves a lootable rifle. What is this, though? Nomfu gets pinged by the recon bot and has to move away, but now presence has been betrayed over here. And you know that Nizzy wants to be able to grab that operator. That would be the ultimate loot for an under-equipped jet. For now, though, only rear guard as the rest of the team list lazily over towards C.
I mean, there's their chance for an attack, and for the most part, let's see just what the Doctor and, more importantly, Zeke can do on their defense. The Doctor, last time he was in this position, he played more of a retake setup, and it led to their loss in the round. This time, doing the same process, though, waiting for his team and looking to go from there. They haven't got a kill, so they can't use the Cypher Cam yet.
Oh, Barrel Theft, not currently available. Will Zeke peek into this? It doesn't matter. Attacker 1 is just a little bit too fast. Nizzy might want to become a brawler here, and they're going to have to. The full blind is delivered. 3 knives remain for Nizzy, but they're not going to get the chance to use them. Rizza on the rotation, and Yes I Can is removed. The Alpha Sova of Kingsman will bring them to 11 points, and Nomfu, you want that? Yeah, you do.
This is getting so close. Who do you see winning this, Ari?
I feel like this is very much Kingsman's to lose, because even though the scoreline is close, they've been much better on their defense than they were on their attack.
No, you're absolutely right. And this defense from Kingsman has been solid. But my worry entirely is that while the DXG may be able to kind of eco this one, they give your opponents back to point, there's going to be 4 ults for Kingsman to use to just tip them over the line. Right now, they are really, from ult management, giving themselves a perfect opportunity to try and close out this first map. And right now, while there are ults here or there, no thief. Hasn't quite got that man advantage.
Heisey does not take that crossing and survive again.
He is. It's a good thing he's wearing the brown pants.
Oh, the brown pants, and they're filled with horseshoes and lucky charms. Got themselves a horseshoe belt. For now, an exchange of fire. Down B. Might decide to move into here. It's going to be Yes I Can who's leading the charge. Sheriff in hand. At this range, 1 headshot will do it, but they'll back away after garnering some attention. And look at this negative angle Attacker 1 has found on the lurk. Still hasn't been picked up right now. Nomfu just got 2 with 1 shot, I believe. Potentially. I might have been reading that wrong. 1 shot's all that's needed for Yes I Can, though, but the damage has been done.
2 quick kills. Literally just shoots, falls back, shoots again, and right now this has led to a very fragmented opposition. I mean, what really can DXG do? They weren't able to save the ops. They're still on just sheriffs here, and they've lost a lot of momentum. I mean, yeah, it's Hunter's Fury. I mean, there's the Cypher to try and get info, but do you want to drop abilities like that into a round which is so heavily stacked against you?
C-Long, basically cleared by process of elimination. It's gonna be B. Outscreams the Hawk. Ivan's potentially gonna be overrun here. They can hear the running. Oi, oi, oi! What's all this then? Oh, it's murder. I should have known. You got a license for that murder. And that's match point.
Welcome to the UK. Yes.
Ah, 3-head. You got a license for that?
Right now, we've got KGM with all the money in the world. I mean, they could lose the next 2 and it wouldn't matter. Even in overtime, I think their confidence is enough to tick them through. Right now for DXG, no op out on to Nizzy to try and combat Nomfu. Kind of understandably so. How can you beat Nomfu? Right now, he's almost untouchable. Their hope to try and stay in this game looks like it's going to be off the back of a very fast hit to C.
5 ults, 1 point. What can you do, Zeke? You need to trade out for at least 1 here. In comes the Jet, but what can be done here by Nizzy? Attacker 1's already down. Jin's down so many times. It's been the difference maker. It's down to 3 versus 3 and outruns the incoming Hunter's Fury. The Alpha Sova rings true. But here comes Nomfu. Blade Storm active. It's time to win. It's time to do the best that you can, but you're just hitting the Cosmic Divide. What can you do with the Operator? A flick's good enough. It doesn't matter because Riz is there already, and despite some early woes, Kingsman will walk away with their dub on their map pick.
Solid round. A solid game from Kingsman. I mean, we sort of suspected that they would win it. I don't think we were expecting it to be that close. I mean, credit where credit is due to DXG. They really made Kingsman work for it. And for the time being, if we're going to see them struggle like that again, I worry this could be a 2-0 in favor of Kingsman because, honestly, these teams look really, really evenly matched. But the one question I have is, can Nomfu repeat that?
I'm thinking the opposite, Kramer. I think that with it being that close, this is much more easily a 1-1. Because
that's true.
That was Kingsman's map pick, and that was one where they had a significant advantage. DXG, they are not good at Haven, statistically. Like, I think they got like 30-something% win rate compared to a pretty high one on the side of Kingsman. And now we're going to split. Let's make it both these teams seemingly hate split. Since June 2021, each team has only played Split twice. Kingsman has lost it both times, and DXG has won it one of the 2 times that they've played it. And DXG looked at this stat line and they were like, you know what? We'll go to Split. So I'm expecting a very messy map, but one where Jin can absolutely dominate, especially if we see Jin move over onto the Rays.
Here's the thing. We spoke about how there can be some very dominant performances from players and how messy can kind of work in their favor. That was messy by DXG. And KGN were able to kind of be caught off guard by it quite a lot. They had to rely a lot on Nomfu kind of recovering rounds by adding structure to them. We saw that because ults are used so frequently, having set plans are usually led askew by that ult usage. So I think that it could end up being a very, very close second map, despite what the stats may say. That is provided Nomfu continues to show this form, because honestly going 31-12, he just had a monster of a game.
A tale of 2 duelists and a tale of 2 hunters. RZA versus Yes I Can has also been very interesting to watch, but this best of 2 is far from over. In fact, it's only halfway done, and that means that we've got to take our halftime break, and we will be back after this.
Fill me out with your smile, like the sunshine brings the light. Fill me out with a flame, I will let you in this game. Take me out when I'm down, 'cause with you I'm safe and sound. 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 I'm safe and sound.
ourselves in the spirit of things. We lose our sight when we put our trust in things of this material world, of things that fade away. Let them keep coming back, 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 keep coming back. Of things we know. We are dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. Search but you stay lost. We are reaching for the stars, but we're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show, 'cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Mysterious, that's the part you always show, 'cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. We're dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. You search but you stay lost. We are reaching for the stars.
Hello, hello, hello. Welcome back as Kingsman take on Division X. We're moving to Split now, a map which Kingsman have definitely had some mixed success on over the past couple of months. However, if that last map was anything to go by, Nomfu, he is on a roll right now, and maybe, just maybe, he is what's required to break what has been quite a poor strain of luck over on Split for this side.
I hate to instantly stomp on you, Kramer, but I disagree with mixed success. Because mixed success implies some success.
I'm an optimist, Harry. I mean,
and there has been no success. 0% win rate on Split since June 2021. Although it is only over 2 maps, they have a defense round win rate of 26%. So Kingsman have had some pretty dire results here. But you know what? It's interesting that we're seeing Division X come out this strong because they haven't posted any results at the kind of tournament level that would be tracked by VLR.GG since about August 7th. So kind of like Todak, they have been in the hyperbolic time chamber, the scrim chamber, figuring out how they want to play the game now. And actually, Since then, they have recruited Nizzy, who used to play on one of the top teams in Vietnam called Ego, who won the most recent individualized Vietnamese VCT. So that was a pretty big pickup for them. And Nizzy certainly got quite a bit of mileage, I think it's fair to say, on Haven when it came to the individual performance, alongside, of course, Yes I Can and Jin. And I'm going to be consistently looking to see if Jin is the one to pick up the Raze here, or if it's going to be Nizzy who picks up basically the mandatory duelist of Split.
You're absolutely right. And, you know, what I quite like is Scrim Chamber and Scream Chamber sound very similar. I suspect they're not separated by much. As we're going to have to see, as you mentioned.
One of them is under your house and one of them is on the internet.
Yeah, exactly. We're going to have to see just how, I told you not to tell anyone, we're going to have to see just how Kingsman are going to be able to deal with this. I mean, sure, they want a map, so even if the series does end in a tie, they'll be relatively happy with it. I mean, they'll be tied with the likes of Boom, with the likes of pretty much most of the other teams here. I suspect they're so evenly matched, we're not going to be seeing wins or losses till about our second or third day of competing. I doubt that the Todak versus Louvre, I think that's how you say it, is going to be a 2-0. I suspect that is also going to be very, very close. And for now, just a moment, we'll be able to get straight into this game. We're just waiting for a few players to get back. Of course, we're the ones on time, Harry, so we've got some time to kill.
Okay, so while we've got some time, I want to point out why I was so surprised that Split got picked here, because yes, it is terrible for Kingsman, but it's not great for the side of DXG. Like, they've played it twice since June, when I'm universally pulling our stats from, and they've won it once, so yes, 50% win rate, hooray. But DXG have a map they're really good at, and it's Icebox. It's their most played map. They've played it 12 times since June, and they have a 75% win rate on it. So I'm surprised they're not pulling out this more specialized Icebox pick as their go-to map. And as far as I'm aware, it was not banned. No, Kingsman banned Fracture. So Icebox was on the table, and it was left there.
Something to highlight as well is that Division X, while you are talking about their win-loss, they really had some struggle on Haven recently. So the fact that they were able to bring it to 12 rounds against KGM is really quite interesting. It's quite a statement to make as well, because KGM, they went into this expecting this to be a stomp, go to Split, keep it close, hopefully Nomfu can sort of carry them through. The fact that we've seen such a close game makes me think that, bear in mind, both teams, as you mentioned, have been scrimming a lot and have been avoiding tournaments quite a lot recently. I suspect that because of that, we're going to see two teams that are almost entirely different to the ones that we saw on VLR in other tournaments a couple of months ago.
There's a degree as well that potentially DXG are going to spend the next few days in our group stage kind of like portioning out their strats, because compared to the other teams in this group, they are pretty isolationist. Themselves and Todak, not as incorporated into the SEA scene at the moment. They've probably been scrimming each other, sure, but not meeting each other as much in tournaments. Louvre have been doing a lot of tournament play. The same could be said of Sharper. And of course, you know that Boom have been playing pretty publicly for a while now. So there are very few surprises that are going to come from Boom, even with the newer roster. So it's interesting that maybe we'll see that Icebox come out a little bit later into our group stage when the results start to matter more and more, and you want to avoid getting eliminated from the playoff contention.
Well, let's take a moment to hop in game. We're finally here, Harry. We're here on Split. Let's take a moment to look at the Agent Select. Nothing too wild just yet. Yes, I can bring out the Breach. We saw that earlier today by Boom, and they really did quite well on Boom, actually. Sharper as well, kind of known for their Breach. So it could be that an SEA Breach on Split is becoming a bit of the norm. On the flip side, Kingsman, they don't bring it out. They opt to hold on to the Sky. Understandably so. It's a bit more of a versatile character. With Breach, his flashes, they work in a way where you know a player's there, you use the flash to push him and kill him. For Sky, you can use those flashes without knowing anyone's there. You use them to gain control and take the fight to your end.
One of the first Sky Sages we've seen today, although I can guarantee we'll be seeing more later. My research thus far has indicated that Senna on Todak is a bit of a Sage enthusiast. And does tend to play her whenever she is available. But this is going to be potentially a battle of mid control. Who's going to be better at doing this on the defensive side? Will it be the Sage controlling mid with the wall? Or will it be Viper controlling mid with their own toxic screen? And at the moment you can see that Ivan is posted up in ropes, potentially ready to control mid, but will they put down the wall in advance? It seems that they will. That'll allow them a little bit of dueling potential, as well as the potential to pop flash through that wall in conjunction with their Sky.
Flash ready to be expended by Rizza. There's that flash, keeps them back, and it's a very fast take into mid by Jin here. Spearheading the charge, and as you mentioned last game, the only man who could really become close to challenging Nomfu was Jin.
No razors here, which is interesting. That makes clearing out this ropes area a touch more difficult. No boombot, no nade. And Rizza might be the first one to take contact here. When this wall drops, it's going to be a battle between Rizza and Yes I Can. Almost a battle as old as time in this particular matchup. Everyone's on the other side of that, so there isn't going to be any full blinds delivered. Ivan is able to grab trades up themselves, but Nizzy has made inroads here onto B site, has walled away the CT. Rizza just bursts out of there, gets one right click, swaps over to the Ghost. Oh, it's quick hand, quick aim, and it's fleet of foot that keeps Rizza alive here, and now a 3 versus 1 on an isolated Sage.
That was an insane flash out of that smoke there. Really, really solid stuff. And Izzy, he's alone. Sure, he has a spike. I mean, he's even got a heal if he wants it. But can he kill all 3 members?
Go on, Rizza.
That answers that. Rizza, incredible round by him there. Really, really solid position to take. And just being able to dive out is able to maybe make a bit of a show of it. Kingsman,
Pop flash meta, OP.
Yeah, as you mentioned, Kingsman, they do not like this map historically. This could be an entirely new approach to their gameplay, because they honestly looked really confident there, Harry.
Early days yet, but the confidence harkens back to maybe a different approach. No nervousness. And this combination of Viper and Sky here could be a brand new approach for them, where they can really take advantage of playing both within and without of smokes, and really have an advantage over a breach. Rizza is going to get concussed here, but there is going to be enough suppressing fire laid down by Ivan that one's going to be able to really take advantage of that. Deep penetration here from Jin. Remember that the Jet is not usually the preferred duelist on this map. Less so compared to Rage. She can often lose out on her place, and they're going to be losing out on their life here, courtesy of Rizza. This control of mid from the side of Kingsman is proving so detrimental. However, Heisey aiming well. Rizza forced to back off now midway through their reload. A loose Spectre indeed, but Rizza might decide to try and control the cross instead. Cede away this ground. Mid is going to be DXGs, but only 3 of them remain, and very little help. They could die to this dog. They could die to this dog. They won't die to a dog, but they'll die to Nomfu coming in from the back. They never saw him coming.
I tell you what, I'm being best observer right now, Harry. I thought it was doing really good these first 3 games, but I just missed that entire thing. I do apologise to those watching. I'm the caster
production.
I am the caster, producer, and observer. I really thought I was doing great up till that round there. Oh no! Oh, it's going downhill. It's going downhill so quickly. It was a clean round nonetheless, though. Rizza really making some headway, spearheading the kill count. Only on 4 kills, it's still early days, and it is a chance for Kingsman to play bonus here.
That's a big flash. That is a huge entry there from Jin. A little bit overconfident, perhaps. And now the rifle buy has already been torn apart. Over in the corner right there. Fully delivered is the stun. Damage is done. Thanks for rifles, boys. Delivered to the doorstep. That's the Bezos promise. Nomfu gets 1 with the Ghost, and it's upgrades all around. It's a party. Apart from, of course, wait, can Doctor manage to grab 1? Beautiful juggling of the weapons out there from KGM to make sure that, hey, your buy around? No. That's our buy round.
Well, we get it in 2 to 5 working days. They get it instantly, right to their feet. I mean, that is some efficiency if ever I've seen it, Harry. Because that was a clean shutdown on KGM's part. All of them get to upgrade their weapons. And credit where credit's due to Rizza there. The use of the dog to just pull the crosshair away from Nizzy means his team could just swarm into it, do the damage, spam him down, and then really affirm their foothold in mid. In fact, I'm surprised that DXG are still fighting them for mid right now.
They've been consistently losing it. Heisey is the one who's taking a peek at the moment. Sheriff in hand, store the rifle. We'll look for the headshot, but Ivan is just faster. And the Doctor gives Nizzy a taste of their own medicine. The duel is won, and Kingsman, despite previous woes on this map, look pretty indomitable right now.
We're going to have to see how they can take this attack. Yes, I can. And mid having to be the lurker here, having to really deliver. But he can hear the dog coming. He can hear the pat, 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 pat as he gets close. Luckily, the wall means he avoids it and may give him an opportunity to flank here.
Advanced stealth mechanics. Ivan sees them. Oh, do they want to peek this? They want to, but they shouldn't. Yes, I can takes advantage of that. Leverages the aim. Might get themselves an upgrade, but no, in fact, we're actually going to give away that presence in ropes. And now it's just a sheriff and a dream in the hands of the wayward breach. We do have a flash and a fault line as well, but hey, when you move into Zeke's set territory, there's never going to be mercy on the menu.
Here's the thing, Zeke, he had a really quiet game over on Haven, so the fact that he's stepping up now is really impressive to see. I mean, same for Nomfu. The 5 kills in 4 rounds. While it on paper, isn't too interesting. The point is he hasn't died. This confidence, he's got the money for an op. He has that op now. 4 rounds in, if he's going to start killing with it, then we're going to see Kingsman look unstoppable as they move into this. And looking at the setups from Zeke, really strong setups at that. He almost expects it to be a hit away, though.
I'm staring at Nomfu. Will anyone else do so? They have to quickly get out of there. The dash is expended, and space is gained by Jin. They have to think about what they want to do concerning that tripwire for now. They'll obscure vision and remove themselves from this perimeter, and then take out that Seeker just to... Oh, Ivan. Attacker 1. They never see it coming. I'm on top of the frog, baby! I'm the king, and here's my frog kingdom. Outstretches the poison tendrils of Ivan. The terrible poisons everything they touch. And no one expects the Frog Inquisition.
That was a lot of historical references. That was great. We've got Ivan ready to head straight back into no man's land, and unfortunately this won't be an attack of the dead men. Instead, he is going to head back to heaven, joining the Doctor as they prepare another defense onto B here. This time 3-on-2 for the defense if we get the fast rotation of the Viper, but it may not matter. Jin, clean opening.
And all those stars will go to waste, and suddenly DXG have themselves a chance. Nomfu's going to have to wait. They need someone to trade off here, potentially. They have been spotted. The operator in hand. They don't want to lose this. But Jin's going to lose their life instead. This gives time for a reload. But they're low on information. Swapping out to a Vandal instead. A little bit better for the brawling. A little bit better for the quick pace of the retake. Avoiding the aftershocks to stop themselves being concussed. They know that someone's likely playing backside. And now Zeke's moving on in. But they were stunned up by Heisey and taken out permanently. Nomfu, so much on their plate right now. Can they nom through is the question. Yes, I can. Around one side. They tap the spike. And there's the swing. Heisey, I believe, is in search of that operator, but has slightly fumbled the grapple upwards.
A really shaky round, actually, from KGM. I feel like they got a bit too ambitious. They got that first kill, and then they just gunned it into their opposition, and it was just punished beautifully. I mean, for now, Ivan, he's turned his attention away from mid, realizing that DXG, they just don't want to fight mid. When they have, they've died, they've lost. So instead, they're putting him over to B to try and play solo, which gives a bit of a higher chance to at least hold these angles. More importantly, it kind of funnels DXG into one of these sites.
Welcome to my funnel.
The ult management really strong for the XG as well. 3 ults up. Nomfu, only the knives to expend, not really round dictating usage from him. As instead, you got to fear that big 50 cal boomstick that he looks to wield. I think it's 50 cal. I'd assume it's 50 cal. It sounds 50 cal.
I eat a lot more than 50 cals a day, mate.
Yes, probably 50 cal. As we've got the XG. We're wearing a very slow hit to A, but Nomfu, he's ready.
Oh, Nomfu, he's just going to back off of this. Remember, that was a cyber cage that was getting in the way through. Oh my goodness. It was your ultimate, but it is our dominance. Nomfu grabs another, and that may be 50 calories, Kremer, but it's 100% of your recommended daily allowance of death.
That is part of your 5 a day, as they make it 5 rounds. And right now, while that was a very dominant round, I mean, DXG, they are going to be really shaken off the back of it. They'd only got to the stage of the attack where the Rolling Thunder had been committed. So they still have 4 ults to use. They still have that ultimate advantage. But the Cypher Cam comes online. We've got the World Divide on the Doctor kind of ready to come up. It's not going to be there just yet. But, you know, maybe if he does well this round, it could be, especially if they fight for the orb control. But the real man to worry about, the real person to watch out for right now is Ivan, who's got a lot on his plate.
Jin with the Blaze Storm moves on in. Their first point of contact is going to be Ivan, but they're separated on different sides of this. Jin just throws himself up into the air with the updraft and they catch a bullet for their trouble. Now they're going to be sorted within this snake bite. The dog's going to come through as well. They once again bring themselves high, stunned up in the air. There's some range on that puppy, I can tell you that. Attempting to make something happen with the knives, but so will the ringing of the shots go the way of KGM. 1 versus 3 to 3 versus 0. The doctor hands out the medicine. The prescriptions have been fulfilled, and I prescribe a heavy lead to the Kingsman.
They're really starting out dominant here, and honestly, this is getting a bit scary for DXG. While this map is defender-sided, it's not this defender-sided. They still need to find a way to recover. They still need to find a way to give themselves that momentum, and right now, whatever they're doing just isn't working. They go straight hits away, they're wiped. They go to B, they're running into a stack. They go to mid, as they've already tried 4 times, and they just haven't stood a chance.
Hey, statistically, the defense is also where Kingsman are at their worst. Previous to this match, 24% win rate on the defensive split. I think that this has been an outlier enough in terms of statistics that it's already going to be moving up those notches. Ivan getting aggressive. Oh, the timing's so good. It's absolutely free. The spike is there, and it will be in the hands of Jin now, granted, who can extricate it elsewhere, but damage done. No smokes for your entry makes things so much harder.
I really like how they don't overextend to hold the spike there. Instead, they get the kill.
Did Nonfu just charge towards them? I think that might have been a misclick on the dash.
That may have been a misclick, yeah.
Chase them down, boys!
Nonetheless, spike retrieved now, 4-on-4. Nonfu losing that man advantage for his team now. That is something most uncharacteristic from him, considering how consistent he's been in this game. Or this series, even.
Uncharacteristic with Ivan. Could it be the double dip, mate? They know that the Sage is there. They know where they killed High. And now, multiple smokes coming out. The other one, of course, was a recalled star, so it only lasts for a second before it goes back into the inventory of the Astra to be replaced later on. And here comes the Force. 4 people moving in towards B and 1 on the flank, but they are going to be checked here by the Astra. Is the timing good enough? It is going to be a win for the Doctor elsewhere as Ivan places their life on the site. They've traded out for 1, and the plant needs to be forthcoming and soon. If they need to hold it on now, they can't afford for this to be interrupted, and it will be a complete plant that's put down by Yes I Can. Seeking the Doctor in a 2 versus 2. The Cosmic Divide will fall, and as it does, the din of gunfire shall be forthcoming. Here comes the neural theft. It's a little bit late, though. The slow orb has bounced off the shins of Zeke, and while they're busy worrying about where that... They should have been worrying about where that breach was. That's a conversion.
More importantly, that is a massive drainage onto the Kingsman utility. I mean, they pull a lot of technicals out of that. I mean, losing the Cypher Cam, more importantly, losing the Divide, means that they're going to go a good round or 2 without any real round-changing abilities. Yeah, I don't really consider Jet Knives to be one of those abilities. It's just like having another gun that's just a bit more powerful. And those could be easily shut down. The Cam's still available for the XG. Really gives them that utility advantage, in my opinion. For Nonfu, though, that offers something you really can't underestimate.
Oh, has to dash out. Could not afford to leave manually through that slow orb. Luckily, he was unperturbed in terms of the dash pathing, and so will survive for now. But Izzy gonna keep this area contested for now, as it's a bit of a diaspora here, a default. A lot of mid presence, not quite as toughly contested now with both the Viper and the Sky that we saw earlier on the defensive routes.
You're absolutely right. We prepare another quick kit onto these players. Nothing too wild yet, but in mid, the players to worry about is Jin. Look how aggressive this angle is.
Jin wants to break the linchpin hoping that maybe someone would move through ropes if pressure is applied up onto heaven. That bird will detect nothing. And so it may feel to Rizza like it's easier to move on forward. All quiet until all of this utility comes on forth. A little bit of blocking going on, but that's fine, boys. All we need to do is take out Zeke. But they're obfuscating themselves so well. It's guerrilla warfare from KGM, and Zeke is a master at it. Constant pings onto attacker 1, but are they looking in the correct direction? It would seem that everybody is. 4 players survive, including the operator, and KGM pick up a 7th.
Nonfu, he's a smooth operator, isn't he, Harry? A very, very clean round from him. And it's not so much clean in the sense that he's doing all these flashy plays and they're working. He really had some good crosshair placement there and positioning. He literally held an angle, got a kill, turned to the next one, gets a kill. And it's that sort of consistency where he puts himself in. It's like a really lazy way of AWPing, isn't it? Where he isn't. Yeah, these are low effort shots that he's putting himself in a position to land, and he just lands them consistently, and it's tearing DXG apart right now.
As my old choir teacher would say, I want to see some oomph. But the oomph is not there. It's all about the lazy waiting. And Nonfu, well, today I don't feel like doing anything. I just want to frag from the back of sight, and they will. Oh my god, look at how close Jin and Rizza are. They could smell each other. I smell duelists.
A bit of a whiff. You shower today? No. Play Valorant,
I'm too busy getting sweaty in lobby.
Nonfu really hunting for a pick here, isn't he? Oh, and he gets it as a spike.
And then Jin tries to swing off the back of that, and Rizza is ready and waiting. Spike's going to be identified, seen by the dog, needs to be picked up by Yes I Can, but unfortunately they're just caught in a shooting range. Nonfu grabs shot after shot. 8-2 as Kingsman are looking to put their first win on Split in a while on the board.
Really, really solid stuff right now, and I'm really starting to worry actually for DXG. This has been a dominant start to the game, and honestly, we said this would be close, kind of expecting DXG to have a solution to what has been a really ruthless KGM, but their solution appears to be going into defaults, trying to split to start speed. Every now and then, sure, a guy gets to the flank, but even then, not much is achieved.
Rizza here. Ooh, that's dirty. That's
so
filthy.
crushing, isn't it?
I refuse to believe it. The top frag Jin. Well, I don't know if they're top frag at the moment. Not really. This has not been a Jin map, it's fair to say. 1-11 right now. But dangerous, nonetheless. A gunplayer is removed. As is Ivan, though. Will Rizza just pop themselves out of his flash? No assist at the moment from the bird, but the second time around, there's the flash. Contemplates for Seekers, but we'll give it up for a moment.
Zeke ready to hold B, and oh, that's a bit of a miscalculation how close Nizzy is. Eventually he gets the kill, but oh, this is going to be tough for him.
They avoid the incoming rolling thunder, though, and everyone grab. Oh, come. The welcoming committee is prepared. High Z moves into triple lined up crosshairs, and they cannot take the heat. Cooked underfoot and looking for double digits. I think it might be a little bit late for a timeout, mate.
I'm glad they do call a timeout.
At the end of the half?
I'm glad there is a timeout. It's better than not having one at all.
I suppose.
I'd have liked to have seen it about 5 rounds earlier. But nonetheless, the fact they've got one has broken the pace of KGM a little bit. Gives them a chance to talk. KGM, a lot of their kills have been reactionary. They haven't really upped the tempo and gone for a man advantage since kind of the 5th or 6th round, where their aggression in mid has just sort of stopped and stagnated. For DXG, sorry, their last couple of rounds have also been defaults. They've been spreading out, they've been hunting for kills, and from aggressing players that just aren't aggressing. Instead, they went to about 30 seconds left, they hit a site, they run into a stack and die. What I would like to see from them is something a bit more momentum-based. Hopefully a faster play, kind of a Hail Mary to maybe B, maybe A. I mean, if you're feeling ambitious, you can send a lurk through to ropes and work with that. But even if that doesn't work out, you need to find something that can build your confidence for the next half.
Well, whatever it is, it's going to be underarmed. Fiscally cruel has this half been to DXG. And Kingsman, oh, they're feasting. Nomfu has the operator and still has maxed money. Surely you're gonna just drop a Vandal for yourself. Just an early Christmas present to me.
Well, looks like they're going for this fast play. Shifting straight into A now. RZA's going to have to be the man to stop them.
RZA can detect their presence with the bird if they want. And right now, just to clear through sewers for Nizzy to join. And that's going to be all 5 poised outside of A. The air grows cold. Everything has become still. Noise has been cut. Silence is your ally, but it's RZA's as well. Grabbing 2 before being traded out. And now you're moving straight into the crosshairs of Nomfu, who grabs for 3rd here. And despite Jin being resurrected, Nomfu still has their crosshairs trained in all the right places. And this is far from guaranteed. Jin's down again. I've died twice this round. Why? Why, Nizzy, have you returned me to this mortal coil? All I feel here is suffering, and so too does Attacker 1. Nomfu feels unstoppable, but Nizzy's gonna make it so that you're stopped in your tracks. 1 versus 3, it's duel after duel, and Ivan's there to finish it off.
Oh, why bring me back to this plane of mortality? It's cold and filled with anguish, as we've got a very, very dominant KGM leading 10-2 at the start of this second map. DXG, they have got an absolute monumental comeback to have to be achieved here if they want any hope in both this series and, more importantly, any other series, because other teams, they're watching this. They're going to see this and think, damn, this shouldn't be so one-sided. They should be winning this. And right now, KGM are making it look like they just deserve this whole map.
Like, statistically, this is an anomaly, especially considering how close Haven was. That this much of an advantage would be gained by Kingsman. They have been scrimming this map, and they've been scrimming it hard. And this removes options for future opponents who are thinking, hey, maybe Split is an easy map for us. We should look at that as our map pick. You look at this, and you're like, maybe not.
Maybe not. As Izzy in mid, he peeks off the back of the stage wall. They see it's relatively clear. Over on this B site, Ivan and Attacker, this duel is going to be really, really kind of decisive as to where the split from mid goes to. Nomfu prepares to lead the charge into either ropes or L block. We'll see in just a moment.
The range of a trailblazer, of course, is limited in in ropes as it cannot climb them. Nizzy falls down first, and KGM are just running over them. Nomfu feels unstoppable. Attacker 1 still active at the back site. Maybe they could do something with this Ghost, but they're being so thoroughly surrounded. They've been isolated by themselves. Down drops for smoke, and it's some acrobatics from Zeke. And a right click, and Nomfu just hitting a headshot as well that puts them in the grave. The Frenzy wins out against the Doctor. But this feels very difficult for any purchase to be gained by DXG. Jin goes for a reload. Nomfu has noted the location, but okay, the Ghost Warlord, it comes down to a 2 versus 2. Surely you're not going to fumble this. Has Jin come alive? Is this the Jin that we saw on Haven? The Jin that we have been waiting for? It might well be. RZA's down. They got themselves a little bit of sustained sightline through that dash, and they know exactly where Ivan is. A cheeky little lineup has allowed for the delivery of the... They missed the snake bite. Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Oh, no!
That's soul crushing. That was KGM's pathway to a one-sided victory, and it's off the back of a missed snake bite, and against an opponent who was, I think, like 8 HP. That was their round to win, but no. DXG, they hold on. More importantly, Jin shows up. Hello, Jin. Welcome to the game. I hope you, while tardiness is kind of disappointing, I'm glad you're here at long last. As now the force spike comes out from DXG to try and convert.
Interesting choice here of Ivan for their wall. Not as much help for the rest of their team as they move up mid here, and I believe they're just going to have to try and carve through this wall. It's obviously not a big buy from KGM. They have entrusted Nomfu with the Sheriff here. So, DXG need to be mindful. They know what Nomfu can do with this kind of weapon.
fairly slow start. The only man who's really going to show any form of aggression is Ivan onto Jin here in mid. Well, she hasn't quite seen enough for a kill. They sort of react to one another. A shot here or there. Nothing too wild, though, as Jin looks to reaggress.
Ivan and Jin. Ooh, oh, that's some good movement right there. Ivan gets it done, but Nizzy is doing plenty of themselves. Even while they're blind, you just bring out the classic right-click free gun. You know what? That's fine. And now Kingsman down to 2. Ivan has looted themselves a Marshall here, but seems unwilling to use it. Would rather just use the reliability of the Ghost. Nomfu's down. Could it be the ace for Nizzy? I believe. I no longer believe. Goodbye, Nizzy. Goodbye,
Ivan's off for his
Ivan? No. I refuse, and there we go.
He dinked him there.
I was very worried.
That, for a moment, was heart-wrenching. And here's the thing. They're only 2 rounds in. They can't afford to die like that, especially to Ghosts. We see Phantoms now to be wielded by DXG. And, I mean, sure, the odds investment's there, but they're against a full buy of KGM. And I don't really think DXG... sure, Division X, they've had some incredible rounds now. 2 in a row, which have been off the back of some heroics from both Jin and Nizzy. It feels like it's too little too late, Harry.
Nope. The direct hit with the cyber cage. That's got to be 1 damage, surely. Right on the bunts.
They get exactly 1 damage.
Oh, miss with the dog. But Taizi will still be found nonetheless. The pings were good. The communication was better. The pop flash doesn't quite deliver. And here is Ivan taking advantage of those earlier kills to get an early Viper's Pit. Still, though, the spike's still on its way. They can be taken out as they make their move around here. Jin's fallen on down. And there we go. The plant will be forthcoming from Nomfu. And I guess we're a little bit closer to that Blade Storm. Yes, I can. Hanging out on the edges of this right now. What a flick from Nomfu. And on their buy, it's almost flawless from KGM. And I kind of want to see them do a timeout now.
This is kind of what we see from... This is what separates, in my opinion at least, the kind of very good pros to the really good pros. And it's their ability to use ults spontaneously. We saw that there with the Viper Spit. They get the ult orb, they dive through their own smoke, get the kill, drop it instantly, it secures the round. Just off the back of that momentum alone. A lot of teams, they'll bring up their ult, they'd be too scared to drop it and then lose it. They would hold on to it for ages, and then it becomes kind of useless at the speed at which they're able to attain.
Big boy Jin. Big boy Jin. What you gonna do with the blade, big boy Jin? For the moment, look. And we will see Nizzy discovered in mid. Oh my goodness, they've really lost Izzy though. The potential for a retake without those smokes, without the gravity well, becomes so much more dangerous. Did they not believe that that was a recalled star? The doctor there, a critical misstep allows for multiple people to be burnt on down. They just did not check when that star, the recalled smoke, was gonna go down again. I can't believe it, Kremer.
Attacker, he's lucky to get out of there alive. Just deploying that utility, trying to get away. Unfortunately, KGM, they found the perfect gap in the defense. This is going to be an instant bomb plant for them.
Attacker 1, so low. 2 versus 3, very doable here for the side of the Kingsman. Seek now 1 away from their ultimate. They need to try and avoid this aftershock right here, and they'll be able to do so. Elbow thus far, run, perturbs in! Knife after knife after knife after knife after knife. Is this a cutlery store?
We're in a butcher's, because knives everywhere, dead players left, right, and centre, carcasses scattered the floor, and right now there is Jin soaked in the blood of his enemies. 5 rounds for DXG, glimmer of hope, maybe spark on the horizon. We're not at dawn yet, but my God, Harry, it's getting fairly early as we have got KGM with an investment, but that investment has really given them an economic strain. 3 of their players unable to invest next round should they lose this one. Because of that, they're looking to stick together, recycle their weapons Red Army style, and prepare for what may be a very fast hits away, something that worked for them when they went to B off the back of Ivan's opening.
You may look at me like I'm manic, but the smell of blood only makes me stronger, claims Jin. Look at how aggressive they are. They are ready to meet this charge head on. That's one. And now they're just going to charge away. You know what? That was good enough. Don't need more than just Ivan at this moment. We've identified the numbers. We've read the play. And now we've got Nizzy moving in on the flank. The Doctor's going to be the one to meet it here. Waiting patiently, feeling that something is amiss. But Nizzy is just slightly better when it comes to delivering the body shots. Now Heizi's unchecked in ropes. The timing's so good, but they're unable to connect on Zeke. That is a couple of misses that they will come to regret. Yes, I can. Yes, they can. Down goes for Spike. That's identified. That's going to be hard to recover, especially for Zeke, who's all alone. They avoid getting blinded, but now they need to win multiple duels in a row. 32 HP to do it. Moving in with a Phantom. They look towards the Spike, but they should have been looking towards the other glowing orange thing that is Breach's hair.
This is turned into a very strong opening, actually. A bit of what I thought was going to be a bit of a shaky performance from the XG. I actually didn't think they had any chance to recover on this defensive side. But no, they've really turned it around. A bit of an eco has to come out from the members of KGM. Sheriff's around the board on a bit of body armor. I mean, hey, it has the power to kill. It has the power to bite. Unfortunately, it won't be as scary as a row of Phantoms and Vandals. Nonetheless, though, abilities to be used will be both Zeke, Nizzy, and Yes I Can, all of which, with the Breach ult in particular, going to be interesting for a retake. As they slowly encroach on this position, the Cypher attacker is going to be the man to worry about. A position he is very commonly played, and they flush him out.
When it comes to the big boy aim, I look to Nomfu, and this... the Doctor. Who cares? Who cares about Nomfu? Old news. Actually, never mind. The Doctor's dead. I'm a fickle friend, you know, Kramer?
Fickle heart.
Fair weather friend, me. Nomfu, what can you do here? That is an unlootable rifle. It's currently being absolutely camped by Heizi. And of course, it was behind that wall as well. Huge amount of pressure now moving in towards this area. Racked with bullets, potentially huge amounts of kills could be gained here by Attacker 1. That's a good wall bang. That's a full blind. They're overwhelmed as the Rolling Thunder moves on. She's against the attackers of Kingsman. And yes, we can. Manages to claim one before falling to Zeke. It's ended up in a 1 versus 2, but the advantage here of the neural theft is not enough. Zeke falls down to Jin. And this scoreline is becoming perilously narrower.
It is, and this KGM attacking side has really, really slowed. It's really stagnated. And my worry as well is, while it has still been KGM oriented, the XG, it's just in the latter few kills of each round, they're able to turn it back in their favour. We saw there, it was a constant back and forth, but they're just able to tick it into their lead. The issue is, though, they went into that with Sheriffs. They shouldn't be getting 3 kills in a Spike plant.
It's a lot to get off those Sheriffs. Some big accuracy from the Doctor. Going up high right now is Heizi. They dare not peek that again. They know where the crosshairs are trained. And everyone will walk away with basically full health for now. An armistice has been signed in mid until a second wave of aggression will be forthcoming. And Nomthu is going to be the one to lead it. Moving up onto higher ground. Nizzy's going to take contact soon, or Heizi as well. A peek of a shoulder. A sliver of an arm. Just a morsel for your boy. And now Nomfu moves even further up. Nizzy on a good off angle here. Heizi playing behind that square box. Heizi falls. Big stuns delivered. Nizzy tries to take themselves an angle, but instead is forced to disengage into the depths below. Live to fight another day, potentially, as Attacker 1 is in the default plant spite. The hat, you thought it was your ally, but the hat has betrayed you. The larger hitbox, easily claimed here by Nomfu. Who knows that Jin is close. They saw the movement, they've heard the dashes. They've got to assume they're in hell, but they can't connect the shots just yet. It's going to be down to who gets the next one, and Nomfu's the one who's able to do so. Still RZA finds the finish. And that's going to be match point for Kingsman.
Cleaned up and killed Kingsman. It took them a very long time to get here, and it certainly wasn't pretty. A kind of fight in the mud, you could say. It's hard slog, kind of scrap, and eventually, it's more like a brawl than anything, and, well, eventually, they're able to hit match point. They still haven't won it yet, and, you know, even though they're so close, it still feels like they're ages away, because DXG, these last couple of rounds, have been in the driver's seat start to finish. Now, for KG, that last round, it did come at the expense of a lot of players, so they are still kind of in the financial question mark area. Luckily, this duel in mid may help dictate where they end up.
Can the Avatars of Vietnam save themselves from defeat in this series? The Doctor says no. Opens up well. Heisey is the next line of defense. No capacity for a res despite it being on the board. And I do wonder where Jin is going to roam to with this Bladestorm, but it doesn't matter. Heavens where the next fight is. Heisey's already fallen. Now guess who's leading the charge? If not Nomfu. It always is. You can always rely on this Jet to be at the forefront of the action, the center of attention, and Jin has entered with even more knives. Ray transfer. Nomfu is unperturbed, unfazed by the knives. Yes, I can. Hides behind. Looks to clear Hell, but Hell's got room for more members, but all of them are going to be coming from DXG. A flawless finish there for Kingsman as they managed to claim their first split victory in a long time.
What a game and what a series. Kingsman, as you mentioned, they really struggled in previous months over on splits. However, as mentioned before, Nomfu 25-9, he finished that game. I think with 31 kills on map 1, 25 on the second. That man is an absolute god amongst men. You really need to watch out for him. And for DXG, that is going to leave a very bitter taste. Attacker, he finished that game going 3-17.
Still, I think that this is important to note that DXG are maybe not the freebie that some might have anticipated they were. Definitely competitors, definitely a threat to everyone else in this group. Speaking of which, we've got two teams in this group that we have not yet shown you guys, and those are Todak and Louvre, and they're going to be going up against each other next in the culmination of our first stage of the round robin.
Absolutely. We're going to be back in about 5-10 minutes or so with that match. You do not want to miss it. Don't go anywhere.
Fill me out with your smile, like the sunshine brings the light. Fill me out with a flame, I will let you in this game. Take me out when I'm down, 'cause with you I'm safe and sound. 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 I'm safe and sound.
lose ourselves in the spirit of things. We lose our sight when we put our trust in things of this material world, of things that fade away. Let me keep coming back, 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 keep coming back. Of things we know. We are dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. Search but you stay lost. We are reaching for the stars, but we're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. We're dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. You search but you stay lost. We are reaching for the stars, but we're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Reaching for the stars. I wonder where you are. Oh. love goes, there is also misery. It's no mystery. And you and I, we got history, yeah. Wherever love flows, there is also tragedy. When we're in too deep. And you and I, we got history, yeah. Go look in the mirror, say, hey, I'm sorry for all the pain. I'm sorry for all the pain. Go look in the mirror, say, hey, I'm sorry for all the pain. I'm sorry for all the pain. Go look in the mirror, say, hey, I'm sorry for all the pain. I'm sorry for all the pain.
I know my limits. You can break me down, but I'll take till the finish line. And I've been counting minutes for quite some time now, just to see you again. And I've been counting days to get away, to see you again, see you again. Been finding ways to get away, to see you again, see you again. See you again. I can never ever find the right words, and there's no way this is real life. There's no telling you're the right girl, so I can only say that it feels right. It feels right. It feels right. Yeah, I can only say that it feels right. It feels right. It feels right. Yeah, I can only say that it feels right.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We've got a very, very nice game ahead. We've got Todak versus Louvre. I know what you're thinking. Those aren't cameras. We're straight in game. You're absolutely right. When we said we were ready to production, we didn't think that meant ready. But here we are. As we're going straight into this game, delving in at the deep end. Now, Harry, I know we've done a bit of research on these maps. Haven, a map which is rarely brought out from, I believe it was Todak who picked into this one. Both teams really favouring Icebox. So to see a Icebox as our second pick as well, I really can't wait to see this.
Yep, to give you guys some insight into the bans, Todak banned away Breeze, which has been fairly de rigueur for them. Yep. They've only played it since June. And Louvre decided to ban Fracture. Don't want to go to the new map. And then Todak decided to pick Haven, which is interesting. So they've played it 4 times since June, and they have a 50% win rate on it, including a load of different compositions. And then Louvre has taken us to Icebox, which both these teams are going to be happy about. They're both in the high 70s when it comes to the win rate, and it's one of their most played maps.
No, you're absolutely right. This is actually going to be... I suspect this will be our closest game today. Purely because we've sort of got this circumstance where both teams play these maps. Earlier, we have Boom, for instance, who weren't really too keen on Fracture, who had to then end up playing it out of kind of being forced to. After that, we then ended up having Division X, who just weren't comfortable on Split, but they ended up having to play it anyway. This is unique, because both teams are pretty happy with how the die have been cast.
I'm really looking forward to seeing how Icebox goes. Haven could be anybody's territory. Louvre, I think it's fair to say, have been a lot more active recently in terms of high-tier competition compared to Todak. who haven't thrown out a huge amount of results since the conclusion of local VCTs towards the beginning of August. Meanwhile, Louvre, recently, they've defeated Team Secret. Previously, Bren Esports, yes, the same Bren Esports that had visa issues, getting over to Berlin for Masters. So a pretty fearsome team. We do actually have the newest iteration of Bren Esports over in Group B, so make sure that you follow the channel. You don't want to miss any of their games. We're going to start off with Louvre on the defense.
Lots of ghosts coming out on Louvre as well. This is going to be a very, very aim-heavy round, and honestly, Juicy. While the crosshair certainly isn't juicy, let's see if he's able to wield it with some quality aim for the time being. As for now, the first man call to action is actually going to be J-Rock.
That is a bit of an interesting crosshair right there. Darion falling already, and there's going to be a foray up into garage here at the moment, and then backing out. Just a little bit of ostentatious presence. Look at me, I'm present. But more presence is going to be coalescing towards B right now, which is at the moment unperturbed. There's going to be a slight bounce back, a rubber band from the tripping of that wire, and in comes Redco to try and make something happen here. Ghost in hand, playing around the back of this generator, but you know what? It feels like Todak are more than happy to take these far-flung positions. They're just going to have to deal with Juicy, but Juicy deals with Aduka first. Now they have to deal with Click, and that's exactly what they'll do. That's a third. Oh, it's getting juicy in here, baby. That's going to be 4. Can you show me the ace? Yes, you can. Open it up. Round 1. Things are getting...
We're going to have a lot of fun with this today, aren't we? Yes. Oh, this is a quality opening for Louvre. They want some momentum. This is how you do it. Off the back of an ace, you get the defuse as well. They're going to be able to move straight onto these Spectres. On the flip side, Todak going to be fairly happy with the spike plant. A few kills here or there means that we are going to see a couple of pistols come out here or there. It is a matter of just trying to catch out the odd player, and you know what's nice about this? Juicy, he's already 1 away from his ult, so he just goes in with a ghost. If he gets this ultimate orb on a long hit, which just looks like they're going to fight for it, he just goes for the knives instantly. I love that.
I feel like Todak are prepared for this, though. Setting up the incoming stun. That's a good dodge, but the full blind is delivered. Aduka's already taken plenty of damage. Sheriff versus Ghost, and Juicy may have a janky crosshair, but their aim is far from that. Still denied away is this ultimate orb. They know they can't afford to do that round 2 Blade Storm. But Juicy might not even need the orb if they can slay Aduka instead. 26 HP remains. Oh, the risk is too great. The wallbang headshot is good. But now with 26 HP left, can you... surely you can't risk bringing out the Blade Storm now.
There's no way to heal either. No Sky and no Sage, which is the first time in a while we see that lack of presence. So he's just going to have to hold on to the Ghost and allow his teammates to do the kind of brunt of the work in a 5-on-4. With Soku and methodical control being taken over in both Garage and C. JD going to be seen in the process, which should alert both Flaring and Redco as to what's coming their way.
Who watches the watchers? The 2 cameras cast their nets over C right here. And out comes both the gravity well and the tracking dart. So much damage done, and Redco's just able to carve on through them. Flaring joins the party, and while JD might be able to grab 2 with a Sheriff, they won't be able to grab the round win. And Juicy survives with plenty of credits, which means that it's time for the round 3 op, baby.
I love to see it. Absolutely love to see it. This is exactly what you're after as Louvre. You wanna make this map look one-sided. Icebox is a map both of you play. You need to make your first one a chance to build your confidence, a chance to get comfortable against your opponent. Just so Icebox is as easy as possible, because every subtle nuance of this round will carry over. There's going to be Devron now, the man who's going to try and aggress off the back with just a Sheriff here, and I'm very confused as to what these Garage buys are. Devron going so aggressive. Look at this.
Oh, Juicy does not give a damn. However, Darion's forced to. They claimed a lot of space and they were punished for doing so. Look at this high angle here. From the jet, Juicy able to get that one for free. They know exactly where Reduca is. Shot, but the Avatar of the Air for now remains safe. 4-4. And this is a disadvantage for the defenders. That's a lot of sites to cover with less people.
So it is something I've seen as well. Todak are heavy fan favourites from the looks of it. Heavy fan favourites. This is kind of like glancing at the chat. So we're going to have to see if they're able to live up to the home crowd hype, because right now, they're currently in a 4-on-4, congregated, ready to hit to B. Question, though, is will they have the Astra join them for this assault?
Malaysian esports fandom simply OP. Redco going to be passed by for now and then taken from two sides. Aduka able to grab the killing blow right there. And Flaring once again left with only the ghost, but gets a good angle there on the sky. It's a free kill for Flaring. And it's surely not a second one. It is going to be close. Somebody's going to look for Plant. Juicy so close to this operator. It's time to bring out the ghost lad. Surely not the op at this range. Is that going to be a bit of looting? They are just going to leave it on the floor for now. Somebody considers it, but no. The op will be going by the wayside. 4.7k credits is just thrown to the wind.
They sort of look at it with disdain. Ugh. What are you doing with that?
It's a crutch for weak players.
Yeah, exactly. We don't need crutches. We're here to just dive around, push some sites, get some kills, maybe even plant some spikes. As Todak prepare another hit. This time to A. For the most part, it's been a fairly slow performance from these players. When they have hit A, because of that, it hasn't really worked out for them. But now they have a better armament. Might be worth a crack.
Presence identified. Look at this. Juicy. So aggressive. Mid claimed. It can wrap around behind here. And remember, that spike is yet to be picked up. That could be seen on some of the skirmishes that Juicy might decide to opt into. But for now, an ostentatious presence on A. Draws 3 defenders over. An entry comes through, but I've still got my eyes on Aduka. Picks up 2. All 3 defenders have been slain. A nice little trade for only 1. And now Juicy, the wielder of the knives, gonna look to go high. But Aduka knows! I know every trick in the book, mate. You can't pull a fast one on a jet. I was born on the jet, molded by the jet, and Flaring's left all alone, and all that can flare here are tempers.
I didn't see the ground till I was a man, and at that point, it was crushing. I hope I know we have like 2 mods. I think it's C and Strike doing all the clipping, and he's trying to clip like every pop culture reference we make. Good luck. Is all I say.
Yeah, you're dealing with Brits here. We don't have any cultural identity.
We don't have any talent. We just quote things, man. Like Flaring. I don't think he's gonna be able to save it. Just catch out the Stubby, and that should alert the rest of this side of Todak. Yeah, it looks like a hunt's the mark, and so they prepare to just sort of dive into their own spawn. They've sort of called it off already prematurely. Yeah, he's got away. Let him use the Phantom. It doesn't matter too much because there was going to be a buy, at least because of the fact they were sort of stressing a double eco anyway. There'd be some form of buy anyway on Louvre next round, regardless. So for Todak, let them hold on to it. Maybe try and use it to bait them into buying more and focus on the fact that you have the ult advantage. JD's about to bring up their ult as well. More importantly, Redco, while he does have the Cypher ult, there's not much else to assist without ult orbs. So for now, with your ability advantage, with your firepower advantage, use this to get your lead and then work from there.
Double Sheriffs right now. On a long, look at the huge amount of space that Durion's already tried to grasp. If they can catch someone by surprise here, it may prove fatal already. Aduka has fallen so low. And they are going to have to be healed up. You can see the outline of that AoE portraying the Sky's position. Click. A single shot could do it. Durion doesn't have much in the way of health. It's only a small shield. The dog comes out and is put down instantly. Juicy. What can you do with this Marshal? No updrafts remaining. And in comes the entry. They hear Aduka go high, but Len is shooting. Durion caught around the side, but Subby, the backbone, is always ready for the flanks. And that gives over the ultimate that's needed to betray the positions of Juicy and Redco. An upgrade to a brand new rifle, and Juicy can't do much when faced with a firing squad of Todak, who bring themselves into the lead.
I think the chat has just caught up as to what's in the name of all that is holy are some of these crosshairs. And you know what? That's a really good question. Like, we have seen some wacky ones, Juicy in particular. You have some explaining to do, son, because that is not normal.
let me zoom in on this Juicy crosshair. What is it, number 4? I mean, that is an absolute unit of a crosshair, especially with the bloom for accuracy as well.
It's like a plate.
I feel like there's a dancing leprechaun in the center of my screen. Look at it winning in the orb out. That's disgusting. Put it away. There are children watching this stream.
That's a tough one. He's going to go really aggressive with it, though, hoping for a pick off the back of it. Oh, Aduka. That's fast.
That is Beautiful. Even more? Oh, you can hear the underdraft, the soft fall, the threat. It slowly fades away, as will the rest of Todak, cutting the noise, allowing the mystery to bite into the defense of Louvre. So they're going to opt into an attack onto C here, currently being watched by both the Cypher Cam and flaring on the Astra. Vision has been established. Flaring enters the astral form, trying to stop the entry, but they're too late to stop Todak from moving in. The pop flash is good, but they've lost track of the Astra, and Redco's good when it comes to the duels. Flaring survives for now, but they're looking in the wrong direction. They try to get up high onto a platform. Look upon me, the Lady Gaga of gun, and I'm myself an Odyssey, but Kale's going to take it down rather fast. Daeyeon, they have been bloody quiet thus far. 0 kills. 5 deaths. A 1 versus 2 clutch would be a great way to get that mental back and feel like you belong in this lobby. That's a miss. And that is very unfortunate.
That is a really big punishment from Kale as well. And I love that ability usage. It meant that, I mean, JD, not JD, sorry, Flaring, the other Astra, he was backside. You spoke about how everyone lost him. He seems like he lost himself. That was nearsighted, into smokes, hit by the Cypher cage. Yeah, the squids then hit him. Like, he was not having a good time. He's going to feel awful tomorrow. As he really did just have to kind of worm his way out. Sure, he survived for quite a while, but the whiff on top of that just led to a bit of a shutdown. Louvre still have these ults. They haven't used the Cypher Cams yet, and because of that, they're really having to rely on a fair bit of aim. Sheriff's come out, so maybe we'll see the ults used to maybe assist these pistols, but for the most part, this should be Todak's opportunity to take a bit of a lead.
Man, I'm missing a jet with this scoreline since my silver ranked games. They're always on my team, weirdly, as well. It's okay. I'm sure Daeyeon can bounce back. Don't hate me, Louvre fans.
Oh, okay. Slow control with the dog, just trying to get a bit of info. But for the most part, I mean, these are sheriffs. They're going to be playing the range game. You've just got to sit back. And because of that, the main man to worry about is going to be Daeyeon for now. Still hasn't
Long
called to
range
action yet.
Is going to favor the rifles. Interesting that they would opt to play potentially on B here, given that they could be dealing with some nasty little angles of things like shotguns, but still, they seem pretty confident in playing their rifles. The Duca takes a touch of damage from a shock dart, but will be able to move away. Redco catches a couple of stray bullets. Down comes the Cosmic Divide, and this is going to make this post part a little bit more dangerous. Hot Flash moves through, and so too does a Duca.
Oh my
Gets
God.
themselves a 4th. Can they get a 5th? No, it will be denied by 4K. Ain't bad, baby. Todak pull even further ahead, and a Duca is more moving in towards that Blade Storm.
Aduka is crazy good at this game. That was some insane spray control. And it wasn't just spray control. More importantly, it was the positioning off the back of it. He had the teamwork to flash through that divide. More importantly, there was a sky flash to back it up, so people turn from the breach. They then get hit by the sky flash. The back and forth, both of which land behind Aduka, allowing him to swing in. And in just like that little second of a retake, so much teamwork goes on from Todak there. It works beautifully.
Ah, Juicy. Impress me. Looking into a Cypher cage right now. Impressing me might have to wait. Oh, the exchange of fire. A Vandal is definitely present there. Click cannot afford to move past this slowly without the assist of a blind. Or potentially a Cypher cage. Oh my goodness, just turns into the hawk. What's that over there? Oh, that's bright.
Oh, shiny.
I want to look at the shiny thing, Dad. Yeah. Don't stop me.
Why did that sound so sinister?
You can't stop me, Father.
God, Juicy. Well, he might be called to action here. Let's see if he can impress you.
Alright, good turn away. Kayla's pre-aiming. Damage is taken by Juicy and Daeyeon. There we go, the first frag. It's okay. I always believed 1 and 7 is better than 0. And that's an advantage now to Louvre they've been looking forward to for a while.
Bit of aggression from Akuda, and we've seen Akuda. He is so strong on these kind of clutch circumstances. He's got flashes behind him. Just let him aim, let him entry, and he can be unstoppable. But he's going aggressive here, Harry.
Free aim from Juicy is good to try and take out Aduka. but they might have to worry about other angles. They missed the first shot. That's a good dodge coming through from a Cypher. The gravity well will waylay a Duka for let it follow on up. Vasova has finally arrived. It's taken them a while to do so, but they're instantly removed by Subby. One of the more veteran competitors needs to dig deep to find a 1 versus 2. It's ring around a Rosie. They can just try and split, but while you're in astral form, you lose yourself and you lose your friends. The concussion comes through, but it doesn't matter. The concussion only makes me stronger. Thinking only got in the way because Subby is all about the primal aim.
A really, really strong round from him there. You said primal aim. It's this primordial ooze that happens to just give him that strength. He doesn't care if he's near-sighted, far-sighted.
Primordial ooze.
Yeah, even shaken, he still hits headshots. Every single kill there. Flashy as anything. And this is where we start hitting critical mass, because both teams are going to have a bye. Maybe not this round, but most certainly next round. They've got the ults to work with, and Todak, he's definitely going to bring it out this round purely because he's only here with a sheriff. That man, he has more than just a sheriff. Knives, they happen to bite just that little bit more. So they go for some aggression.
Oh my goodness. JD. What? 3K?
Well, that's
you all
that.
came out of sea looking for trouble, and JD was like, yeah. Detention. No chance, mate. I like my subby aim shaken, not stunned. And let him go hunting. I want to see another ace.
Why not?
JD, get the knife out. It's time to hunt down a Sova.
Let him do that thing. I mean, Lenny, the last one I stand. Oh, poor Lenny. He's 1v5. His team, they've just been wiped. Yeah, he's got this little charm on his gun to keep him company. His teammates certainly won't.
Here comes JD. All eyes on the potential ace. They're going to see where that arrow's going potentially. Lena has revealed themselves. If anyone else shoots this, I am reporting you to Riot. Here it comes. Jada. No! It's a big fumble. That is a massive fumble, but that is an ace.
There's a headshot
Lovely
anyway.
Stuff. Took your time with it, JD, but you know what?
Yep.
You impressed me.
Congratulations, brother. That was... Harry's a hard man to please. He's able to do it on his first crack, so fair play to him. As we saw Akuda, he ended up committing the knives that round. Didn't actually need them at all. Just let JD do his thing. We have a timeout being called by Todak, actually. This is where I like seeing...
Let him stew in it.
Yeah, this is where I love seeing timeouts, Harry. It's when you've got the lead, you've just wiped your enemy team, you know you're against a bye round, you call the timeout to get into their heads. Look at the mass stack of 4 players outside A right now. We said in our first game, when we see timeouts get called, usually off the back of that comes a very fast play, with the assumption being you usually see a default with some little nuance thrown into it. No, not Todak. They've got aimers, and my god, do we know it. 4 players outside A, they can get for the fast long play. If they can shut down the jet instantly, then they're just going to pave their way to that site and use it as a chance to really pummel their opponents into the ground.
Double bubble, toil and trouble. Today we shall be concocting a potion of tilt, and we shall allow for Louvre to stew within it.
Let it simmer at 20 degrees centigrade.
And you just stir thoroughly.
Yeah.
The Malaysian side here, they are coming out swinging, especially considering the lack of recent results. The last time they met up against Louvre, they were beaten. There's no other way to put it. It's a raw stat. They were beat by Louvre last time these guys met up against each other. But they're coming out swinging here.
Oh, Cypher going very quick onto this angle. He's caught out of angle. There's the Hunter's Fury. There's the opening, and that's just what Louvre needed to bring themselves back into at least just this round for now.
Juicy. It's interesting as well that Todak were able to get this much of an advantage when Juicy was so dominant in the first round. That could be a little bit of a tilter when you get aced by someone with a pistol. Like, you all have a chance to win that duel and none of you do. Great mental fortitude from Todak. All right, Rolling Thunder, good to go. I'm afraid Flaring, it's you versus the unbearable forces of seismic nature that Sweden is going to deliver. Flaring's all about... And Tanuka just gets absolutely rammed! Oh, no! Flaring survives for so much longer. Kale survives for now. Out come the Seekers. Eat your greens, boys and girls. And Kale's all by themselves, taken out from the back. But, oh my goodness. That was kind of hilarious to watch from Flaring's perspective. They were just concussed. It was almost like you saw Aduka flying in slow motion. I'm coming to get you. absolutely blasted out of the sky like a Stinger missile just locked on.
It's like watching a pigeon like fly into a window, right? It's like,
It is like watching a pigeon fly into a window.
We're going to see Todak once again now set up outside A. This time it may be that fast play. They saw the heavy setup, and I mean, if 3-man commitments are long, they really don't want to forego it for now.
Juicy, feeling confident right now. Plinking away. I think that was a bird also got destroyed. This is a nasty position to be. Having to tailwind out of there. Now no more dash. No easy escapes. But still, the double down. Who would be waiting here if not for Kale? Meanwhile, the other Diaspora. Most is spread throughout mid towards B.
Very slow control from Juicy here, but this forwarded angle means that A, pretty much off limits. A bait and switch with a Reyna and Jet isn't a pretty kind of combo to walk into. Luckily, Todak, he's more invested on B right now. The Sova has an idea of it. Lenny, he's got an inkling, but he expended that Hunter's Fury last round. So that's what Juicy.
Oh, man. Juicy has been absolutely juiced. Broken down, stunned, potentially blinded. And then, of course, riddled with bullets. That's probably the most effective of all of those. Aduka now with a fresh entry. Where you throwing those arrows, mate? I'm over here. I demand a gunfight, and Redco's going to be the one to give it to them. Kale falls in the aftermath, and still 2 defenders will hold fast on the A site. But guess what, boys? It's all a fake. We're over on B, and Click's laid down the spike, and now you've got to worry about Jade coming in from behind. No one expects the Astra, especially not the Astra.
That's rough when your opponents know you better than you know yourself. Eh?
I know you because I am you. Best moves.
That's great. We've got a fun round before the swap. I mean, 9-3. It's a tough scoreline to come back from. It's sort of that. It's that scoreline where you have. It's the furthest you can be with the game still being winnable. And I mean, Todak have looked pretty dominant, if we're honest, Harry. Dakuda, he's bringing out the op now. He hasn't actually invested it much this game. He'll pick it up if it's left on the floor, but this time he's actually investing it. So we'll see if he actually ends up getting a duel with Juicy, but unfortunately, Juicy, without an op, is just pushing into mid.
All right, I'm convinced. I'm watching Aduka.
Yep.
Oh,
oh no,
that's enough op for me.
Back to Juicy. Yeah.
My jimmies have been rustled, and Juicy is going to be rustling more of those. A firing squad in mid. You come into our territory. There haven't been many fights in mid, but they all belong to Louvre. And now JD's all alone, and there is a Astra that's quite hungry for revenge. You think you know me? You think you know? No one knows like JD knows, and Flaring gets their vengeance. The third frag of the round, 8-4. Louvre, I mean, could be better, could be worse.
Yeah, that's probably the best way to describe it. Louvre, they had a fairly messy start to half. Ending it, they've sort of recovered, making it 4. It's certainly not what they would hope for. Bear in mind that this is their map pick, but yeah, they can work with it, right? They know that last time they played against Todak, they won, as you mentioned. Like, just it's a stat, they won. But here, they seem a bit more challenged. I suspect that this may end up coming to Louvre playing for a draw, especially if they can't win this pistol round. Looking at the investment as well, Louvre and Todak, actually, both teams a lot more utility heavy, with only a few ghosts thrown into the mix compared to a lot of the other teams we've seen today.
Aduka desperately tries to remove themselves from the tendrils of that Leah and pretty well as well. They'll avoid being vulnerable. The main KO was kind of left on their own. You're going to cover me while I get this orb, right, guys? Right?
Guys!
Aduka, where you going, man? Oh, there's the recon and Drone. It's going to hit Aduka, so they're forced to move away, and they're going to cede over the site now to a full push from the side of Louvre. That's about as easy as it comes, and everyone else just has to try and figure out where all the other members are. They don't know that it's everyone on A. Not a huge amount of control over this map has been gained.
This is going to be a really tough retake, because this bomb, it's gone quite a way before they're even really in position now. Eventually, we'll see the user deployed. There the dog comes out. Drone, well, doesn't care for animals.
Lena, for now. Lenny? Lena? Probably a little bit late to be asking this, going up against Subby, but at the moment, I'm more interested in the battle happening on site. Guess who's playing in the back? It's gotta be Juicy, the last remaining fighter. The juice is loose, baby. They move into the smoke, but Subby, you're simply too late, cousin. That's gonna be 5. And I'll repeat it again. The juice is loose.
Sending his opponents into a noose as we have a very, very clean round from both Juicy and more importantly from Louvre. It was more just the ability to be able to trade. As you see, when they're able to stack up, more importantly, when they're able to just get it dug in for their afterplan, they can really, really be effective. For the most part, let's see if Todak, bear in mind, they went into that retake really late, and that was punished quite significantly. Todak, do they continue playing retake? Because a lot of the time, when you lose a round like that, it shatters your confidence.
Azuka just try. Maybe I could defeat them by headbutting. That's a good trick.
Nothing beats blunt force trauma. Oh, Dill can do it as well.
Daeon tried the same trick. You know what? Maybe they're onto something right here. And Juicy's managed to grab themselves a Vandal here in round 2. Is that a second Vandal? Hold up. There's some gun management that needs to happen here. There are indeed 2 Vandals. This is a huge investment for... Oh, no. No one was looking towards heaven. Why would the defenders be up there?
This is looking really expensive now for Louvre. Really expensive.
So expensive. They need to get that second Vandal off the scene. Out comes the recon drone. Oh, the drop down, and it's a clean shot. JD's just built different, baby. Lena's gonna try and take this. Going up against the Sheriff. It's all about playing for the time right now. Aluti Spectre's not able to do too much, but Lena can only walk away with a singular Vandal. And they are going to be missing that full shield as well. That could have some long-term consequences for Louvre.
You're absolutely right. And more importantly, that was a really, really effective round from Todak. Not only being able to do that much damage with just pistols, but also really leaning that his opponent's sweats, letting only take a single Vandal into the next round. Nothing like the investment they put into it, and it means that despite being on their full buy, and despite being able to play bonus, only one guy has money on Louvre. Todak winning this round almost counts as double at this point.
That is a lot of stuns, that's a lot of blinds, but the damage is not... Despite the stack up on A-Long, that's a little bit... That's a nice little refrag. 2 for 2. And suddenly it's the 3 versus 3. Aduka, though, affirmative with their positioning, making sure that Juicy is unable to claim this for long. And now Aduka can try and leverage the high ground. They hear the plant. They suspect it's on default. They don't really have a method of dealing with this for now. Patience is their ally until they see Lena go wide. And now one man with a big hat is up against 3 people. But can a hat beat this much? It seems unlikely. The hat's going to try, but the hat's going to fail.
It was worth a try, wasn't it? And I suppose the hat didn't quite have the power as the weapon as Aduka. A really, really strong round from him there. Not only shutting down the Jet, who went very aggressive. Juicy, if the kills didn't happen on Long, Juicy would have just killed both of them anyway. So the fact that they were able to trade is about as strong as Todak could have taken that. Juicy, fortunately, caught out by Aduka. The Jet difference really started to show, isn't it?
Speaking of differences.
Yeah.
You know what, Kremer? You bring the casting difference. Shout out to Kremer, my co-caster right now, who's also my observer and my producer. I can just focus on saying words.
Yeah, he just lets rip. I press buttons now. It's my job.
It's another full centaur day from the looks of it here, Kremer. Violence was usually the answer, and it will remain so for now. Daeon tries to jump over the dog. I'm afraid skip and jump to their death as Aduka meets multiple people. Throw out the Vandal. Go on without me. Use my gun to slay the heathens.
It is a miracle Aduka's still alive, and I think that he's actually about to use it now. The world's divided. That's a really well-placed ult.
Aduka, they're going to be making close contact here with the Cypher. Redco on the other side is ready to move on forward, but not ready enough. Redco wins out that one, and the Ghost just hits differently, baby. Flaring's a different beast with a pistol in their hands. Small arms fire. Nah, man. It's not the size of the weapon. It's what you do with it.
I do, as mentioned before, we as we are the observer, producer, and casters, if there are subpar observings and you insult the observer, I read the chat. Like, it does make me really sad. I'm trying my best, man. I've never observed Valorant before. Like, this is as good as it's gonna get.
Any cyberbullies in the chat?
I'm actually, like, you guys are being really nice compared to the European audience, but like, I was excited to get slated. Like,
oh, that's a lot of stuns, and Juicy wins out the Jet duel. It feels like Juicy versus Todak has been such a treat to watch thus far. And now Juicy moving on up. Good turn away there to avoid getting flapped, and then can connect the headshot thereafter. A little bit low on HP and needs to reload sometime soon, so the reinforcements are going to be integral in moving forward. Juicy's gone up high, grabs himself a 3k before being claimed. But once again, Speed is the ally of Louvre, and they have closed the gap now. It's 8-9 after what was, an 8-4 first half?
yeah, they're really, really well recovered, and more importantly, they've kind of they've sort of put Todak on the back foot here. Sure, Todak have an investment, but this is an investment where they brought down to 0. More importantly, they've built an economy of their own. They no longer have that risk of if they lose a round, they're down to an eco, counts as double. They now have that sort of soft, I suppose cash is quite a hard pillow, but nonetheless, it's still a pillow, giving them that level of comfort.
Depends if it's paper or coin, I suppose. I wouldn't stuff a pillow with coins.
Well, it could beat the Vandal in weaponry.
I mean, if Louvre just decided that it's all A all the time, just A until it doesn't work, and for now it's working, Kale just runs Cypher Cage and gets taken on out, and now Darion is time to burst out of the smoke. The most aggressive bubble you've ever seen is going to be filling up your bath, but Aduka's ready with an op in hand, hoping to catch out anyone who dares peek on in. But it's going to be difficult against all of these smokes to get any purchase. And suddenly a huge amount of my friends are dead. How did this happen? Take the op. I will take the Vandal. It is time for a big old entry, but they're waiting inside the cage. But the cage is populated mostly by bullets thrown out by JD, who absolutely activates. And that is a 4 versus 3 retake that was executed flawlessly. What a play from Todak.
To think how last time this exact situation happened, they went through and just all died. The fact they're able to recover, come back, and then do it again in just the space of a round is so impressive. Todak, they take a timeout, and I really think Todak may, purely on their usage of timeouts alone, think they could end up probably winning this tournament. Just, that's how big being able to pause, break momentum, and then be yourself in a position where your opponents just have to spend a good minute worrying about what you're going to do next. That's how effective timeouts are. Taking one after you've won a round almost shows that you're not going to go A again. You've just been destroyed on it. That's like their way of saying they know
Surely
this.
they're not dumb enough to do this again. Tell you what,
granted,
we'll give you a timeout.
Yeah, granted, if they do go A again, then yeah, just fair enough. Let them have it. But like,
we'll use a timeout for you guys. If you go A again, there's no help that we can give you.
Yeah,
like,
there's no more handicaps will work. Yeah, just
brush yourself down.
do it again.
Figure out what you want to do. And I'm not gonna lie, Crabber, it's a little bit of an alien at the moment. I know they're still in
I
the
suspect
pre.
it's to mid. I do suspect it's to mid.
I
hope it's to mid.
I dreamed a dream of hitting mid.
I dreamed a dream where B's worth living, but no, it looks like there's gonna be another hit away. They don't care. Just keep doing it. Why not? Aduka, he's got an op now. This is gonna become a lot scarier hitting this site. You can't keep doing it over and over again.
You know, if I were to list the sites that LVR have hit, it would just be a scream. Ah! And it maintains. Todak gets themselves another. Here comes the Hunter's Fury. A skip, a dodge, and Redco's just too fast. Grabbing themselves 2 now, and finally some purchase gained on A. Surely Click can't stop this, and Redco says, absolutely not, mate. I haven't been investing in this many A pushes to be thwarted now after a 3 tactical timeout that's been given. Subby falls low. Darion able to win the duel with the optimal rifle. And Louvre finally have got themselves together.
This is actually turning into a very, very solid game. I mean, sure, Louvre are winning, but only just. Like, Todak are winning, but only just. You know, premise still stands. They are really, really struggling. And right now, momentum completely in favor of Louvre, this attacking side. They don't have the ult advantage. Stubby and Kel can still use theirs, but they're at a stage now where the fact that Todak have lost A again and again and again, and now we're at a stage where Louvre, they just don't care. Just keep hitting it. Why change what isn't broken?
They do not care, and neither does Aduka. That's a lovely bit of sheriff play right there. Here come the greens, the cabbages. Greens, boys and girls. They're one of your 5 kills a day, and JD's more than happy to look for even more. Got to move from this area. The dog's taken down, but so too is Darion. And it's another massacre on A, because you know what? If you just keep coming here, we'll just keep greeting you. We'll put out a doormat. We'll lay a couple traps. You've activated my trap card. Speaking of which, Cypher versus Cypher. Oh, was that
what was
another
that?
Reiko?
What? Because he just looks at that and went, how?
Is this real? Am I in a professional Valorant game?
Am I live? What is this?
Oh, 6 HP. Enough blood in him to fill a biro. Red.
A little bic.
A free pen from a bank. Red ink, of course.
Oh, right, okay.
Look at this double stack. That's such bullying. Surprise!
Yeah, a bit overkill, but hey, yeah, it works. For now, we still have this ult circulation's been kind of weird for a very long time. The start of this first half, it's been ult usage the second you get it, use it to get an advantage in the round, especially in the latter stages of the second half we saw, or the first half we saw that as well. Now we're hitting this kind of ending stages. Everyone's holding on to it. You know, Stubby, he's had his for a while, same for JD, and Flaring as well. These divides, they have been round deciding in the afterplants. We haven't seen one yet, and because of that, there still isn't any use of them, as it all comes down to aim.
Show me how Aduka do. Oh, that's how Aduka do. Goodbye, Jesse.
Jet difference.
A jet differential, potentially. The better air avatar. Oh, the flick might have actually been stopped there by a little bit of blocking. Unable to get the strafe in that they wanted. The full blind is going to be now. An more party. Never was it in doubt. Yet another shot. The duelists are dead, and so's everybody else. Aduka claims corpse after corpse as they're going to open their own morgue up for business. Yup. Remains trained. Lena's identified, and the headshots are good. Lena with a triple. Oh my goodness, they've isolated 1 versus 1 here. Jade moves through their own, but they're a little bit faster on the aim. The Cosmic Divide was nothing to worry about, mate, and the operator is reclaimed.
I mean, Aduka, we knew he was going to be kind of been heralding his success for quite a while now, but JD as well, both seeing 25-24 kills, and we were thinking kind of before this game, 30 bombs are pretty rare. I think we've seen one in every series today. We may even see it here, if not, maybe not in this game, because Todak probably could close us out, considering they've got 3 ults to throw. Lenny, ults or collections haven't really got in favour of Louvre pretty much this whole game, especially we see the aggression, of Kale here. For the most part.
Juicy. Oh, up against Aduka. Manages to avoid losing their life even against the hard peek from the operator. Aduka's unperturbed, man. Gets hit by a tracking dart and still aims down for a while. Look at this cheeky position at the moment from Kale. If they aren't checked, it's going to be brutal. That's a lovely little bit of a smoke right there. Forces the dismiss out. Aduka's fallen down. And once again, the A party is afoot. And guess what? You're all invited.
This is going to be a tough retake. There are ults to be used, but do you risk using them? There's a flank already being considered by Juicy if he continues to extend. And I love this by Todak. Their money, it's not great. They just back off. They hold on to their weapons. This is such a good call. And they're throwing the old aftershock click. He's just trying to sell that. Maybe they're considering it still. But this is a really, really strong bit of decision-making from Todak. And it's worked beautifully in their favor.
It really cracks me up. I'm reading the chat from 2 minutes ago, and they're like, they're still going A, and we're 2 rounds in the future.
And they're still going A.
Still going A. Louvre know how to attack one site in Valorant, and only one site, and it's A of Haven. And you know what? It's not going too badly. 12-10.
I'm just so surprised that, how is this working? How is it working?
I can't stop myself.
I wonder if I don't know who the IGL is on Louvre, but do you think he still calls? Or he just doesn't say anything and the team got him as acknowledged. Okay. That's what it means.
Their IGL is like an iPad you'd use to teach the kids the alphabet, and it's just stuck on the first slide. It's a PowerPoint presentation that can't move past slide A.
The IGL's on strike.
What can we do? The PowerPoint says A, boys.
Oh, that's amazing. Look, it's no longer A. That's not what we call it.
Hold up, what is this?
There's 2 rounds
shenanigans
left of
refer here.
regulation.
Never in my life have I seen this part of Haven. This is DLC
Heresy.
map right here.
This is heresy.
JD. Can't believe their luck. Someone's coming to say hello to me. Todak gets himself a headshot with the Blade Storm. Lovely stuff right there. JD's going to be very close to the fire, and Darion's going to make sure that they remain, but Aduka's going to back off for now. Better to look for the retake, it would seem. They can be assisted by flashes. They can be assisted by the camera. Here comes the Empress as well from Darion. They need to guarantee that they win this, because remember, it's match point right now for Todak. Aduka. What's the plan, big man? They find Darion just firing and firing through the walls with their stimulated fire given over by the Empress. The rate of fire is too high to try and duel against. Remember, no penetration here. That's a good headshot right there. A flick attempt from Lenev. Dropping over to a Phantom, and unfortunately the wall bangs just ain't it. C attack works out. And you know what? Maybe they unstuck that PowerPoint.
Hey, they kicked it a bit. Did it manually. Ah, there we go. Right. Back onto Haven, eh? As they've actually got they've got Hunter's Fury out on Lenny now, so they have utility, especially for retakes. And while JD might be able to get that World's Divide out just to help out, the reality is this is a bit of a garage buy from Todak. We spoke about that round was a must-win, not just for Louvre, but for Todak as well. They don't have money. This needs to go well for them, otherwise they're going to go in straight into overtime.
Well, Todak seeing what they can do with a ramshackle buy. Doesn't matter what you lose. After this, everyone's going to get 5k if Louvre can win. This Hunter's Fury, I don't want to see it saved. I don't want to see anything saved. Kremer, if it is, I'm going to be an angry boy.
Oh, the aggression of Aduka.
The Guardian up against multiple people. Can't go full auto. Tap, tap, tap away. Unable to connect just now. And that means they're just going to cede away this space again, and everyone's going to move over towards C.
Well, C, everyone knows C's in fashion. C is the new A.
You know what we say about C? It's the new A. A little bit friendly fire. Onto Derek. Caught within the tendrils of the Hunter's Fury. And without those Seekers being available, that's going to make the retake a little bit more dangerous. However, the Cosmic Divide could open things up slightly, maybe create a canal of safety to try and move through. Oh, it's easy wallbangs for Aduka. You can't play those areas.
It's a strong divide as well.
The stun is good on Darion. They hold themselves, but Aduka's just so fast, man. Moves like lightning. I am wind. I am the air. I am right up in your face, but it's going to be holding down the trigger for Juicy that gets it done. Redco in the midst of that walked away with a 3k. A fragging Cypher will bring us to overtime.
Ah, we see the 30 bomb from Aduka as well. A 30 bomb in every series today. We've seen aces, we've seen 30 bombs. If the Royal SCA Challenge doesn't bring anything, at least it brings entertainment, eh? As we've got a very, very close match right now. Click and Darion both having some fairly shaky performances, but that is being made up for by both Juicy, Redco, Aduka, and JD. All of which breaking that 20 mark, all of which really kind of combating in this four-way aim duel as they prepare to hit this. Well, I want you to guess what site they're preparing to hit, Harry.
To be fair, this is Todak, not LVR.
That's true, which is why it's slightly a default.
I'm also so confused. There was like 100% win rate on C.
Yeah.
When it was being hit. Juicy. Gonna take some contact here. On a long. Oh my goodness, taking out Aduka. What more could you ask for, Kremer? Beautiful stuff. A jet differential in favor of LVR right now.
I'm going to go down on B, and this is really going to be quite stressful for Todak. While, sure, there isn't going to be any ults to try and cut them off, there will be a lot of smokes to worry about. As the dog's going to quickly clear just what angles you have to work with. Unfortunately, the dog's going to relay back. You don't have much space at all. There is a flank coming, though, which may assist them in this endeavour.
Yeah, there's going to be a battle in Garage, but she could be caught here in Cosmic 4. Take down Kale and flaring. Blue Monster playing out of Garage. A tap on the defuse. Baits in Click to try and play. And JD's found within the smoke because Juicy's just got that sixth sense, man. Smells like Astra in there. And you know what?
This has been such a close game so far. Louvre, they've had a really, really solid attempt right now. Being able to win their defensive side as well makes things look like there could be an upset. I say upset, they won last time, Todak, but for the longest time, they looked like they were winning this. The fact it's been turned around is just insane. For the time being, though, we are going to see a bit of a default, looks like, being teased by Louvre. And here's the thing, because they've been going A so often, now when they do anything but A, Todak forget how to react. What I am interested in, though, is Aduka. This is a glass cannon orb.
Lear comes out, so too is the gravity well used. Huge amounts of utility invested early here from Todak to try and get control of A long, and then they seed it right back away. And now, a hit towards Garage, following in with the drone here, going to check the corners in advance, and Darion very keen to move on forward. Out goes Valia. They want to meet the Cypher here, but they find themselves within the cage. A nice flick right there from Subby is countered instantly by Juicy, and Darion just puts their back up right against JD, who's refragged in time, and this could be LVR claiming the map pick of Todak.
This is turning into an absolute bloodbath, Harry. Both teams really struggling, and, well, for Todak, they've just lost all momentum. On the retake now, a man down. They encroach this site, and they take it to double OT, Harry. Or is this where they fall?
Oh, these post plants, they're so wide, they're so difficult to try and dislodge. You've got to beat Lenny. That's a good first start. Now Kale's starting to get super aggressive. Oh, Juicy, you dirty, filthy boy. I can't believe what my eyes have presented me with. The tracking dart on top of that. And Aduka, I'm afraid the ship's out to harbor, and Juicy gets caught with this, but there's not much more than that can be done. Time's not on your side. Just rush the boys down. It's a double in the end, but time has made a fool of Todak.
An incredible game. Todak, that is a rough way to go through your game. Such a close endeavor. Unfortunately, they do fall. Louvre, with a monumental comeback, are able to take that next game. And honestly, if that is just but a taste of what both teams are able to bring to this group, I cannot wait to get our teeth into it.
I mean, Kremo, we've been blessed with some excellent games today. And also, we're blessed with being able to do this for 12 days in a row. From the 8th to the 20th, you and I will be here every single day casting so much Valorant. This is just Group A. We've got Group B with Paper Rex in it. That's going to be mad. And then we've got playoffs after that. It's going to be mad. You don't want to miss a single second of the action. But we've only got one map left today. It'll be coming your way after this break.
Trust me, you do not want to miss it. We'll be back momentarily. Of course, before we do go, though, honestly, you guys in the chat are lovely. I'm not used to having a chat that's this nice. You guys are really great. So,
heart
this is like a little heart thing for you guys, because, my God. Anyway, I think I'm pressed the wrong button there. We didn't transition fully, but there we go. Now we will transition, so we'll be back in just a moment.
Fill me out with your smile, like the sunshine brings the light. Fill me out with a flame, I will let you in this game. Take me out when I'm down, 'cause with you I'm safe and sound. 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 I'm safe and sound.
lose ourselves in the spirit of things. We lose our sight when we put our trust in things of this material world, of things that fade away. Let me keep coming back, 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 keep coming back. Keep coming back, keep coming back, keep coming back, keep coming back, I say. Wherever love goes, there is also misery. It's no mystery. And you and I, we got history. Yeah. Wherever love flows, there is also tragedy. When we're in too deep. And you and I, we got history. Yeah. Go look in the mirror, say, hey, I'm sorry for all the pain. I'm sorry for all the pain. Go look in the mirror, say, hey, I'm sorry for all the pain. I'm sorry for all the pain. Go look in the mirror, say, hey, I'm sorry for all the pain.
Hello. Welcome back. We just saw an incredible match between Todak and Louvre. We're now moving to map 2 of Icebox, a map which both teams would consider themselves the masters on. We're going to see in this absolute clash of titans who the master is and who the student is in just a moment. Of course, I'm Caster Crema 3. I'm joined by the wonderful Leg Day. Harry, how do you feel about this one?
I'm feeling pretty excited. I think this is going to be another overtime, to be honest. Both teams very, very good at Icebox. Both of them have it as one of their highest play rate maps across the entire pool. And for Louvre, their win percentage is about 75% over 8 maps. And on the side of Todak, I think they're at about 70% on 10 maps. So both of them have a huge amount of dubs on here. So the question is, when we move over to these colder temperatures, when we start to get sub-zero, will the juice get frozen out, or will they continue to break through the lines of Todak? And it feels like it has been a battle of 2 jets thus far. Both Viduka and Juicy have been inspiring the rest of their teams with their high frag counts and impressive explosions.
You're absolutely right. They have been playing out of their minds. At the end of that last game, Juice had 33 kills. I believe it was Viduka who had 30. So they were really damn close in firepower, in caliber, and honestly, we're going to see the versatility of them now. Can they mimic it on other maps? And if they can, and I suspect they can, Juice, for a long time, he was ranked 1 in the APAC region. Like, that is a pretty nice title to hold, I think. And at 15 as well, Harry. He's a prodigy. He's a prodigy. And I'm really, really looking forward to seeing what he can do now on Icebox.
Man. These fetuses start aiming younger and younger these days, Kramer.
He makes us look like grandparents, doesn't he?
I can only imagine how good I would be at aiming if I didn't spend my 15 through 18 years playing the equivalents of World of Warcraft. Doesn't really train the aiming muscles, I'll tell you that much, but does socially isolate you quite effectively. So
I did spend 15 to 18 playing first-person shooters, and I couldn't even come close. To how good Juicy is. So he genuinely is a prodigy. It was also very good at socially isolating, though. Also very good at socially isolating.
Those who can't do, cast.
Exactly. Those who can't cast, produce. Those who can't produce, observe. I'm doing all 3. So what does that mean? Like,
what is your skill set, Kramer?
what is skill? Like, this is... Oh, damn. And those who can't do... Actually, yeah, at least there's one role we're not doing. We're not adminning. So, of course, there's a little shout out to our wonderful admin, Houdini.
True.
Houdini's great. He's really blunt. He doesn't mean to be blunt. He's just Russian. Like, that's what I love. He's a really nice guy. Like, he's a really, really nice guy. But for a long time, I thought he just hated us. I genuinely thought he hated us with all his heart. But no, he's just lovely. However, this game, Harry, this is going to be a close one. We saw an incredible comeback from Louvre over on Haven. Do you see it happening again here on Icebox? Do you see a 2-0, or do you think this is going to end 1-1?
One of the things I'm most interested in here is how Click plays for Sage. I anticipate that Click's going to be picking out the Sage. When I was researching this team, I noticed that Click/Senna, as they are alternatively known, plays, frankly, a copious amount of Sage, or almost an irresponsible amount of Sage, and she's quite integral to a huge amount of executes on Icebox, especially when it comes to the attacking side and generating safe spike plants, as well as on the defensive side, locking down the tunnel into Kitchen with a lateral wall. So I imagine we're going to see Click pick that up, and we're going to have to see dual Vipers here, because moving away from Viper on Icebox, generally considered a pretty big no-no.
Yeah. It's like shooting yourself in the foot before the game starts. As you mentioned, Click on Sage is someone to watch out for. My worry, though, is we saw him on that last map on Haven. He had a really, really bad game. He significantly struggled, not so much in aim, but he was being caught out constantly. And when you're constantly being caught out like that, you end up tilting pretty quickly. And sure, we have about a 10-minute break between each map, but that may not be enough to untilt him.
Well, I think they're taking a little bit longer than 10 minutes at the moment, Kramer. We figured we'd be going in soon. And yeah,
I was hoping...
Here we are.
Can we name and shame someone?
I don't think it's been revealed to us. They're being quite secretive about who's the problem.
Here's the thing. As the producer, observer, and caster, they can't sack us. But we have job security. This is...
You can't kick me out of the band.
I am the band. But hopefully we can get underway momentarily. Again, it should just be a minute or two. You guys are being lovely in the chat as well, as always. We could also shout out See and Strike and Drop Bear. They're doing the kind of clipping and the posting on Twitter throughout this. On the topic of Twitter, Harry, you have Twitter, don't you? You like Twitter.
I do have Twitter. I also have a very clean @ I am @legday. Yummy.
Yeah, that's a lot easier than mine. Mine's at Crema3, but add a 2 on the end. It's at Crema32 because Crema3 was taken. I'm young like that, and some people beat me to Twitter.
So in this context, is it actually not Crema32, but Crema32?
So here's the thing. There's meaning behind Crema3 because I'm the oldest of 3 siblings.
Give me the origin of your 3.
Yeah, well, because I'm the oldest of 3 siblings, we used to share the account, hence the 3. So that being Crema3. Because I have to be Crema32, technically I can go Crema3, 2, and then 1, which is me. Which is why 1 isn't there. So,
I've got some lore about Crema's siblings.
Oh, you've got... Oh, God.
The day after I met Crema, we were scheduled for a practice cast, and he had to miss it because his sister almost destroyed the house by flooding their bathroom.
That was a horrible moment in my life. I don't want to relive that, but I walked in the front door and it looked like Niagara Falls, like coming through my ceiling. It's not something you expect to see very often, and it's really hard to describe because of how weird and out of place it was to see. There's water coming out the ceiling. That's not meant to happen.
Don't trust the other Cremas. They will destroy your property and turn your architecture into waterfalls.
It's true. With that, though, we're getting into game, Harry. We're finally at the Agent Select.
Redka, don't play with my heart. Do not play.
Oh, I was hoping to see it.
I mean, it's a lot more responsible. I'll give you that.
Boo, irresponsible.
Boo! You suck! Yeah. Playing something normal. No triple duelist with Yoru.
Play the game to win it. God damn it. The Killjoy's an effective pick, though. Killjoys are very good because you can just leave them alone on a site, leave them with all their utility, and then just focus on the opposite site. For Todak, I like the fact that they've brought out this Sage. Yeah, as you mentioned.
It's weird that it's not Click who's playing it.
And it's Click on Viper. Yeah, it's interesting. What's also interesting is we don't see a Sage over on us on Louvre. They prefer the Killjoy instead. I favour the Sage in this matchup, I think.
The Sage's usefulness in locking down mid can be quite time constrained, however, because remember that wall will degrade over time, whereas the turret, so long as it's unperturbed and within range of a Killjoy, will remain present. I'm very interested, though, as to why Click has picked up the Viper when Jade was actually playing the Astra, which is the classical smoker on Haven.
Let's see what we'll have to do for this pistol round. For the most part, looks like mid control is going to be the key here. Over on the buy, once again, very little ghosts. It's very classic oriented. I love this because it shows that this team, both teams favour utility here, but straight to the action area.
Oh, Jade gets the first blood, and Todak here seem to be all about controlling mid. 3 sets of guns just run down into mid. Juicy got kind of blocked there on their disengage by their Viper, but it doesn't matter. They've gone out with a little bit of health. They can pick up a free ultimate orb here. No dramas if they so desire. Nope. Nope.
Duke up 4x3. 4x3.
Oh, Lenny grabs one, and a Duca did not see it coming. What? You don't get away with that. No way. No, 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 no. Juicy versus 3. It was an ace last time around. Surely it can't be done again. They still have a spike in hand. They hear a little bit jumping. They've seen the hand. They see the right click. It's too dangerous to go alone. You must take this. And by this, I mean a headshot. Even more.
Harry,
18. LVR Juicy. It all lands on you and Subby. Quick jiggle peek here and there. Able to deliver a right click. It's a headshot as well. Nice and clean. 2 members survive. And Todak start off well.
A lot of people are asking, are the transitions of production broken? Yes, there it is. It's not you. We have a few things we need to fix for tomorrow. I would fix them live. Unfortunately, I'm not a producer. Well, I am a producer, technically speaking, for this, but that's not what that's what I usually do. I need like hours to look at it.
You're more of an enthusiast, a hobbyist.
Yeah, like this is like, I suppose I can do it, rather than an actual producer. So
it's Kramer produces all. There's no stream.
It'll be fixed for tomorrow. As Click now prepare for another defense over on this A site.
Oh, hello there, Darion. Getting a little bit frisky here. Sheriff in hand. Lovely new skin. That one way could be difficult to try and pass by. That's why Redco is going to lead the way now. And the ultimate orb is going to be picked up. Now, Kale, where's the swing? Juicy gets pinged, but Redco's made their way in here and seems undetected thus far. Even Kale, who's opposite, is yet to see Redco, just unable to take that angle fully. Darion's going to take that. There's the headshot and the Devour. Get themselves both an upgrade and some additional health. Click keeps that Viper's screen up to maintain a little bit of safety. But considering that this was an anti-eco, this is not the best start that they could hope for. Huge amounts of space have been gained by LVR. And now it's all down to JD playing up high with this Spectre. Could leverage this position quite well. And a Duke around the back might be able to try and gain some purchase. They get one, but they will not get the second. And JD now, I think they found everything they wanted from this upper area. Subby needs to move forward, needs to get rid of multiple people. That's a good way to start. JD falls down, but Subby has been hit by the Sheriff. A quick tap to force Redco to take that peek. And here we go once more. This might force Redco to move on forward. Click just runs through the wall. It's a run and gun. The Spectre is unrelenting and merciless. And it's a sprint back towards the spike. By the seat of your pants. It could be doable, and I think it is. 1 second remains. Plenty of time. Wasn't worried for a second, Kramer. I wasn't worried for a second. 0.05 to be precise.
Yeah, that was really damn close. However, they're still able to take it. Todak 2-0 lead. Now, for LVR, that was a solid round. Being able to zone Todak like that, just off the back of 1 kill, and then just utility usage. It worked beautifully. Now we see Todak with, bear in mind, they've taken a pummeling in the 2 rounds they've been winning. Playing a bonus, not really an option now. They've had to reinvest regardless. And because of that, we're going to see Louvre actually enter this round with a firepower advantage.
One of the most important rounds that we could potentially see over the course of this map is going to be right here. And it's going to start with Kale moving all the way down mid, but will likely be caught by this turret if they continue on the path that has been laid out before them. Huge amounts of staff and personnel are going to be laid out on A, and it's going to be down to Subby and Jade to meet them. Playing it low at the moment, not on catwalk. Hoping that the cubby would be helpful. A bit of a tickle from the shot dart. Darion manages to find that and deliver the headshot, so that's going to be an opening that was thoroughly required. Both of these duelists play up high. Aduka's taken down. Kale, where to now? Triggers the alarm bot. Out goes Valia, but the person who was going to be looking into it has already been taken. Kale and Click combined for multiple frags, and they've managed to even up the numbers. And now it's 3 versus 3. The Empress is active. No point in saving it, thinks Kale. If I've got it in round 3, I'll have it by round 6. Redco manages to cross without a scratch on them for now. And look at these cheesy lineups. Vipers, bites, nano swarms, dead teammates litter the floor. Click, 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 click.
Really strong round from Redco as well, able to deliver, bringing that first to Louvre. And Harry, you said you expected overtime in map 2. I am entirely with you. This has been close from the get-go. More importantly as well, Louvre have shown some serious talent in making sure that they're able to get to a site and then just drop Viper Wall. They've then got Rainer Lears as well that just keep pushing his opponents back. And, well, with this, why change what isn't broken? Hey, this is the team who really like going A.
Redco already has the lockdown good to go. But would they prefer it for a post-plant or a pre-plant? Those are the questions that must be answered. Look at this foray down mid. A full stack is going to roll around behind him. Subby's got the first. The headshot with the Marshal. That needs to be attended to. They've smoked off the turret. And now, will they know about the Viper coming in from the back? Flaring has got 2. Can Flaring get more than this? They're presented with so many, and Click gets 1 to the head. An upgrade on the right. Now Redco's coming in as a reinforcement, but JD's got the pre-aim that they need. The flick can be adjusted, not quite good enough, so Redco will walk away with this one. But Subby, still the martial criminal in the background, ready to lay down the Click. Makes a little bit of noise here. Keeps Redco honest. Tries to drive him away from that angle so they can meet them on the other. But Redco knows that right now time's on their side. Click accidentally falls down. And they had the chance there to have an unadjusted Redco Angel. And with Subby falling, surely the cavalry's going to be coming in soon. Here comes Darion, but Redco doesn't need it. I've got this myself, bruv. No dramas.
Needed. And so we have a very clean round from Louvre there. And I mean, for Todak, that was the objective. Just do a bit of damage, try and hinder them a little bit. You're not going to win a round on a full eco. Move to this 5th. Now, ults are starting to come online. Redco, Darion, and Lenny all have theirs available. Juicy's going to get the knives up this round as well. Subby might get Hunter's Fury if he can fight for the orb control. And JD, if they can get the orb outside B long here, they too can get the res. But for the most part, this is still proving to be a fairly Louvre-oriented set of utility.
I hope you weren't using that sightline, bro. I just figured, you know, might look better with my stuff on it. Aduka here, glass cannon, no armor, operator. Cut to the quick. Subby's going to be taking some close contact. Juicy playing close to the outside of that wall, but JD is just so accurate when it comes to the Bulldog. ADS triple shot to the head. And now that Viper's Pit has to be abandoned. Kale trying to hold down mid here, and now the post plant is active. Aduka's trying to find some way to force someone into this sightline. There's the ping. Oh, Darion falls down. They've already popped the Empress. No chance for a Devour. The wall's up as well, and that could potentially stop people shooting in towards the defuse. Redco for now is brawling on out, and Aduka is waiting for Redco to make their play. But Kale has no such patience. I'm getting ahead of a curve. I'm investing while it's low. And Kale's going to walk away with a frag. And Todak walk away with a round.
I mean, the only person who dies as well as Orb, but the Bulldog. One who would be upgrading their rifle anyway. So, a really strong round from Todak. Yet a very clean retake at that. So, they do reveal that they have the op over on Aduka. A player who, let's be honest, was someone to fear when he had the op last game. And, well, he may be able to mimic that success now. If B doesn't work, just go to A. They've got another investment. do Louvre, but the issue is only Lenny and Juicy have any kind of reminiscence of money to work with. Aduka, if he can kill them quickly, working with a man advantage may prove to be very easy.
Aggression here. They are going to be pinged. Going to be more difficult to peek that angle now. But still, the space will be claimed, and they mean to claim it quite violently. There's going to be pings right now. Out goes Valia as well. Aduka can't really see anything, and Juicy, Darion, and Redco combine off the back of that to kills. Thanks to the op, mate, says Darion. Real nice of you to deliver that to me by not shooting Valia. Sends it high to make sure that crosshair placement would not be prepared. JD is down, and Kale's all alone. And now, there's no one remaining. 3-3.
This is so close, and what a clean take. What an absolute clean execution to that A site. They have the full layer landing on the Orber. More importantly, they then have the flash off the back of it. The smoke means he uses his dash. It doesn't quite land. Instant punish from the Raider, and they use that momentum to just roll onto this A site. Now, for Todak, they just don't have the cash. They can't risk falling into the game where you force lose, force win, and just keep going into that to and fro. They drop down to sheriffs. The marshals come out. It's best case scenario damage, worst case scenario a wipe.
Oh well, that's sad. That's unfortunate. Aduka just destroyed by a barrage of utility, and now Click has to try and make something happen off the back of maybe their wall, which hasn't actually been put down. They weren't sure if it was going to be a commitment to A. Certainly is right now with the frags that have been gained. Subby last time around managed to get a headshot with the Marshal. I believe it was onto Juicy, removing that wayward jet. Looking for where the traces are coming from. Subby could get something very nasty going on here.
Maybe lucky if he catches out one player. He's on a bit of an off angle. This shot, that's quite a clean kill from the Raider.
Darion brought out the sheriff for that one.
That was a bit of a ballsy play, wasn't it? Just shuts him down instantly. And now we have Todak, who, yes, they bring out their full buy. More importantly, they have a lot of ults to work with. Flaring might be able to bring out Viper's Spit if he can get the orb. Lenny, same if he can accompany it with a kill. But right now, it's not going to be 4. Now, the op on Aduka seems the op appears to just be kind of ignored by Juicy for now. I suppose when you go with 5 rifles, it means that you can go for a bit more of a quicker playstyle. An op is quite a static form of defense comparative to those rifles. So they get ready to just roll onto A once again. Let's see how effective Aduka is.
They keep getting caught by that same recon arrow here. Aduka just trying their best to get a quick shot and an exit. And Juicy wants to claim that space. That's my high ground, they said. No chance you're taking my home away. I'm the queen of the overworld. Aduka. Oh, that was not where they wanted to pre-aim. It was very difficult to deal with that sky-high jet. You can see that for now. Aduka up against Juicy, and Juicy needs to think as small as possible.
Hoping for a first player now, Aduka. As quiet as anything, and this clock's slowly being run down by Louvre. They just want to try and convince that Todak, maybe they're heading back to B, maybe they're going into mid, and it means that the Viper is over. They're stagnated. They can't move. They've been too quiet for too long. Now the attack comes.
Would you believe it if I told you that Louvre might be hitting A? I mean,
Really?
I feel like that became somewhat of a potential meme.
That's
Huge amount of damage done. Oh, they walk back into the snake voice, so they get re-hit with the vulnerable. Todak's health, Aduka. They're consistently falling down again and again. I dare you to peek out. Come forth into my close-range death cannon. It's waiting for you, but Redco is waiting within the confines of a Viper's Pit. This is where I reign, baby. This is my kingdom. And now JD versus Flaring. Huge advantage here to the Viper. But JD's playing it pretty astutely, clearing out all of these tiny little angles, but has reached very little HP. 1 hit point, 1 armor, and a revelation of their location here. Oh no. Out come the snake bites. And there goes JD.
Fairly clean round from Louvre, bearing in mind that they went into that with only 2 players in, what was it, 2-on-4. Instant instant trades. The second they went into the Viper's pit there, incredible patience from Redco to not walk into a Duca's crosshair. They kill the op once again. They don't save the op once again, but they at least leave with a lockdown and Hunter's Fury. That beats Empress and Knives any day of the week. It's just map defying. As for now, Louvre looking to once again hit the safe site, and I think I see a trend establishing here, Harry.
Could it be Louvre on
It's
A?
an opening.
Have Viziers called it so? I've looked into my crystal ball and it says
Prophets have
Louvre
spoken.
might be hitting A. The ancient prophecy, surely they cannot be wrong once more. Down go the nanoswarms for standard fare. And down goes the spike right on top. A blockade has been formulated here by Todak, but they're unable to really gain any purchase to the frags. An avoidance of the recon from one, but not from the many, as Darion doesn't care that they've been... Ooh. Click! Click! What? They're just mad when it comes to the Sheriff. Thanks for the delivery. Oh no, I can see flaring at the back, lining up the snake bite. Ah, it ain't the best, but it's what they've got, and they're dead. Man, that's so difficult when flaring survives all of this. I guess this is why they constantly put them on rear guard.
It's really damn tough for Todak there. Bear in mind that that was off the back of an insane opening by Juicy, and that's twice now. He's hit an opening which has wiped his opponents. That round, just instant. Just bullet to the skull of Subi. The round before, Subi, he casts Hunter's Fury. He's halfway through saying, I am, and then gets headshot. He doesn't even get the first shot off from it. He literally...
I am dead.
Yeah, exactly. And for, you know, for Juicy, openings like that, they've just been ruining this Todak side.
Aduka has purchased their third operator, I believe. Only 2 frags so far, and I don't know if any of them have come. Damage forthcoming from that Hunter's Fury. Jade has already fallen down. No capacity for heals. Whatever Taduka has to work with is going to have to make do. Redco falls to the operator. Can Aduka get more than this? They need to keep this operator alive. It be 1 round by 1 round Sheriff, 1 round by 1 round Sheriff. It's just not sustainable for Todak. But hey, when you want something that's sustainable, maybe you can just rely on your gunplay, because that's what Kale's doing right now. Off the back of this Empress. Consistent resets to keep that ultimate flowing forward.
Click, he's making sure they can't leave either. Like, this is about as trapped as you get if you are Louvre. You need to fight your way out of this, and well, Juicy, he's going to try and do just that, accompanied by flaring. Low HP on the Duca, makes it very doable, but unfortunately, Duca, he's not in that corner.
Clear. Doesn't remove a Duca for now, but the toxic screen coming down is just as good. Kale falling means Subby has to pick up the slack, and they'll be able to do that. However, up above from right now, you have to worry about the potential drop down of Juicy. Remember, the barrel of that op is going to be very visible. It's a lovely drop. Can they get Subby in the aftermath is the question. The spray transfer is good, but where's the spike? It's going to be in a very unorthodox plan position, but you know that Click is not going to be looking towards this. You suspect they're coming through on the flank, but now time is on the side of the Jet.
This is absolutely doable for Juicy. To 33 HP, but it won't matter if your teammate is defusing. If your opponents are defusing, shifts on in. Click, he's running out of time in this process as well. He had a shaky game beforehand. Can he redeem himself?
Juice is loose. Lovely flick up there to get the headshot. Great spray control from Juicy. And Louvre, they're starting to run away with it here. Aduka's not having as good a game.
What a way to restore your psyche. What a way to keep your confidence high on your team. Juicy, what a clutch. He may be young, but my god, he is prodigal. As that is a instant shutdown onto Todak. It not only is it won them that round, it's ruined their economy. This has paved the way for them to go 8, maybe even 9-3 up on the final, or the first half of our final map of the day.
Amazing stuff from Juicy. Oh, about that.
He used all his good energy.
Regarding Juicy, my twit longer.
I was right next to him. His head got blown off. It was awful. There was blood everywhere.
KO looking to try and get themselves another. The spray control is ugly, and they can't really convert it. They're taken down low, and Leonard's get the finishing blow right here. despite early removal of Juicy, the flavor is still all about Louvre.
Bit of aggression from this side, and that attacker kill joint goes down, and what a great ult placement. 3-on-3 though, so it's just very winnable for Todak.
Fake's going up high and gets hook, line, and sinker for flaring, but welcome to the... Oh, the knives are out, boys! No. The knives are out! Buy it on Blu-ray.
Oh, dear Lord. Lenny, he's... That guy, yeah, he had a wife, family. You stabbed him. Also, that is a nasty looking dagger he has as well. I would hate to be... What is that, like an ethereal shard? That must hurt.
That's what we call a Swindon kill.
This is,
Big ass elven knife.
My inner UK is loving this.
Finally, a kind of violence I'm familiar with.
So this is my jam. And yeah, we're the final round and a half. What I like, what they've done is they've juggled an extra Vandal so that when the op gets them used on this long angle, it's Juicy going for a pick. Doesn't work. Moves back off. Get the op instead.
That's working. No dramas, mate. And they've got on top of that the Blade Storm, but not anymore. Todak, or Aduka from Todak finally gets it together. Now they can just hold down this angle. Looks like a double pump. Back to A. Couple confusing rotations trying to bait away some of the defenders, but who's going to be waiting if not the ever-present Jet? Redco needs to be careful with the jiggle. Not careful enough. You are too slow for me. My neurons fire at 5 gigahertz. I am simply too fast.
Those 5G towers doing him good, eh?
I got 5G in my veins.
Yeah. Oh, holding another angle here, and it looks like you may be obliged with a peek.
Leah. 5G in his veins, baby! 5th generation. It's speed, it's power, it's brutal, and Aduka is back.
I mean, Aduka, Jet, and kind of Juicy. This has been 3 words we've been saying quite a lot, and in the Juicy Aduka duel, Juicy has definitely been winning these last couple of rounds. However, at long last, Aduka sort of steps into the limelight, and now that both players are starting to really warm to their theme, this could end up being very close between the two of them, especially on the defenders' side, where Juicy now might feel a bit more inclined to bring out that op.
I feel a little bit more confident in it. For now, decisions need to be made. There is going to be the Viper's wall already put down over towards B. And whether or not that's for strategy, that is a signal to the defenders. Todak know now that has been witnessed by the enemy Viper.
Jump spot, a very fast push from Aduka, but it all could be part of a fake here. Aduka, he's pushing this solo. This is a really strong fake.
When in doubt, duelists out. Flaring has to figure out how they want to deal with this. They have a single snake bite to work with. Unlikely to want to use it at this point. And hey, I'll take the ult orb right now. Everyone else is just hanging back. How do they get pinged here? Aduka needs to decide what to do now that they have been pinged.
Juicy, I think, realizing that he may actually be the one who has to be called to action here. And instead, the players have been spotted. Rather than backing off, it just turns into a default. Really disciplined play from Todak here.
Todak. Huge amounts of map control at the moment. Or at least, they haven't given too much away. They can rotate in vague safety. Because it's still Click who's keeping this area safe. And now Aduka slowly starting to leverage pivoting around yellow box. But they need to beat Flaring in a duel. That's the most important. You need to get rid of that Viper's wall. That's one of the most important defensive tools that is available. Aduka for smoke. They got a little bit of Flaring there. Can they... And the body to finish it off. You bet that they can. Aduka's done what was required, and it's okay. You can rest now, son. You got the opening frag. You've opened up the site. Click comes in from behind. Where are all those bullets coming from? Oh, it's from someone who can't aim after a first shot. Classic stuff there. Poor Click, unfortunately, falls on down. And now the frenzy is coming out to play. Todak, they will combine for a couple more kills until it ends up in a 1 versus 1. Darion goes for a tap on the spike, and they will get the half here before JD pokes on out. 72 HP remains. And now with that half gained, it's on JD to make it work. But so much damage has been taken. Tap, tap, tap. Away with the ghost or away with the spike. JD's got little health left. And even then, the headshot hits.
It's close, but it doesn't matter. still able to follow it through. 5 seconds remaining. Actually, he had plenty of time. For Durion, this is exactly what's needed. For Louvre, they lose a pistol round. It's the invitation for Todak to come straight back into this game. It's exactly what we saw happen on Haven, and now on Icebox, they're not going to let that mistake repeat itself. It's exactly how they were given their chance. They're not going to give it back. No, there's no sportsmanship here. This is war. There are no friends, only enemies. And for Louvre, this is...
Kremer, I hate to burst your bubble here, but there is a concept called an alliance.
Nah, not here, not here. Listen, shotgun
there
alliances...
are no alliances in Valorant.
Shotgun
Teammates
alliances
are temporary.
don't count as alliances.
Oh, quick little bit of a ping there means that Subby gets this one for free. Click. They've brushed up on their classic technique, I think it's fair to say, and Aduka has once again activated. 2 with the Sheriff. Anti-Eco, you say? Never heard of him.
From the time being, swings out, tries to do the odd bit of damage. Oh, Duki's got such a nice lurk here. Not that it matters, Juicy. What? The drive-by. It shuts him down.
Kale playing up high. Up against the Vandal here with the classic. Oh, that's already a dink. Run away because now Subby's coming in from the other side. Tap, 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 tap. Pick up the baton. The relay needs to be done. And Subby can just play here for time. They're waiting to look for that half. There's the first. They can't quite transfer it into the second. Juicy gets himself a fourth. And the defuse on top of that. The is once again loose.
That man, he doesn't let go of Mouse 1. He just turns around 180 and he ruins his opponents there. He just bullet to the dome. That's all you need. What a way to send your team to 10. And more importantly, what a way to shut down what was kind of like a fragmented force spy regardless. Juicy, he is on fire. He's got the knives to use. Not that he needs to. He's got an op as well. He's got so much money to appeal. And, well, for Todak, they now just run into a default. They've got to figure out how on earth do you beat him.
Eyes on Juicy for me. They might not get the contact that they wanted, but you were right. On the defense, they're much more likely to use this operator. Spike left on the floor for now. Oh, and it's going to be spotted there by the drone. Heavy forays down mid. 3 members of Louvre think that they can make this work. That's a win there for Click in the duel, but the damage has been done. Might require a heal here, but unfortunately it's still on cooldown. So Click for now is going to remain battered, bruised, and difficult to deal with. So it's down to Aduka to lead this entry. Remember, flaring, still priority target number 1. Up goes the wall, but it's a little bit too late because flaring's already deployed everything they need. Nasty spray through the smoke. Aduka, an absolute criminal. Judge, jury, and executioner when it comes to taking out those biochemical weapons producers. However, where's the spike at, boys? Where's the spike? Currently, it's behind yellow in the hands of the Sage, and Juicy's gone up high. I'm gonna steal your 5G, mate. Those towers can't do nothing to me. Leonard just walks the wall, but why is the question? The spike still hasn't been planted, so maybe they're trying to reap some discord. Finally, it is going to be placed on down, and Juicy looking for a retake with the op. It's a tall order with everyone crowding back into B long, but potentially they could be forced out here with a big Juicy move. Jumps up high. They need to hit the headshots, but JD hits first. And now it's Simply Redco against the world. Did I just say Simply Redco? I didn't even mean for that to be a... Bit him out by accident, Kremer. Oh, I think Redco is in a little... Yeah, it's fair to say. There's the nerd lineup. And there's the nerd's end. Goodbye, Redco, and hello, 510.
At long last, they're able to convert around. Todak, they've come kind of heartbreakingly close 2 or 3 times now. It's finally converted. There's no Juicy to ruin your plan, right? And so we're gonna have to see just what can be done from this Louvre side. Bear in mind that they only have a couple of pistols for this round, and I mean, sure, sheriffs can be strong, they can be effective. The hero Vandal kind of considered on Durion, bearing in mind that he can bring out Empress, but for the most part, without an ability advantage, without a cash advantage for Louvre, it's just a matter of handing this and trying to make it costly.
Oh my goodness! I refuse to believe. Aduka, that's sussy Baka right there. That's also kind of nasty. Good job from Redco. Shuts it down. No momentum for you. simply refuse.
Just describe something as sussy backer. We want them to like us, Harry.
I don't care as long as strong emotion, love or hate, they both sustain me.
I suppose, no, actually, if they hate us, that's really bad. I can't think of any pros here. The sheriffs, they're going to try, though. Redco, from above, might be able to catch out one of these members here. The Sage, unscathed for now. There you have it.
Good aim, Todak. Kale gets it done. Oh, just a friendly little snake bite. No dramas. And Todak seem a little bit more comfortable on their attack than they were on the defense.
Yeah, they're looking a bit more confident with themselves, aren't they? They've sort of taken a moment to rest, recuperate. These last couple of rounds have been fairly one-sided. And at least for now, let's see how they fare against the full bite of Louvre. Now, bearing in mind that Juicy, he has been really favouring this op, and it appears that for both teams, the kind of defensive op isn't really what they want to consider. But Juicy, look at that anti-strat. Both players, they knew exactly what was happening. They're really nice mind games being shown.
It's going to be very difficult to beat out Juicy on this angle, so Aduka thinks that discretion is the better part of valor and moves away as the space is opened by the dissipation of the wall. Okay, they're going to trigger that turret, and that allows for everyone else to move on in, but Click was taken. Oh no, while they were casting the Leer. They have the Leer in their hand, but I'm afraid Lennox themselves a free kill right. Will they decide to use both the Viper's Pit and anything else? But the thing is, while this Viper's Pit is active, Redco just walks in. Why? They had the lockdown Crema. What?
That is a massive misplay. I would make that noise if I could. That was a really unique, I guess, way of going into your retake. I think from the point of view of Louvre, you've sort of lost a round. You're going to see if you can get a man advantage, or at least equalize the man count, and then try and go for... That's a very nice flick from Juicy, my god. But once you have the man advantage, then try and go for your retake, using your abilities then. Unfortunately, didn't get a chance to. Your player falls without casting any abilities. You're left on the back foot, and just like that, we're going to see a 7th off the back for Todak.
At least Juicy gets to keep the op. Silver linings, Crema. Silver linings. And now, this is beginning to narrow 3 in a row. And it's going to be a ramshackle buy from Louvre. Alongside, of course, a fully armored operator. This is the this is the M1 Abrams battle tank amongst a Boy Scout troop.
So these are all the paintball guns in the middle of a war zone.
Yeah, you got a bunch of people with BB guns and then a Challenger main battle tank.
Yeah, you wanted fun? Let's bring the fun.
Oh my god! Look away! Oh, that's a crime! I'm sending you to jail!
Oh my god, Juicy. That is nuts. And J-Rod, he could just push off the back of this. That's an instant kill. Instant aggression off Juicy's incredible aim, and that is spectacular. You can't get the gun, though. I need Juicy to go get it.
It's okay. Can you get the gun for me, Dad?
Yeah.
Here you go, son. Elsewhere, gameplay is happening. Valorant is occurring. The spike has been planted on A. And Kale's going to be the main guard here. Tucking themselves into their nice little cubby. Get a... Set up a campfire. Put up a bookshelf. Nice one from IKEA.
Good luck getting that up in time.
Carry on. Goes high. Both of these duelists trying to use the high ground to their advantage. Juicy once again. He's loosey-goosey, baby. Can they get much off the op here? Surely Click needs to take the peek. They will, but the scope is not ready. Outplacing here with the Vandal. Down goes the smoke, and down goes Click. Flaring keeps their nerve, and Louvre survive. Oh, thanks for the op as well, mate. Very nice of you.
He loves his ops, doesn't he? And I mean, Juicy, you need to be careful, slippery when wet, because he is incredibly quick with this op. And I mean, Aduka being plucked out of the sky. What to show just that. Now, not only with an ult advantage, but with a relatively similar buy. There are Bulldogs, there are Spectres, but that op makes up for that lack of firepower. For Louvre, this has been a very, very long, hard-fought battle to try and get to this stage, but there's just on the horizon, fighting for match point now against opponents. Todak, they don't have money in the bank.
Flaring is to create the A site is not for you. Yep. This is my site.
And
you guys are going to be. And guess who's waiting there?
Have fun with that guy.
Yeah. You can either choose to go into the Viper's pit or juice with an op. So Sophie's choice over here.
Looks like they're preferring the pit over fighting Juicy. That shows quite a lot, doesn't it?
I would rather the pit. Breathing is irrelevant if I'd be dead anyway.
That's true.
I like how Flaring's waiting basically at the entrance of his pit with a Spectre. The good spray for, like, how overbearing the spray is could be massive, and that's exactly what it is. Kale takes the hard way in, and guess what? We've got even more guests. Oh, how lovely of you. That was a little bit lucky from Click, to be fair, and down falls the Viper's pit, but now it's Click versus the world, and you know what? The world...
That's really tough. 12-7, I mean... Todak, they had a really good run at it, but this last round, that may be one of those nails into the coffin that you're just not going to be able to get out, crowbar or not, because they just don't have the money for the Vandals, for the Phantoms. Guardians have to come out as a kind of contemporary way to make up for that lack of firepower, but with only a Sheriff on Kale, this isn't what you want to see. And for Juicy, op in hand, op fails, he's got knives to work with. This is a perfect position for Louvre, and, well, they hold all the cards moving into what could be this final round.
It could be 2-0. Who dares test the juice? Who will slurp at the fountain of operators? Maybe no one, because Redco is a little bit faster. The Phantom forays out into mid and slays multiple members of Todak. I don't know what's in their logo, but at the moment it's missing a couple of skin pellets. And Juicy once again sets up at B long before giving up this space. Because you know what? I trust you, Darion.
The fruit shoot of talent right now, and Darion.
The fruit shoot of that's going to be very lost on anyone who's not from the UK, but I respect it. Darion with the contact. That's messy, and Subby's quick to punish. But now let's move over to Juicy with the op in hand. The adjust isn't quite there, and they're forced the tailwind away. Instead, did you know that I am a master of cutlery and I am not to be trifled with? One updraft used thus far, and now they move on back into plants. Allow me to try and interrupt that. Subby falls on down. 4 knives remaining. The Guardian in hand. That's a lot of damage done to Juicy. 18 HP remains. And for now, throw out cursory blasts here and there with the operator and return to their grandiose designs. That's going to be a headshot coming through from JD, and this is still winnable. But there hasn't been a plant yet, and they need to flee away. I don't think they have time. This could be the double detain. That's got to be it. Here come the knives, baby. 1 to the head, 2 to the head. The Elven Blade strikes 2, and Louvre are bringing a 2.
Wow. What a way to end your first match. What a way to end your series, and taking one of our first 2-0s of the tournament. Louvre, an incredible performance from them, as well as Todak, giving us easily one of the most entertaining series of Valorant we've cast in quite a long time. So that really was worth every second. For Louvre, though, they're going to emerge victorious, all off the back of Juicy, the kind of prodigal AWPer, the Jets who just can't be stopped. We saw some lightning fast reactions from him there. Honestly, I'm looking forward to seeing their progression throughout the tournament.
Some sussy back of crimes.
No, Harry.
And I'm a sheriff around here.
Spare me.
However, this has been a fantastically fun day to cast. Kramer, I'd like to congratulate you on your first day as both an observer and producer alongside this. And if you guys in the chat had as good a time as Kramer and I did watching these games, fear not. This is only day 1 of 12. Until November 20th, we are going to be blasting your eyeballs and your ear with more Southeast Asian Valorant. And the games are only going to get more competitive as more and more is on scene. Group B, yeah, and I know there's a bunch of you Paper Rex fans out there who are chomping at the bit to see that team go.
Likewise, it is going to be an absolute clash of titans. We use that phrase a lot, but frankly, that's what it is. These teams are so damn strong. And honestly, we have seen some incredible performances from both sides. But you've got to hand it to Louvre. That was a masterclass. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for watching. I've been Newcastle Kramer 3. I've been joined by the wonderful Leg Day. We'll be back here, I believe, the same time tomorrow. If I'm not mistaken. Yep, same time tomorrow. For those, I did see people asking, when does Group B start? Group B starts in 4 days' time. So you look forward to that. Again, we'll be covering all of it. Hope you guys aren't sick of us, because if you are, then this tournament probably isn't the one for you.
Watch it on mute.
Yeah, so watch it on mute.
Enjoy Kramer's observing.
Yeah, which, trust me, is a lot worse than the casting. And were there any other casters? No, we ran out of budget. It's just us. So, with that, we're going to go to starting soon screen. We'll be back at the same time tomorrow. Don't go at it. Well, I should probably go somewhere, but come back tomorrow, please.
Just sit there for 16 hours.
Well, we're on autopilot, okay? We've been casting a while. But we'll see you guys tomorrow. We hope you all have a wonderful evening. Until then, bye-bye.
Fill me out with your smile, like the sunshine brings the light. Feel